So.
You have a better morning and play
Drauf gemeint.
because it is kind of they're attributing that to how much FlyQuest have improved. So I'm very excited to actually see
Kann nicht aufhören.
matchup, and it does put more emphasis on the draft. If a lot of the other pro players
Komischerweise kann ich nicht aufhören.
has the possibility of swinging here. Of course, everybody's thinking about Nasus, and FlyQuest had a pretty big weekend last week.
So, was haben wir denn für Spawns? Wir haben Open Ash Seraphine, wir haben Open Lucian Milio.
Some fun power picks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God,
I mean, it's going to be really interesting, right? You know, I talked to Masu, I talked to APA before the games, and you know, Masu was kind of emphasizing that, you know, it's their success in scrims is often based off their hands, based off their aggression, and that sometimes that doesn't go well on stage. Sometimes it can bite them in the butt. But we also heard from Inspired. He called them the most frustrating team, the team he likes playing against the least because they are so aggressive. You know, you really have to be careful about not overstepping against FlyQuest because they will fight you at every turn.
FlyQuest is such a fun team to watch, and me and Kobe were legitimately
Cassio First Pick sehen wir auch gebannt.
backstage.
Das heute noch nebenbei den Boxenkampf. Nee, aber wann ist denn Formel 1?
The best, even if people aren't
Moment
considered
mal.
one of the top 1 or 2 teams in
Wait,
the league.
wann ist Formel 1?
It's still so much fun to watch because
Ach,
they
Quali läuft
play
gerade. Guck
so
mal.
aggressively. So now we're into the
Anmelden.
draft. Let's go ahead and take a look. Orianna, Nautilus, Jarvan, banned by FlyQuest. It's the Varus, the Karma.
Guck mal, dann läuft das nebenbei.
Banned by C9, as we have the first pick Cassio from C9 answered by Lucian Milio immediately.
Der Daten gezeigt.
Yeah, Lucian Milio is really rising in priority because people are just saying, we can blind this, you can't
So.
play the Ashe Seraphine into it. We feel that it's a good answer, so that's kind of just denying that style of pick. Corki Nami then going to be the answer for Sven and Vulcan.
Finde Korkinami nicht mehr so geil, aber ich meine, es hat heute bei Ding funktioniert, so basically. Also, einigermaßen funktioniert.
It is also one of the most played for APA and an absolute comfort pick, and it will not.
Läuft Formel 1 TV.
So now C9 even has the
Ja, Sky natürlich.
some protection bans.
Was ist hier los?
I do like that we're seeing them kind of play right into the style of draft that we think are strong.
Was?
FlyQuest, you're mentioning aggressive flowers, and they slam the Lucian again. Masu loves going super aggressive with this combo, especially with Emilio to back him up, and then getting you know, the carry for Gakos, the Rumble, opening them up for some Rumble comps here. So we are going to get the aggression from FlyQuest here in game number 1. Let's take a look at the jungle pool, though, because Jarvan, you know, is widely considered like super strong and like borderline OP on the patch right now, and so he's the only one that has been taken out. So you still get all the other power picks, you know, like the Pantheon.
Könnte ein Schenk Game werden, by the way, schon von FlyQuest.
But you're getting targets here from Cloud9.
Gibt's einen Link im Discord? Ich schaue dir auf F1 TV.
You know, Griffin's love for playing jungle Shen.
Hast du Sheep TV gesehen? Nein, habe ich nicht. Gerne linken.
Hey, we want to go Vi, so maybe that's why they're banning out the Shen. It has been used by FlyQuest pretty heavily to counter that champ, and so FlyQuest say, okay, fine. Your Shen ban means you're wanting to go Vi, so we're going to answer.
Exactly. It's a jungle for a jungle, that targeted Shen ban you're talking about. On the FlyQuest side, their first ban in the second half, also the Aurora. They know that they've already locked in that Rumble like you're talking about. A power pick for Gakos.
Schaue gleich.
Thanatos is not afraid to play the Aurora top. It is a flex pick, but some top laners in our league just really, they don't have reps on it, they aren't experienced with it, or maybe they're just not good at performing on it. But Thanatos is not in any of those categories, so they want to remove that option. Nocturne also going to be another jungle ban here for C9 in the second half. Back
So, ich bin gleich bei euch.
side. No, nobody's believing that. Come on, Masu. Just go ahead and show us what you're
AP
actually...
Cog mid. I honestly...
Outrange the Cassio?
I give it a little bit of credence. We have seen this pop out a little bit. You know, Insanity has played it even in NACL, but it is instead going to be a more standard pick.
You said the right word. Insanity. That is not happening. We are playing Victor from our team. That is what happens.
Belief. I've seen it around.
Laser the wave, cast your ult in a team fight, and hope it gets big.
We're going to remember this in game number 5.
Yeah,
game number 5 of Fearless.
All right.
He'll come crawling back.
All right. Tell you what, if they play Kog'Maw mid in game number 5, you guys can put a sock in a blender, and I'll drink the soup.
I like that. Yeah, okay. Sock soup.
What a weird day. I got to put makeup on Raz, and then we get to make a sock smoothie for flowers.
I'm willing to give Quad 5,000 RP to pick. You want to pitch in?
Say that. You know, you're not supposed to say that.
He didn't say we can't bribe him. You got 5K?
Actually, like
anyone in chat want to watch flowers drink sock soup? Can we get a poll or something?
Let's crowdfund this.
Yeah, let's crowdfund this.
All of chat will help us.
Everyone chat.
Hey, over on the other
Contributes a little
side,
bit of RP.
Blabber's playing Lee.
Aber Lee Sin.
By the way, Lee Sin, legitimately, I think he's so
Way
strong
strong.
with the buff. For W buff to always get the shield and just being always 7 seconds is insane. This champion has really high skill expression.
Okay, wir gehen mal auf.
Also, the general win rate right now, even in solo queue, is through the roof. I think it actually just got put over the edge.
I'm completely with you, but the producer just said something very funny, and now I have to repeat it.
Okay.
He said we should actually be crowd
Okay,
the sauce
so.
for the
So, fertig, ihr bekommt Game 1.
No.
Well-
Stock from a fresh
Fly versus C9, Fly versus C9 Draft. Lass kurz drüber quatschen.
for the last
Standard Draft von C9, Standard Draft von C9. Sehr Standard Draft von FlyQuest. Ich frage mich, was machen wir gegen den Victor hier? Victor, sehr großes Problem, oder nicht? Range-technisch. Was hat Bartoletto da gerade gemacht?
So,
können wir nicht dann machen, ne?
with how important the draft will be, we want to ask you who will win based on the draft right now. Spam either Cloud9
So.
for C9 or FLY for FlyQuest, because both of these coaching staffs have been very, very vocal
So,
about their strategies and how good they are at drafting, and they have also both celebrated very early during games even, and we've had coach cams on them, so very excited for this one.
Ja, Couchcam von C9 war natürlich ultra funny.
Series going deep.
Mit dem
Let
Salut.
us know throughout the entire series. We'll be tracking who you thought won each.
Ja, mit FlyQuest Drafts echt nicht schlecht.
game.
I feel like it's honestly pretty even just from my own kind of preferences here. I don't think Emilio gets a lot of value. You know, it's really just the Petrifying Gaze. If you can
Rose for Arizona ist
position to
cooles
actually cleanse the
Sprichwort.
Petrifying Gaze, that's about it. So I feel like Emilio, when it's not against hard CC, is not nearly as strong, and I do think that could work against FlyQuest a bit here.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Maybe the benefits, because a lot of people love the range boost and the extra synergy with Lucian. We'll see. I think I definitely agree. It depends on, can they get the early lead and then transition him into the mid lane where they get poked to get to objectives first, because they're the team that doesn't have the tank. They don't have, easy setup for these objectives with frontline. So they are going to want, that classic Lucian in mid lane, getting mid lane priority to help them, go to the objectives early.
Bottom-Matchup sollte winning sein für Lucian Emilio, glaube ich. Oh mein Gott, aber nicht, wenn du so reinläufst, mein Bruder. Oh mein Gott.
action here in the bottom lane as Masu loses out on the
Das ist ziemlich disgusting gewesen von dir.
About not having the true tank on the side of FlyQuest, because I'm not gonna lie, gentlemen, I just think Sion is OP. He's the best tank in the game.
Das sagt Flowers tatsächlich jede Woche.
He scales infinitely because of how Soul Furnace works with stacking health. Whenever you have this character in the enemy team,
Also einmal zum Draft-Pin von FlyQuest nicht bad. Überhaupt nicht bad.
his archetype, I feel like it's a weighted game.
Yeah, it is really, really difficult. And I mean, to make matters worse, all top laners know if you mess up your laning phase, you can actually just lose 1v1 early to Sion as well. Like, this character is really, really strong. And this is the result from Twitch chat. 59% saying C9.
And look at that. This is our,
Ja, ist auch Goated Coachcam gewesen, no joke. War auch eine Goated Coachcam.
Cheers, Red Bull cheers.
Yeah.
The FlyQuest one, they did a handshake. It was 2 weeks ago, and they were kind of celebrating. So we'll see if Cloud9's kind of more traditional team comp here with the Sion on front line, and then the dual carries with Cassio and Corki is going to be able to find the advantage for their team fights. I still have my eye on the creativity possible.
Kaues Gefühl immer bad. Ja, der von Kalista heute ziemlich gut aus, oder nicht?
The bot lane a little bit, just because that early trade looked like it went so favored to C9, but Nami is so mana hungry that it's actually becoming a little bit problematic. Vulcan had gotten quite low on mana, so they actually just had to fully back up, let them get the reset, and now Thanatos getting a nice little chase down and farming some first strike gold.
Yeah, Gakkos is getting a little bit of momentum there, but again, it's not a big deal. Sion very tanky. Scuttle Crabs about to spawn. Both junglers completing their full clears, both on the bottom half of the map, but considering the bot laners recalled on the FlyQuest side, about to recall here on the C9 side, there's not going to be...
Hat er auch schon gute Corkis, stimmt.
The lane that you're talking about here.
Fand ich sehr Space, passt. Blabber auf dem Lee Sin. Passt vielleicht auch, mal gucken. Ne? 1-1-Matchup gegen Sinsao ist schon ziemlich gut.
Slam on the Lucian Melio really has paid off, because Masu got the early back, so he runs back to lane really quickly here to get another push. And Corki, your first back is just tier, so not the combat power there. And so we'll see about the follow-up, because now with the junglers you know, both finishing their first clears and stuff. They're going to have some time to go back on down to the other side. I will say that early investment in control ward as well up behind the Raptor pit does help out a little bit for Cloud9 trying to track, but both junglers are headed top side right now anyway.
All right, as the junglers head up here to the top side, let's see if Blabber can find himself an angle. He is on top of a ward. Gakos knows this. He's waiting for Griffin to arrive, maybe to bait a 2v2, but no, looks like we're not going to get.
Hatten wir auch wieder einen Dreikant-Base von Blabber? Ja, ne? Muss ja.
Coach Inero last week on why Cloud9 chose FlyQuest as their first round opponent.
Aber schlechter.
But we are selecting Fly. There was a lot of back and forth amongst us, all of yesterday and today.
Wait, who had the supreme decision?
Me.
Okay, so when we told you guys, that's gonna be your fault.
I just love that reaction from Griffin.
Ja, ich glaube das schon. Also ich glaube, dass FlyQuest generell, glaube ich, nicht so solides League spielen kann wie in Team Liquid.
Bottom side.
Alles top den alle
Take a little bit of damage, but Sven and Vulcan also both at about half HP. FlyQuest are unafraid.
Yeah, so the FlyQuest, they're keeping up their aggression on bottom side, you know, kind of as expected here with the Lucian Milio, but also in the mid lane, APA, you know, got his own little lead over there with the
450 Games played, das ist crazy.
The lane that is in the advantage.
Die Anzahl an so Official Games und so weiter, das ist schon sehr verrückt.
They have double summoner advantage. They just forced Sven and Vulcan to base, and they're already up 10 CS. They are kind of cooking them right now in the 2v2, and it was not what I was expecting from this matchup. So Masu and Cryogen just playing it so aggressive, and I love how they're playing it around these timings. Every time bone plating is up, they're going in, they're getting the maximum from these runes, and Blabber, this is spotted, so trying to take this dragon.
Yeah, and remember, it's exactly what you were
Schwester
talking
Engelmann
about.
schreibt nach Wach und Kurzzeit für den Gefallen. Das hört sich mir das scheiße an.
For FlyQuest,
gibt's.
they wanted to draft this because they're saying you can't pick Ash Seraphine into it. The Corki
Wenn ich die jetzt auch noch abholen muss, ne?
response is getting blasted.
Wird jemand sterben im Haus Engelmann.
I don't know, maybe chat's been having a couple of drinks here with the 59 versus 41 draft favoring.
This lane phase action here and the confidence of Masu and Cryogen has been on display all year long. And it's been really fun to watch for this bottom lane. So, yeah, I do like that.
Hast du meine Leute informiert? Ich habe mit dem schon vor 2 Monaten privat geschrieben. Also ich vermute mal, ich bin da mehr up to date.
Off to an early start, an early lead even maybe.
Yeah, we wanted to track this. The bot lane race to Arizona. The Boomers versus the Zoomers here, fighting it out in the bot lane. And a little scrap over here.
Man, I really want Vulcan's hat. That's a damn nice hat. Anyway, Blabber going in, looking for the play onto Griffin as he tries to turn it around, but no, it's first blood, and they give it over to APA's Cassio.
Sag mir, ihr kommt aus dem Schwabenland, ohne es zu sagen. Könntest du bei uns aus dem Gefrierschrank zweite Schublade bitte 2 Packungen Maultaschen rauslegen?
Masu flashes forward with a double shot. Make things even across the lane.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
okay.
Masu and Cryogen do bail out the fail play from Griffin. But I was going to say, that is the classic death for Griffin, especially even versus Blabber, was over Raptors over and over in the previous matchup that they did have. And he goes for it, gets kicked there. The Lee Sin mobility really paying off. But then again, back to draft, as I was saying, that's why they slammed this Lucian Milio, so they can go aggressive like this.
Yeah, Griffin is going to be able to go in. I kind of feel like Quad should have just committed more to it. You know, maybe if he actually flashes in, he doesn't get any autos down on the Cassio. I feel like it could have been closer, but then down on the other side of the map, Masu goes forward, you know, chunks out Sven. They get down his Valk, and once that's gone, they know they want to go really, really aggressive here.
You can see Sven and Vulcan just not having the respect they need to have. Sven flashes away, and Masu's ready to follow. I feel like Sven has been one of the big points of critique for C9, despite their overall success throughout this season, and it's because of moments like that.
And we said we wanted to track this bot lane 2v2, and it feels like we have an early leader in the race.
We definitely do. I mean, they're able to get their own 2v2 kill for themselves.
C9 doesn't even have real horses.
Where are they? Those little sticks. They're lagging behind. All right, Zoomer. Okay, so is
both
this
sides have 4 legs, but one side has horse legs, and the other side has people legs.
Wait, Raptor gank.
Okay, hold on, Blabber again, making a huge play with the Dragon's Rage as APA talks his smack in the all chat, and he and Blabber are again making moves in the mid lane.
Wait, is all chat right before the jungler comes to gank too? That is diabolical.
That is calling your shot.
That is diabolical. I mean, you try and get in their heads, but I mean, they're demolishing now the jungle mid 2v2, which was desynced. Griffin, though, looking for more.
Oh, he flashes over the wall, the wind becomes lightning, and now Zvenna's going to be your target yet again. C9 summoning up a teleport as the culling fires off. FlyQuest trying to back away. APA has arrived. Doesn't look like he'll be able to slither his way towards any sort of a counter kill, so everybody walks away, no dead bodies.
Yeah, after the plays around mid lane not working out, jungler's like, all right, I'm gonna go to my winning lane, try and play around there instead, since it's not working playing around with quad, but they get the teleport. That's about it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, it's very, very close. Even though there is that mid-jungle lead for C9, they're kind of naturally winning on both of the side lanes. First Strike helping out a little bit, for Gakkos up on that top side, and the bot lane 2v2 going really well here for Masu and Cryogen. So the question kind of becomes, which lane can carry harder? How are these team fights going to go? Because we are setting ourselves up for a really close mid-game.
Yeah, and since you've got the Melio in your pocket here for Masu, I do think he's going to have a good chance.
Montage secured, den Dreckkatzen.
But
auch noch
we'll
gut.
have to see about the
Super.
first couple objectives, especially if there's a good Scion flank from Thanatos. A good Scion ultimate create a lot of space for them and construct a better team fight. They certainly have plenty of wards around the bottom half of the map.
Naja, check, die sind wahrscheinlich komplett glatt, also die sind komplett stramm wahrscheinlich beide. 100%, die waren in Stuttgart beim Public Viewing. 100%, die sind komplett sternhagelvoll wahrscheinlich und dann verstehe ich das mit dem Maultaschen tatsächlich. Ich verstehe das komplett. Was habe ich hier verpasst? Wow. Das Stunt? Ich calle Bullshit.
C9's bot lane might be behind, but they're staying alive.
Ein Bürger-Sponsoring. Ich schwöre, das war krank. Ja, so krank. Wow.
Because the jungle diff is resulting.
There's numbers on the screen. The Cassiopeia is more ahead than both Masu and Cryogen put together, Kobe. As now the fight over the dragon begins. C9 have control over the pit. Masu and Cryogen, they're feeling strong, they're feeling powerful, and then they look at the rest of the squad.
Griffin wird gemobbt, Sven auch.
And they're not feeling so great. They back away.
Yeah, that's a tough thing.
The thing about jungle diff, it gets you objectives.
Yep, jungle diff gets you objectives, and as Sven and Vulcan, they don't need to fight them, right? They just need to actually mitigate their loss. They are behind, but they can just chill and allow Blabber and APA to keep running.
Zettel, Maultaschen? Nein, Bürger.
So good.
Es sind immer Bürger-Maultaschen, Freunde. Tatsächlich. Es sind entweder Bürger-Maultaschen oder selber gemachte.
Into that petrifying gaze time and time again here, getting multiple kills. And Blabber already had that early Eclipse. They already had the early Roa. Just now, the first item is going to be completed there for Griffin.
And to me, it's
Nein, das war bei meiner Schwester auf ihrem Stock. Also direkt einen Stock unter mir waren in deren Tiefkultur. Vegetarische richtig, ich mag beide sehr. Ich mag beide sehr. Wenn ich mich entscheiden würde, dann nicht vegetarische. Aber beide sind sehr lecker. Kannst nichts falsch machen.
Scaling Cassiopeia build is really, really big stuff again in this Blabber versus Griffin matchup.
It's also just interesting because, in
VfB-Fan? Ja.
99% of the time, Sundered Sky is actually purchased. And that is not like an exaggeration, that is the literal number, the amount of time that it is purchased.
Ich bin die Welt so egal, checke.
In the bottom side, Sven has to get away yet again as Masu gets healed up by the cozy campfire. Melio is such a silly choice.
Blabber sind weg gegen Tron und kein LCS geschafft. Wie ist das Power-Ranking aktuell?
Isaac, now that you're also a play-by-play
well, Lion C9.
Sounds kind of nice.
Team Liquid Top 3.
Breath of Life is at least
sit by the cozy campfire,
Dann,
get a warm hug.
sounding, but all the rest of it is nonsense.
Some ultra mega fire kicks.
I mean, that's my favorite one, actually.
I mean, Ultra Mega Fire Kick is very silly. But
I kind of like it. You know?
Hast du gesehen, den Knockout? Ja, ja.
Silly
Tot.
Yeah.
Bereit zu spielen, alles gut. Gibt es mega Unterschiede in den Drafts von der NA und der EU? Ja. NA bannt tatsächlich wie Menschen. Und wie C9 First? Achso, es war jetzt nicht in irgendeiner Particular, das war so Top 3 einfach genannt.
So both of our enchanters are ready to enchant, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's Nami's core build. It's Nami's full build, actually. The
She's
big
like Yone. One item.
flash burned here.
Krautkrapfen. Ja, das Problem ist, ich esse schon Sauerkraut, aber meine Eltern haben das damals immer bei uns im Haus gemacht selbst. Und das hat so, und Sauerkraut stinkt so ekelhaft, wenn du das machst. Das war so richtig disgusting. Und deswegen habe ich das richtig, ich hab das ewig nicht gegessen, also so gar nicht, weil der Geruch von der Herstellung so ekelhaft ist. Ja, aktiv verfolgst du F1 im Moment, ich hab's da natürlich nicht, also da wo gerade hier von da unten natürlich nicht offen. Ja, ja. Also wir machen keine Krautkrapfen, aber Eisbär mit Kraut, nein, so disgusting. Schupfnudeln normalerweise.
Alright, we get our break point now. Lucian
Im Normalfall Schupfnudeln.
finally. They rotate him over. This is the point I was talking about for trying to get the mid lane prio into rotating up to topside plays.
Ich esse,
We still have quite a while for the Drake, so maybe no action for another.
ich esse sehr wenig Schweinefleisch, ist nicht meins.
They've got the setup ready, and Gakkos as well.
Predicten wir die Series 3-0, 3-1 für C9. Ich glaube, ein Draft kann C9 komplett feeden oder ein Early Game komplett an die Wand fahren, aber sie sollten das bessere Team sein, deutlich bessere Team sein.
For the mid-game dragon fights. This is where Rumble could really shine. Unfortunately,
Rot gerade übersagt, Bruder, das heißt Blaukraut.
to like help him
Bitte.
with a lot of CC to keep people on his
Meinung schon invalidated.
He is still going to have the possibilities for big damage output here with his Leandries and his extra needlessly large rod.
Yeah, it feels like so much of the fight to me is going to come down to the start for FlyQuest. You know, can you get a good culling? Can you get a good equalizer? You know, chunk people out before that fight starts. Push back C9 before they can kind of get their setup.
Rotkohl, bitte.
C9 is going to have some really good sustained damage.
And Masu doing the, you know,
Das ist das Bayern Derby, sagen wir hier auch.
to get the flash on Sven down before this dragon fight could really open that up because Cassio and Corki here are going to be, well, Blabber, let's see if this
Rocketbelt Propaganda. Boah, Quad geht es. Oder er hat Ludens gekauft. Kannst du dann. Quad hat Second gekauft. Kann er das gehen als drittes? Das wäre respektlos. Oder zweites, das wäre respektlos. APA, drittes Item Rocketbelt. Klar, warum nicht?
Angles here are going to put a lot of pressure, and Emilio ult means that he can keep Lucian looking very aggressive in his positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you try to full send it onto Masu, you have the Breath of Life, you have the heal, you have the barrier, you have, you know, multiple charges of shields. That is a lot of health to work through. And FlyQuest feeling confident to just take this Herald because Sion ulted down to bot to farm. Yeah, Sion could still TP, but Sion without ulti, much less threatening. So C9 not even going to contest this. Can't find a pick mid. And FlyQuest down 1k, down 2 dragons. This next fight, so important.
All right, Dragon aggroed by the Sonic Wave. C9 not going to fully commit to this here just yet. FlyQuest is nearby. Keep your eyes on.
Wer ist ein Berliner im Schwarmland? Naja, ein Berliner ist ein Berliner.
From Quad,
Ich hoffe nur, wir meinen dasselbe.
Thanatos has teleported.
Eclipse First Lee Sin. Ist squishy auf jeden Fall. Sven Harfitch. Oh mein Gott. Aber APA ist so broken, oder nicht?
Down to half health. APA looking for his entry into the fight. Blabber, keep your eyes on the Lee Sin. He wants to try to go in. Goes for the kick onto Griffin, but the Dragon is going to be
Das ist ziemlich low.
C9 looking for a little bit more as the Herald tries to get Masu away.
Das ist ziemlich low.
Thanatos has already arrived. Summoner spells committed by C9, but ultimately for naught as FlyQuest stopped the stack.
That was really well played there by Griffin. He just pops out with the Crescent Guard, knocks away the Lee Sin as he was going for that Dragon's Rage kick, and secures the smite very easily as a result.
Yeah, they had really good positioning early for FlyQuest. Again, getting there first helps so much and kind of allowed the chunk on Sven too. Half health and the Corki already had no flash, so Masu.
Oh, Masu's in a little bit of trouble now though. Cozy Campfire keeping him healed up enough, but big chunk there into the health bar.
Ja, da den Drake abzugeben, bin ich nicht unbedingt der größte Freund von.
Through the mid.
Mein Goldtechnisch ist es okay für C9, right? Aber
Okay, we need a good
Okay.
finale for the excitement, huh? An explosive one.
How many shows end with a bad finale? Right? Think back to
A
Game of
lot.
Thrones.
Game of Thrones, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. At least
Hey,
one.
this one could be Breaking Bad
Okay, all right. Well, let's
or The Wire.
Oh, The Wire. I did enjoy The Wire. The Wire is great television. If you guys haven't seen The Wire, you need to watch it right now. I'm just going to go ahead and recommend it.
And I was just checking back because it felt like Thanatos showed up to that fight so late, but he was just waiting for the ultimate cooldown to come off. So again, it's a couple knock-on effects because he uses the ult to get down bot to catch a little bit more farm. That meant they gave up.
Wir haben TP auf jeden Fall.
They were pretty late to the Dragon. But remember,
Wir
we're
haben
back in the Riot Games Arena next week, and tickets are on sale. Now head to lcs.tixer.com to get your tickets today. We want to see you, and so do the pros.
I think that's a really good point you were making, though, because this team does depend a lot on structure to their team fight.
Ja, TP nächsten Drake wieder ab Quad. Was geht da für ein Second Item? Ist das wirklich Rocket Blade?
There's your whole front line.
Das wäre insanely respektlos, oder nicht?
Torque has been chunked and had no flash, and your Cassio really needs some, space to work with.
Yeah.
APA can pump. He's got a really good lead, and he has both.
Pumping.
He's ticked over to 10 stacks for his Rod of Ages now. So like,
Pumping stack.
if you keep him,
Jesus, mein Corki wird durchgejagt in Mitte. Horizon, maybe. Ist ein gutes Item? Eigentlich.
Give him a warm hug,
Maybe.
and he can bump.
Maybe a cozy campfire for him to pump about.
Yes. APA has been spotted on word there, but yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, Sion now moving forward. They're trying to set up a potential flank here. This looks like they are ready.
Warte, ihr seht es, warte, könnt ihr das lesen?
But keep your eyes on
Warte,
Remember,
eins.
Lee Sin,
back
displacement is one of the strongest effects in all of League of Legends. To make an enemy character move when they don't want to. Very and if Blabber can find an angle,
Der Kumpel von mir, der in Berlin ist, springt euch weg.
plays, but FlyQuest spotting them out here, trying to set up back at the right
Das kann ich
Aware of what is going on here. Gakos is playing.
Nächster Kumpel von mir, auch Stuttgart-Fan.
Gonna back off for sure after killing that wave. APA reveals again, so just playing.
Kursier dich, du Sau.
And Gakko's up 1,000 gold despite
Hello?
both top laners being 0, 0, and 0. And this has kind of been the story of Gakkos throughout the year.
Oh mein Gott.
This guy is really good on carry.
Ja, auch springt euch weg.
Tank play that lacks. And so far,
Das sind solche Assis.
Rumble, but he's got to make sure that it's finally time for the top laners to get involved. That equalizer lands straight. Overheat is well managed. Top side now, Thanatos going in. Tries to make the charge towards Quad. Flash away from the Victor, keeping him alive for now. FlyQuest trying to make sure they can rescue their mid laner, but
Guter Catch. Was? Oh, in die Cassio reingedonnert. Ja, gültig. Gültig immer noch. Quad ist tot. Okay, GG. Nice. Und Nash.
APA's in a killing spree. Gakkos tries to get something done, but it will not matter. That is 3 for nothing. C9. The game was at a pivotal point, and it breaks in C9's favor.
Much better landing from Cloud9 on this one. They are there ahead of time. They make the trailing
Und das Interview einfach Gold. Was hat er gesagt?
here with both solo laners going top.
Was hat er gesagt? Ich hab's nicht gehört.
And even though FlyQuest try and teleport over to save the play with the Rumble teleport, because look at this pincer from Cloud9, they get the Victor flash and they force him down in a really bad spot. Rumble just ults,
War das sehr gut, um das Ziel da einzukicken, ja, ne?
easy collapsing. Man, that Nami ultimate was just insane. Huge. Catches all of them, but a really good little pincer from Cloud9. They set up the play early. You could see on the mini-map as Cassio was trailing down the Sion lane, and then they go Sion ultimate and force Victor into the river. So FlyQuest, in a reaction here, tried to save the play, but Cloud9, with the better planning, pull it off.
Wir wollten dreckig und eklig sein, wir wollten gut und viel faulen, aber gegen Bayern kann man mal verlieren.
All of these towers
Ja.
that they can
Ja, fair.
Yeah, they absolutely can. I mean, I talked
Fair
about
enough. Das wird ja, machst nix. Es ist okay.
It's Quad having to flash away. It's Masu getting jumped
Es ist okay.
out. FlyQuest not in position there. So
Muss nächstes Jahr, also nächste Saison unbedingt irgendwo
looking so decisive. Lee Sin back in the meta now.
rumknorren für ein paar Champions League Tickets.
In towards a GA as that third item, and he is just crushing it.
I really love. Oh, hold on. I don't love when I'm down to 100 HP, nearly getting bursted by the enemy bot lane duo, but I really love when Lee Sin is back in the meta for jungling because he is so skill expressive. Because a poorly played Lee Sin is crap. He doesn't do anything, but a well-played Lee Sin, a Lee Sin like what Blabber is doing so far, makes plays out of nothing.
And the jungle matchup is going to be so important throughout this series. Blabber obviously dominating in the first one. This is Griffin versus Inspired and Blabber, who a lot of people are looking at as some of the very best junglers in the league, top teams in the league. When you think back to Lock-In, he got dominated by these junglers. That was the story of the series. More recently, yes, they did lose to Cloud9 1-2, but that was still a way more competitive series from Griffin. He was in there, giving as good as he got.
Now, here in the top side, we got another play coming in from C9 as
Super.
Gakkos just drops.
Super.
Blabber goes on a killing spree here, 3-0 and 4.
Wenn du willst, ich schaue erstmal, ob
Maintaining that
über meine Connections, aber ich behalte es im Hinterkopf. Vielen Dank. Grüß dich schon mal.
Just scrambling to survive at this point. It's a C9 6,500 gold lead.
Yeah, Cloud9, basically this game, almost everything except for the bottom lane was exceptional from them. You know, Blabber's planning, being able to defend his own Raptors against Griffin, who very often tries to go for these plays, and, you know, kicking him back into the Casio. You could definitely say, hey, maybe if Quad was on the same page there and had flashed over, maybe they could have gone 1-for-1.
Wird ein Rocket bei Victor, es wird der Rocket bei Victor, das kannst du Ludens Echo, CDR-Boots und danach dann Rocket Belt. Das ergibt gar keinen Sinn. Ich schwöre, die Leute, das ist. Hier stimmt was nicht. So, aber nur Liebe, aber hier stimmt was nicht. Boah, die werden gestompt. Love that. Maybe doch der 16-Stunden-Stream nur. Maybe, doch nur der 16-Stunden-Stream.
C9 gonna walk it out here. APA just walks through with the Void Grubs, tanking most of the damage. Blabber there with a safeguard. Quad now, staying decently healthy, but no. Sonic Wave, resonating strike. Blabber forces him back yet again as Cryogen down to 50 HP dies to APA as he wants even more monster when Quad.
Der Teams sind Favoriten bei diesem Länder gehabt. Natürlich Korea, China, Taiwan.
Quad flashing underneath the tier 2 turret here in the top side as Blabber will finally remove the last vestiges of HP from the tier 3 turret. Nope, never mind. They're going to go after Gak goes first. It's actually the turret destroyed by Vulcan of all people as C9 11-1 are showing why they were the top seed heading into playoffs here. They picked FlyQuest. Griffin said, oh yeah, well, we're going to know who's responsible once we beat you guys. That sure didn't happen in game number 1. It was a Blabber and APA Masterclass.
25 Minuten Stomp. Genau so starten wir hier rein. So machen wir es. So machen wir es. So machen wir es. Wird auf Korea raus, ja. Also außerdem hier Qualifier, die gespielt werden müssen. Top 2 von jeder Region gehen zum Main Event durch. Also, die Qualifier sind außerdem, also ich habe das Datum. Vom 19. bis zum 21. Juni. Ja, also wir gehen ganz durch. Teams that are ranked Top 16 World War, es gibt Qualifiers. Ja, aber Dänemark ist zum Beispiel nicht dabei. Hast du einen Link für das hier oder für die Qualifier? Das hier ist das hier. Ich glaube, da sind halt alle genannt, aber ein Dänemark zum Beispiel skippt, ein Frankreich wird skippen. So, davon könnt ihr ausgehen. Also, Free Win. Das ist ein guter Gegner, Free Win, of course. Die sind im Main-Team, die skippen 100%. Free Win, die sollten skippen. Free Win, die haben kein schlechtes Lineup. Die haben Moment. Ja. Die haben Empiros, Pallet, Vladi, Comp und Labrov. Das hier ist kein schlechtes Lineup. Aber vielleicht skippen die auch, weil die LEC-Spieler sind. Ah, okay. Ja. Straight to the Main Event. Okay. Passt. Okay. Passt. Easy. Die skippen. Super. Free Win. Auch Free Win. Norwegen-Team. Weiß ich gar nicht, wer da spielt. Weiß ich nicht. Free. Schwierig, aber sollten automatisch qualifiziert sein. Sollten auch automatisch qualifiziert sein. Aber wenn nicht, schwierig. Free Win. Ja. Das heißt, es wird. Ah, stimmt, Norwegen hat Leader. Stimmt, der Roster ist scheiße. Die haben Udi OTP als Jungler. Ja, und Deutschland spielt Qualifier. Ich werde die Qualifier übertragen. Ja. Ich werde Ding übertragen. 19. bis 21.
Kick into Miasma, into Alt, into a dead Griffin. And another thing to track as I play through this clip is watch what Vulcan does with his bubbles and his tidal waves, because this was just a beautiful fight played out by...
Also der Spieltag, wie gesagt, 19. bis 21. Juni. Alles oder nur in Deutschland? Wahrscheinlich nur Deutschland.
And really just close that game out. 6 for 6 player of the game, I think well deserved.
Yeah, 100% co-participation from Blabber. It seemed like they had a really clear idea of how they wanted to play with the Casio specifically. And I know, yes,
Wieder Feuer.
already pointed out, is a Casio player.
Gibt schon eine Warteliste. Ich glaube, ich habe noch keine gesehen zumindest.
He has a 61.
Meine ich. Ich glaube, sie haben noch keine released.
Makes sense that also APA
Weißt du schon, wer bei Deutschland spielt? Laut Rumors, Irrelevant, Habubu, Rika mit Maskottchen Dajor, Kidui und dann Lillib und Takimo.
You don't guaranteed get the stun, but you can still kick him into the miasma and then he's done for. Looking at the overall damage.
Ja, Schweden hat man auch gehabt, Moment.
With the Lucian, 24,000 damage in laning phase. They did have a 2v2 kill right there. But, you know, APA, 17,000 damage on Victor. To only the 12,000 damage from
Ich meine, ich hatte das gelesen irgendwo, aber ich weiß es nicht mehr. Fuck's sake, Mann. Ich weiß es nicht mehr. Team Poland, Team France, Lebanon, Czech Republic. Ich meine, ich hatte es gesehen, ey. Bin ich doof? Es war auf jeden Fall Reckless AD Carry, meine ich. Hier sind alle Teams. Ah.
And then this is the time where both mechanically playing well, the strategy is playing well.
Sweden, Norway.
All split long, and this is all basically encompassed in one.
Hey, die haben noch nicht. Oh, die haben es noch nicht geleakt, okay. Dachte, ich hab's gelesen irgendwo. Wenn mir auf der Arbeit holt, gibt's ein WM-Tippspiel. Wer holt das? Freunde, eure Meinungen. Wir machen außerdem auch eine Kick-Tipp-Runde. Gewinner kriegt von mir, keine Ahnung was. Muss man noch schauen, aber irgendwas bekommt er von mir.
Continue, go forward. Victor, no flash too.
Looks in.
Go forward. I got a good wave here. Isn't that?
Got an insane wave.
Can we burn?
Yeah, we can.
I got him. Let's go burn.
Das sieht gut aus, das ist vermarktbar, ja.
Insane.
Alright, shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Wow, wir haben beide gewonnen, ne? I mean, I guess er spielt nicht gegen mich, also.
It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? Map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
Alright, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Also die G2K-Series zum Nachschauen waren 4-0. Ich habe nicht, also ich würde es bei Tolly nach. Schau es bei Tolly nach. Ich habe sehr unseriöse Sachen gemacht die ganze Zeit. Sagen wir es einfach mal so. Das war richtig treu von mir. Das war extrem treu von mir.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gurgan 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
Ja, Sean ist Österreicher, ja. Wie lief DP-Pokal?
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Sonst noch eine Frage?
AT&T wireless and home internet now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Das kannst du kein woanders sehen. Fair enough. Warte, was passiert in Formel 1? Wait. Wie ist Hamilton auf 2 und Leclerc auf 8? Also, ich liebe es für Leclerc. Was ist hier passiert? Liebe Hamilton, was ist hier passiert? Ist das Ding schon wieder an der Hand, oder was? Nach gewöhnlichen oder seltenen Gegenstand. Verbrennt du Sau. Verursache jedes Mal 50 Schaden, wenn du Schild erhältst. Das ist doch komplett OP, bin ich? Ja, ja, ja. Das ist doch komplett OP. Ja, Rede. Wie läuft Fußball? Wie läuft Fußball? Vorbei. Vorbei? Es ist vorbei. Es ist okay. Bei der Elf hat gesehen, ich habe mit ihm geschrieben, schon vor 2 Monaten oder sowas, ja. Ist crazy work, was da ging. Ist crazy work. Das ist insane, das macht so viel Damage.
Morning, Griffin.
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm Quad. We've been playing together for 7 months now.
You're not Quad. Quad's Korean.
You seriously never noticed? I don't know what to tell you, bro.
All right then.
Alexi B.
Why don't you tell me about the scrim we played yesterday then?
Bro, we played Liquid before the player break, 5-0. And we played Sentinels, 4-1, gave them as well. What more do you want?
How? How did you know? That is very sensitive information. Only for FlyQuest players. Not outsiders.
Bro, come on. I'm trying to play my fucking solo queue, man.
You don't work here! You're not Quad!
Yo, what up, Masu?
What's up? Don't forget to work on your way today in streams.
Yeah, I'll do.
So Quad is at a K-pop concert today, and Navi is boot camping in our office, so we asked Alexi to sub in for scrims.
That's actually it.
But you are not Quad! This is Quad! This is Quad! What the fuck?
Sehr, sehr gutes Ding, no joke. Sagt er in dem Video, ja, Navi hat da wirklich gebootcampt bei denen in NA. Sehr funny. You leave G2, 3-1.
Welcome back to the LCS playoffs. FlyQuest, clearly deserving of an Oscar for that one. Just absolutely incredible acting as we head in.
Kurz eine 10er-Ding, easy. Ach so, was passiert hier? Was passiert hier? Was ist das? Ey, Mann. Wird da Video gesehen? Nope. Gewinne ich? Mein Burn-Damage ich müsste gewinnen, ne? Ja.
Quad is pretty good at League of Legends, so if he was getting beat down, then you got to give the credit over to APA and Blabber, who had a great game #1 here. You know, and one of those questions for FlyQuest is always their unpredictability in draft, their ability to bring out surprise picks, to be really flexible here.
Sehr gut,
and
Draft für euch.
what C9 brought out, you know, really utilizing this Lee Sin plus Cassio combo so effectively. Blabber hasn't played it all split. Of course, it got those big buffs, and he just immediately brings it out, and it looks like he never missed a day on it.
Yeah, he looked really good. I also liked how
Oh yes, Maria.
would go up and ward Griffin's Raptors.
Gewinne ich mit Burn?
You know, some of these plays where Blabber could then
Oh, das ist richtig knapp, oder?
information to wrap around, avoid their vision,
Gewinne ich?
and continue to
Oh.
win the mid jump
Easy.
duo. So
Freak.
both those two working
Easy, plus 100.
looking very good, as you said, Flowers.
Okay, so we're just about done with the bans here in the first half. Oriana and Karma.
Und ein 10er-Run wieder.
FlyQuest getting rid of the APA Ziggs alongside the Varus and Anivia power picks. And Bessa going to be the final ban here from C9 as FlyQuest did select first pick here in the draft. So we'll see what they want to go with.
Yeah, so Jarvan was banned last time, not going to be banned this game. And it does feel like it might just be that first pick for FlyQuest. Yeah, it's up and available. They traded it for the Ambessa, if I'm recalling correctly, for the swap.
Kann ich irgendwo surrendern, direkt surrendern?
And so going to be able to grab it here.
I think that also might have something
easy.
to do with Rumble
So.
no longer being pickable because of Fearless.
So, die First Pick Javan, ja, das ist ein Y-Game, right? Das ist ein Y-Game für C9.
Karma is still banned. You have Ash Seraphine and Caitlyn Bard also both available. And so if you want to invest
Luis, danke für den 11. Danke.
Caitlyn Bard answer here with the Jarvan on your side, it puts a lot of pressure on low mobility carries. And guess what? That's exactly what Ash and Seraphine are. So this is exactly what I expected here. If you're giving over that opportunity, the dangerous power of Ash and Seraphine, the drawback is, okay, they don't have their own, mobility and dash and stuff, so you punish them with the champs that are like Jarvan and Bard to blow their, summoner spells, and then Caitlyn with the hard push for the lane.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn Bard has been very effective in the LCS, and it's going to be interesting to see how FlyQuest does. I mean, they won the 2v2 last game. They were the ones blind picking. Now it is going to be C9 blind picking, and FlyQuest are going to have their opportunity to try to counter that 2v2. And so we'll see if they can perform even better as APA going to take some comfort, get themselves even more engaged. And now I feel like FlyQuest just need to ban out some of the bruiser options to kind of pair alongside that, because FlyQuest clearly, want to limit the front line that C9 is going to be drafting alongside this comp.
And since we have bottom lanes drafted for both sides, but mid lane drafted for C9, jungle drafted for FlyQuest, I expect to see differences in the roles you're banning here in the second half. You can already see C9 banning away that Twisted Fate, which can cause a problem for Annie. He can get to the other lanes faster. He can participate more in team fight type scenarios or skirmishes. Meanwhile, on FlyQuest side, they're saying, all right, we got Jarvan. This is a really high power champion. Let's remove some of the high powered answers. Wukong, the first one.
I will say, when
Wait, you can't practice that. They were practicing that in scrims,
Nein, es gibt Wukong. Ist gebannt. Pantheon.
That's why you don't put out
Pantheon.
like that, telling people you're practicing in scrims.
Pantheon.
Play this. Maybe you shouldn't ban it.
Oh, die Töle. Okay.
Okay, so here we go. We get the
Okay, Töle ist auch in Ordnung. Töle ist in Ordnung.
Carry jungle threat here for Blabber. It gives you a lot of options to also still go for invades, because Naviria has so much mobility. And the
Hungary, Vinichachi, Lamortis, Blueser, Blue Ball. Yeah, free win.
As well as your
Free win.
untargetability here, so could try and put even more pressure on him.
Mindestens ein gutes Naviri-Game bisher. No hard CC.
She's been grinding solo queue again.
No hard CC at all. Gutes Naviri-Game.
Discord messages that started with WTF is Nefiri. What's going on? As a player who plays squishy enchanter type,
Daniel Borki, danke für den Prime. Danke.
this character can really be
Bedankt. Ein kurzer Prime-Check in die Runde. Wer hat noch einen Prime offen? Ich nehme alle Primes an.
very good for Nefiri to lock on.
Instant Lock Yorick. Besserer Draft bis hinein wieder.
For Masu here, it's not just the Nefiri.
Besserer Draft bis hinein. 2-0.
Nefiri plus the Encore, that is very difficult. And Thanatos, he's going to be able to get the counter pick, the answer of the York.
Ist Routen hard to see?
I really, really like. I do think it's strong. And FlyQuest side lanes clearly with Rise,
Würde ich sagen, jein.
a good ganking jungler, and a Bard moving around the map. But C9 now have a really strong side laner of their own.
Yeah, FlyQuest, they just love the style where you're pushing keeping up the
Ash Arrow. Dann Charms, I guess, ist hard to see.
keep up the pressure everywhere.
Charms,
Suffocate your opponents, you're
normale Stunts,
you're snowballing. It makes
Taunts,
it easier to go to objectives because you're already pushing on
sowas,
the lane.
keine Ahnung.
You can rotate first and
Also alles, was nicht slow ist, ist
Caitlyn
basically,
traps.
I guess.
But if you kind of get cracked on that,
Ja, alles was nicht slow ist, I guess.
some early game goals.
Bis auf Top, wenn ich FlyQuest draft, das sowieso.
Then it can kind of all fall apart, and when it does fall apart, it falls apart in like a spectacular way. So we'll see. Can they keep up the pressure? Siege with the Caitlyn Bard, rotate over, sieging with the extra range and damage that they have. They've once again indexed quite heavily
Knock-up, Knockback.
into the damage. We'll see.
Boah, Knock-up ist schon hard CC, oder nicht?
As well as the Jarvan can also
Oder?
finish these champions that don't have.
Sehen wir Knock-up als hard CC? Eigentlich schon.
And the mid lane especially for APA as well as for Sven and Vulcan. And FlyQuest, if they
So, bekommen wir Early Shenanigans von Blabber.
number one,
Mal sehen.
Blabber was really able to orchestrate most of it and kind of dictate a lot of the
Also, Ryan gibt es einen Resub.
basically
Gültig.
all of the first like 3 kills in the game. we're around them, around mid and jungle.
Yeah, and I think that for FlyQuest,
Oh Gott, Bot ist schon guckt. Das war ein sehr guter Move. Wow.
Lord have mercy, that is not what I wanted to see.
Masu's
If I
got
want to
history
see a
with that
close
bush.
series, yeah, that
Wow.
rush is. Are you guys still okay from that?
No.
'Cause-
Das ist ein sehr, sehr guter Move gewesen von APA. Beide Potions weg.
He tried to like psyops us.
Beide Potions und Double Sums weg. Ja, das macht Sven halt richtig gut. Egal wie viel HP du tradest, ist es worth it.
That's the base, by the way.
Ja.
Yeah, Masu
Er ist tot, oder? Nee, er ist
having
nicht
a real
tot.
bad time, down to 125 HP, forced to recall level 1
Ja.
as Caitlyn.
I feel again this is
Sehr, sehr gut von APA gemacht, Level 1.
planning from Cloud9. I feel like they've gotten a lot of advantages from forethought here. You know, bottom lane, they know it's going to be dangerous for them to deal with, both because Crowdgen and Masu are both very good.
Hamilton auf 2, Leclerc auf 5.
Invested in having APA go
Good.
down there, and the investment paid off.
All right, well, as the investment pays off nice and early, we've got Raz standing by for an interview with Cloud9 coach Enero.
That's right, Enero.
Was
And
das?
You just came on by, and you saw the fact that both sums were burned by Masu and was sent back to base. Talk about the impact of that.
It's obviously pretty nice. Like Ash Seraphine and Caitlyn Bard is kind of a battle.
Was bei Raz los?
Like whoever wins this, it's pretty nice for the game. More important than normal. It's not just like a whatever bot lane. Like you really want things to swing in your favor. Like I think in this.
Oh my God.
Before, but because we get push, we have the opportunity to look for something
Wow.
like this, which we're planning before the game if we got shoved. It was pretty nice. Like it pretty much set up our like win condition early in this game.
Wow.
If we get cruising,
GG.
then life is good.
Wo läuft der Feind Support?
Talk about one, because
F1 TV oder Sky?
Lee Sin and Cass,
Oder Wow, I
the
guess
moment
heißt es.
that got cruising and just kicking into miasma, that was ridiculous. Just how much prep did you have? Okay, you can also just talk about what the hell's happening here.
I don't know what's really going to happen here outside of he's going to lose some HP. But yeah, for the last game, we were practicing that comp a pretty good amount through the week. We're pretty happy that we got that, like just all together. We have that one in our draft sheet, so we were like, damn, okay, nice. We really smurfed through this. Yeah, it's annoying, you know. Lee Sin kicks you get put into a miasma, Cassio ulti. Your life is kind of ruined. It just sucks. Like, it's hard to play against for the other team. Lee Sin's been, like, jumping up in priority in a lot of different, like, matchups, a lot of different games. Same with, like, an inferior like this, so... Yeah, I mean, it's just strong for Blabber.
Ist crazy, ne? Also,
Type of guy to love these types of champions, so we've been abusing it
Moment.
pretty hard. Pretty good for us.
And before we send you off, give this bad boy a good luck squeeze.
Yeah, I got you, big
yeah, I
dog.
got. Back to the casters.
What the hell?
Ist interessant, weil Nafiri ist ja schon seit 1,5 Monaten, 2 Monaten, glaube ich, decent Prior gewesen in der LPL. Also, dass sie jetzt erst quasi spawnt in anderen Regionen, ist komisch.
They're just close like that.
Nachdem sie auch dann schon zweimal genervt wurde.
To this game and the planning.
Muss man auch sagen. Klar, sie hat den Cyclops dazu bekommen, aber auch ohne war schon sehr, sehr stark.
One with the Annie going down there, and then Blabber followed up on it.
And now Cryogen under pressure yet again, down to 200 HP. The Caitlyn Bard, the answer to the Ash
Ist im Bunker.
struggling here early on.
Glaube ich, oder?
Once again,
Ich glaube, ist im Bunker.
because of the level 1 play.
Nächste Woche wieder mit Crowd.
Masu's still level 2, and the enemy ADC is level 4. So
That
I'll
feels
let you
great.
do the math.
Yeah, I'm not a mathematician, Isaac, but 4 bigger than 2, yes, sir. Like, that's about how it works. As C9 is up 700 gold here. The only lead FlyQuest currently possesses individually across the lanes is there in the top side, but you would expect that when Gakkos is playing the Jace. This is the second game out of 2 that Gakkos is on a carry, but now FlyQuest making the move.
Sven hat's vielleicht noch ab.
Cryogen flashes forward, tries to find the tempered fate. 8
Oh, die halten so lange für die Plant, aber die trifft nicht für die... Oh, wow. Das reicht.
Roam here from Quad,
Ohne Trap.
you know, utilizing some of the pressure that he had in mid lane, gets down towards bot, but there is going to be a cost. He's going to be losing minions. He's going to lose 1 plate.
Sind von Base ausgegangen bei Quad? Muss ja, ne?
So it doesn't really help Masu much at all.
Muss.
Masu didn't even get an assist from that, and it's 39 CS to 19. Masu's only buy is still just a cull off the back of this.
And he's not even level 6 for Quad, so he can't like realm warp back to the minions earlier or anything. So, as you said,
Der Heal kann nicht abgewiesen sein, oder?
Cryogen, though, he's going to try and at least make a visit.
Okay.
Hello.
That was a visit. He said hello. He got his electrocute. That's it. Bye-bye. APA.
Not pretty sure.
Take his recall here.
Dann ist Vulcan reported.
Still 700 gold ahead.
So this bot lane that is going to be the war zone that Enero is talking about down here, and clearly, you know, both teams investing heavily in with resources, going so nicely for Sven here with the early boots makes a really big difference on Ashe, the mobility difference.
So I'm going to ask you guys' opinion on this because It's very rare to see a Caitlyn down almost 30.
Erwarten wir 3-0? Ich bin von 3-1 ausgegangen. 3-0 wäre natürlich top. Wow, Verstappen nur auf 7. Wow, der fährt einen Traktor.
Do you guys agree with this? Or
Die war gerade so nicht da.
I
Okay,
feel like
er gibt's.
call is normally what you pick in a lane that's not highly contested.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is he based, he had 450 gold. What are you going to do, right? You can buy one longsword or you can buy a cull. So he's kind of like, well, I'm already screwed. I can't fight him with a longsword, so I may as well buy a cull and hope that I get some random kills or I get some random plates and we can come back in the game.
Well, FlyQuest at least going to secure themselves the first Drake here. 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the game, so pretty early on that one. As looking across the board, it's oh, okay.
The horse is on the other foot.
Was ist das? Nee, Mann.
C9 is taking the lead in the bot lane right
Also knappes Schild? Nein, gar nicht. C9, G2 ist ganz klar besser Team. Ganz klar besser Team.
Number 2, now you get a little help. They're intelligent. They call their Annie mid laner, give him a little burst, double summoner spells blown and a lot of damage.
Ja, Level 6 Shift ist Double Matchup. Na, Tabis plus Ulti. Mami macht Solo.
You guys know that both of these dudes are younger than all 3 of us, right?
Yeah.
And you're talking about them like
Did you get your morning stretches in?
No!
Well, no wonder you're not in tip-top shape. It can show.
All right,
Funny.
fine. I'll make sure I stretch tomorrow before we have our games. As bottom lane, it's once again problems here for Cryogen. Goes on a magical journey through the wall, stays alive here with about 200 HP. But once more, it's Vulcan and Sven making their way forward, finding themselves barraging the turret, picking up that second plate as Blabber jumps over the wall into the Dragon Pit and looks to invade the enemy jungle.
Yeah, the thing too about getting your bot lane ahead early when you're playing Ashe, you have Hawk shots also to help follow up. So jungle invades are going to keep on coming, lots of extra pressure, but look at Griffin coming down the lane. So Griffin, avoiding any sort of jungle presence from Cloud9, comes down the lane to look for something. And since he's got a Bard to help him,
okay, a little bit of damage there. Vulcan fires off the Encore, locks up Cryogen, and FlyQuest, as soon as they know Blabber's around, they're backing off.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Vulcan. He just needed to buy time because Sven is the one with no flash. Vulcan has flash, he can flash.
Danke für den Prime.
He's gonna be okay.
Ist Casey nicht Loki das zweitbeste Team? Ist G2 einfach so viel besser als alle anderen? Man wird es meinen, aber jetzt, wir müssen erstmal. Hallo Slushy. Wer G2 gespielt, musste bei 22 weg 3-1. Wir müssen sehen, wie sich weiter Team morgen schlägt, ne? Die waren ja Rank 1 Regular Season, sahen da auch sehr stark aus. Haben wir jetzt beide nicht mehr gesehen. Also, ja. Müssen wir morgen sehen, wie sich Vitality gibt. Aber G2 hat auch KC schon im EWC Qualifier beispielsweise geknallt. Oh wow. Das ist schon, also, Sven. Okay.
This teleport's going to arrive very late, though. Early game teleports are slow.
Okay. Double TV von Miteinander.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh Gott, für AP jetzt muss einen langen Weg laufen.
is getting the void grubs, but all the
Sven, mein Brother, bitte.
Yeah, it's not done yet. Picked off. C9.
I mean, das ist ein guter Overstay, right?
Thinking everything was done. FlyQuest hang around and pick up another kill.
Now topside, they're going to go for the counterplay dive.
Okay, they want to immediately stoke the tower aggro with Blabber because he can use the call.
Ja, ist natürlich sehr OP. Gut geplanter Dive, gut executed Dive auch. Gut executed Dive, ja.
This could be really good for a Yorick later on too. Help out with some of the turret plate taking for themselves. But FlyQuest, they kind of answered with all of the early thought that Cloud9 put into bottom lane. Griffin, so much attention. He had just gone for his Gromp and then went back down bottom lane to go for this dive. Then they also invest quad again to go down there. So they're really trying to get the bot lane back on track. And they accomplished that. They wiped out the Sven gold lead that he had accrued from the early game plays that Cloud9 had set up. And so, you know, Masu is basically right back on track here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, that's really nicely done. They're having a horse race down there, and Griffin and Quad came down in an SUV and just sideswiped them.
Kerblam. Well, we've got the Voltaic Cyclosword completed for Blabber. This item has been very, very strong since it got adjusted, and on a champion like Nefiri that can use it well, it's really scary.
It certainly is. I mean, Nafiri, very, very popular too, also benefiting a lot from kind of the change in meta. So I want to see what Blabber can do this game because he had such a good game #1 and a good start to this one. But Griffin's rebuttal has been quite nice.
Kaminafiri Ultimisten, die trifft immer, aber du kannst im Stun zum Beispiel von Java in EQ Knockup werden. Aber wenn Champions kann man Cyclops bauen, allen Melee Assassins.
Very, very aggressive here with Bard plus Ryze plus Jarvan. There's a lot of
Ihr habt die Dinge laufen lassen. Break hat wieder nichts gebracht. Super.
Yeah, and I mean, they've done a good job after Masu got put so far behind, getting down there multiple times, you know, putting pressure on him. But we haven't really talked much about top lane. In last game, you know, it was just Thanatos playing a
Ist außer auf Jarvan zum Beispiel kein, das ist auf Jarvan kaufen, aber da sind andere Items einfach besser. Denke ich.
And it's Thanatos with that gold lead in a matchup that is beneficial for him. So, you know, we'll see what kind of impact he can have.
Wie lange geht die Pause? Das weiß ich nicht. Das kommt auf die Teams an. Aber kein Problem.
Is bigger than between the first and second place of any other role.
Okay, so update on what's going on right now. Apparently, Blabber's keyboard disconnected from the computer. So they are trying to make sure that that is once again solidly reconnected. I don't really have to explain how difficult it is to play League of Legends.
Das ist im Clean Feed, nein.
So,
wieder scheiß Healing.
Yeah. Hopefully, he can get that fixed very quickly and get us right back into game. This is going to be an exciting one. I mean, this is
Zuschauer.
you know, kind of more competitive than that first. But AP,
wir gewinnen beide, ne?
I feel like has just been playing so well. When I think back to last week as well, when I think back to against TL, TL was in a really good. APA was finding these crazy flanks on Annie, catching out Jose, who have been having an insane game. And now this level 1 in game 2, yeah, he gives up a little bit in lane to do it, but. That was a huge advantage that they built. And you look back to game 1, his pair up with Blabber, he was looking excellent there. And they are just kind of cruising.
Double Damage solid, sehr solid. Natürlich vor allem nach dem Dive, aber ist auch naturally einfach gut für den Yorick.
Ooh, Sven gets caught here by the Tempered Fate. Realm Warp about to arrive. FlyQuest, wham, bam, gets it done there. They commit some resources, but it pays off.
That's why Bard is always so heavily prioritized into the Ashe Seraphine. And that was a beautiful combo. Kraujin now is under attack from Blabber, though. He should be able to magical journey to safety.
Wie denkst du über das Team in der LCS wahrscheinlich Nuguri, Peanut, Doinby, Death Barrel? Oder? Ja, sie würden wahrscheinlich gewinnen. Wird's ein 3-0? 3-0, 3-1? Schauen wir mal.
The time they chose to make this play in this attempt at the pick also just works out for the game plan.
Kommt noch an, was mein Bruder Sven hier vorbereitet hat heute.
Counterplay to
Sequelle.
Stasis, Zonias, whatever you want to call it, since people have been using it frequently in League of Legends. So pairing her together with a champion that can force your opponent into stasis, just very, very powerful combo. You can see, however, multiple first items being completed across lots of different roles. Gakkos and Cryogen
Alles durchgeklaut, Scheißcamp.
position of defense.
No.
Also showing up, but C9 is committing more men. It's a 4-man
Turret ist weg.
play.
Strong.
Enable Thanatos to take the tier 1 turret.
Wird Inigo so bekannt war's? Boah, ist sehr gemütlich.
From Masu over here in the mid lane, just trying to stay alive.
Andernfalls auch bekannt als Goat.
Level 9. Sven doesn't win these, but he shoots off the enchanted crystal.
Guter Hook.
Blabber jumps over the wall and immediately.
Oder aber Q, ein Q treffen.
Carry, but he has to back away as Masu does have reinforcements arriving.
Masu is such an aggressive kid.
Double Sums raus ist aber sehr gut für Herald.
Chasing Sven, who had flash on.
Sehr gut für Herald.
And blows both summoner spells since Blabber is there. But man, he.
Oh, okay. All right, he's cool. I was worried there for a second. I was like, is APA just gonna full send this? No.
I mean, this is exactly what Masu's talking about in the interview, right? Where he's like, we're going to hands check people. Sometimes it goes really well. Sometimes they know you're going to try it and it doesn't go as well.
Flashing edge.
This time he goes for the hands check, trying to chase after Sven, and Blabber is there, ends up losing both.
Sven weiter unter, ja.
Blabber hadn't been playing.
Es ist ein 1,5 Level. Und er wurde gecampt. Er wurde gecampt.
Exciting stuff, though. You like the action flower.
Wir excusen ihn mal, er wurde gecampt.
From that one.
Kein eigener Fehler.
Like it, and it still speaks to how these teams like to play their league. Let's take a look, though. It might have some ramifications for that Dragon. I mean, that Flash Timer is going to be very, very close with it. 3 minutes ahead of time here for the third one. And even though third is not Soul, it's such an early third that could put a lot of pressure on them.
And as our teams are fighting for control over this bot side river, reminder that it's very likely that a couple of these teams, maybe both of these teams, maybe neither of these teams, if everything goes
at least one
crazy.
of them. That would be personally guarantee it.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee at least one of them is going to be in the Mullet Arena in Arizona, June 13th and 14th here for our LCS Spring Finals. You can grab your tickets right now, scan that QR code. Oh no, is it Blabber's keyboard again? God bless it.
Kein Problem.
Oh no, wait, that said APA has left the game. That's not good.
He's looking under his desk.
Kein Problem.
His monitor also shows
Ich bin vorbereitet für die Krisenfälle. Lol. Auch Metaspieler. Chillig.
Yeah, you should probably have your monitor on Play League, unless you're playing Yumi.
Sind 2 Wochen vor MSI.
You do get those teammates. You're like,
Sind 2 Wochen vor MSI.
Monitor off.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, monitor off, foot pedal on, music, Yumi gameplay.
We're gonna go through the whole checklist today. We did the key.
Gab's da eine Runde so richtig Hölle? Nein.
Monitor now.
Nicht dumm.
What's gonna be the next?
Mouse has to happen.
Headset. Yeah.
Yep.
Chair.
Yeah. What if the chair? If we ever do this pan out and some dude's chair literally breaks and he falls over, we're Looney Tunes at that point.
So APA's computer, his whole computer crashed. So that's even.
I've been struggling with that myself recently. I can't even get through a whole game of League of Legends without my graphics
Ich gewinne die Runde sogar.
randomly just going crazy.
HP's balanced.
Well, you got a new one coming. You said delivered soon.
It should get here. I actually think it might be at the house right now. So I go
Don't
home.
tell people. Someone's gonna go be a porch pirate.
No.
That computer is long gone, buddy.
One of the boys is at the house. He's gonna bring it inside,
Guarding it with his
Yes,
life.
I already made sure of this. I was thinking ahead.
I want to release information like that.
No. We're good.
That's an expensive,
expensive
delivery.
package.
Yeah.
Losing a graphics card in this economy? That'll set you back 20 years.
PC Swap sieht der dann aus, ja. Gar kein Problem, doch. Wir sind ready.
I'm a peasant living in a hole.
Flowers, his retirement plan now has got to get to at least 90.
My retirement plan is one day I will die, and then I'll be done. That's it.
So you just
Bitte,
move
was?
around the date of the death?
I'm just like, okay, I gotta be.
I'm retiring early. Yeah,
it's all right.
That gives a whole new meaning to early retirement.
Yeah, that holy.
Boah, ich stehe 4-0 und ich habe keine einzige Item.
I was gonna say
Egal.
the positive look of it though. To me, my favorite gifts of all time have all been video game related, just because you get so much joy and like. You almost get like adrenaline if you're looking forward to going home and there's either like a new video game or console or computer or something that actually is, it doesn't matter if there was like a giant pile of cash or something worth the same value. Nah, I don't care. The video game really hits different.
Oh, this is actually really funny. Vulcan in chat goes, "Did you have PTSD, Masu, at the bush?" And Masu just immediately all caps, ha ha ha.
And he says, "I got flashbacks." Okay, so
he flashed real quick.
While Masu has his 1,000-yard stare into the bottom lane tri-brush, we have been informed that the pause is going to take about 5 minutes to get everything reset.
Easy.
So we're going to toss things back over to the analysts until we get back in the game.
Easy. Passt. Machen wir mal kurz 10 Medaillen voll.
So, we were just watching this whole early game because it was a little wild to us that Cloud9 got that first dive off, but then FlyQuest pulled themselves back into the game. So we're going to speed through the game for what happened. Emily, you were mentioning
level 1. All the way back.
Yeah, all the way back to the very beginning of the game.
Wir skalieren mit XP, oder?
So APA is just waiting here.
Oder wollen wir Angebote haben? Angebote, ne?
Immediately into him, right? And I think he
Schnäppchenjäger sind wir, ja.
because the rest of FlyQuest had seen Blabber up in the Raptor area. But yeah, that is what actually ends up setting up this dive because he has to back. They're able to push in the wave, and then Blabber does this neat wraparound onto bot lane and kills Masu.
And they get the first kill. But here's where I think it gets super interesting because it's like the butterfly effect of this dive. So it's a 3-camp to bot lane gank from Blabber, and Griffin essentially then gets to just do a full 7-camp clear. He takes Romp, he takes Blue, he takes Scuttle, and Blabber, after that mid move, just takes Wolves and his own Raptor respawn. But then, watch this, Griffin goes to take his Blue, gets the Blue,
Easy.
and crucially pulls APA's timer, which
Win.
allows the quad roam to go bot lane, which eventually killed Vulcan. And just like the continued knock-on effect becomes really interesting here because now Griffin's 11 CS ahead of Blabber. The mid-roam has at least equalized the experience if it hasn't equalized the CS, and Griffin ends up being stronger in the game. So he takes Drake off of this. Then they start just playing hard around bottom lane. Griffin's level 6 at this point. He still has an advantage on Blabber, and it's really still all about this bottom lane and how can FlyQuest find their way back. Sven hit level 6, they tried to all in onto Trojan, didn't get it. Game is ready, so we get to toss back before the really fun stuff happened, but I'll TLDR it. Griffin used his experience advantage to continue to send bottom lane, eventually getting this dive, and after this is when the game really started to put Sven further behind, but we got to get to the game, so Casher's take it away.
That's crazy.
Thank you very much, Jat and Clown Raz, who has such a stoic look on his face.
He's so serious.
Silly makeup. Kobe, you did a wonderful job.
You did. It was beautiful stuff.
Why so serious, Raz?
You want to know how I got these?
Okay, 10 machen wir noch voll. Dann gehen wir back ins Game. Oh.
My father.
Okay, machen wir nicht. Verlogen nach dem Game.
But it should have been, you want to know how I got these whiskers.
Ich gewinne. Kurz als kleines mal ein Update für euch.
Okay, all right, I gotta get back into this, otherwise I'm gonna lose my mind. Anyway, Cryogen might lose his life here. No, he's
Dauert noch ganz kurz die Runde. Jetzt gewonnen, okay.
Mikhails, stay safe.
Gültig.
So, even though we had the pause, if you think back to what happened right before the pause, we had Masu losing both summoner spells, and now we come back and Cryogen loses the Mikhail's cooldown and the heal cooldown. Cloud9 in the last of game time, 45 seconds, just took away most of the utility of the bottom lane from FlyQuest here with just a couple of quick plays. So.
Die 500 Gold, die bei FlyQuest sind fake. Trust. Die müssen nur den nächsten Drake hinbekommen. Und das ist machbar.
So, Isaac,
Frage ist, was passiert, wenn will ich Thanatos im Teamfight dabei haben oder nicht? Ja.
Hates playing top lane, and you're the only person who will play it in most lobbies. But I know that you're a Yorick player, you're a Yorick understander. If you take the Yorick out of this equation, right, that is the single big lead for C9. FlyQuest is actually up almost 2,000 gold. So what is the C9 play to enable winning through Thanatos here?
I mean, if I'm Yorick, I don't really want to actually group for fights. I think you want to play for. Danke. If the Jace is going to go to a fight,
Agreed.
It's a little bit tougher because they have the 2 early dragons. But if you could get this next dragon, buy time for Yorick to split push. I think.
Die Frage ist, wir müssen gut mal einmal noch Sven töten, dann gewinnst du das Game.
I would be heavily pushing. I would be asking for wards, and I would be asking for Blabber to stand behind me. So when they come for a gank, you easily win those 2v2s. I don't think there's a 2v2 on the map that Blabber and Thanatos can lose.
And they do have the Void
Agreed.
Bursts, even though they aren't super strong.
Super agreed, ja.
They're getting a buff.
Vor dem die Top-Lane-Wave ist halt in Niemandsland, ne? Aber er hat halt, schau mal, wie lange er mit seinem Homeguard hier rumläuft. Sehr gut.
And right back out to that soft side. So we'll take a look at the timer because 30 seconds on that dragon that you're talking about.
So Flowers, you asked me a question. Now I got a question for you because I know you have some really strong opinions about top laners and about All Pro. So FlyQuest has all of these leads, but Thanatos has all the gold leads for C9. So what do you think is going to be the bigger advantage?
I think that having Thanatos as your top laner is the biggest advantage that you can have because I don't think it's anything even close. It was so hard for me to vote on this category because I wanted to pick Thanatos 3 times. I don't think anybody else...
So you disguised him.
Sie haben ihn gefahren, nö, alles entspannt, ja.
Second, I voted for Cloud9's top laner, and third, I picked Thanatos for the couple of games that they have lost in the series that they ultimately did win. So this guy is just such a difference maker. He's such an X factor.
Ich verstehe, in den Wand rein, ja, und jetzt charge er auch noch, sehr gut.
It's hard to argue with that.
Was? Warum charge er nicht?
I feel like at the start of the split, there was a lot of talk about,
Warum charge er nicht?
and if he was going to be able to really compete with him. And I do feel like Thanatos has really separated from the rest of the crowd. Has just been so good because it's not just his carry play, it's his tank play as well. He's actually undefeated on Sion now.
Okay, Griffin forced back here, losing
guter Chunk auf Griffin. Sehr, sehr guter Chunk auf Griffin. Wir bursten, aber er hat ja zuerst Auto-Attack, bevor er gecharged. Normalerweise chargen die ja instant, wenn er in der Nähe vom Trick gecrashed wird.
It delays the FlyQuest stack. It means that Thanatos doesn't have to group with everybody. They just punch their ticket to a Yorick split push game.
Exactly. That's so big. Being able to take that one dragon, so now the soul pressure is off. You know, you're gonna have about 30 minutes in this game before they're really threatening soul. As long as you can keep some pressure up.
Und der Charger wurde gefahren, wenn du ihn gegen die Wand fährst und er noch nicht gecharged war, dann charged er.
Because when you're this far ahead on the Yorick, you can move in, take camps away really effectively, and just start to snowball that.
Er hat den Swinger gemacht auf Java, statt zu Chargen.
Especially since Yorick is a juggernaut.
Hat 2 Charges? Nein, auch
as an
falsch.
engaged champion has a lot of his power budget in
Wenn er
his
einmal gecharged ist, also wenn er einmal gecharged ist, kannst du ihn ja, wenn er die Schuld nicht killt, nicht fahren.
wants you to do. If that Jarvan ever tries to jump on you, you turn around and hit him in the head with a
Aber ist halt gefahren und hat ihn halt nicht, naja, ist ja egal.
I can tell you right now.
Ich glaube, er hätte chargen sollen, aber, nun ja.
You eventually recovered, but it took a while.
Yeah, exactly.
So we saw Flowers all-pro vote for top lane, but we want to know who runs the Rift. You do. Vote for Kia MVP and your Kia all-pro scan.
Wenn ich da wohl wählen würde. Das ist schwierig.
Duty here.
So Nähe Turret, aber war doch Nähe Turret, oder? Reicht das nicht?
We need to hear from you as well. We submitted all
Ja, Marcel ist super stark. Das stimmt. Marcel ist super stark, aber die haben so viel Zugriff auf ihn.
So we kind of waited out that period where they had
Du hast eine Annie.
no
Oh,
flash, no
falscher
cleanse,
Zeitpunkt.
no Mikhails, no heal for themselves, and now the FlyQuest bottom lane is much more capable at fighting with the side lane pick.
Oh, beautiful shot coming in from
Beautiful.
Ben. The enchanted crystal arrow weaves the spell, and Gakkos is already down. However, Volta gets blocked up inside the room.
Firma.
Now Quad's got to try to get away. Cryogen looking to protect him.
Maybe Firma, knapp Firma.
FlyQuest make it an even trade here.
Wow, that was really well played from FlyQuest getting up there. I thought the quad was going to die for sure, but this is the cost. Yorick crushes towers, and this is exactly what you want. If you are the Yorick player, you want action on the other side of the map. You want time alone here to be able to push up farm plates, and just like that, he is up 1.6k.
Yeah, and you want your enemy team to burn through their
Wow, macht er viel Damage am Schild. Oh mein Gott.
Do they kill off the enemy top laner? But no teleport on Rise now, having burned that one, much more freedom for Thanatos.
Kann ich den Pro-Tweet von Leute Esports gesehen? Nee.
All right, Thanatos is off to the races.
Link die mal.
2,000 gold lead here when the Yorick Spear of Shojin also completed. So fighting him was bad earlier.
I'm looking again. I'm still looking. Over here. Yeah.
1 Uhr Feierabend. Boah. Halb 1, wenn es gut läuft.
I have TP.
Can you link all the pro players by finding their shared former teammates?
I don't want to use TP there.
Baker, Busio, Kana,
I don't want to use TP there.
Busio, Chovy, Quad. Die waren bei Genji Academy, waren die, glaube ich. Chovy, APA.
As soon as the arrow hit him was exactly what I thought.
Yeah, so the
Pioshik.
their kill on the enemy top laner, even though they lose
Right, Pioshik.
in order to do it, still the extra payment for
Und APA Ruler ist CoreJJ.
now rotating on over. They continue the siege.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really nice sidestep from Cryogen to be able to actually dodge that encore. Him and Quad played it well to get one back, but this arrow going to go wide. Would have been a cleanse down for sure on Masu if it hits him. Cloud9, though, like you say, is very, very happy about it. They get the full tower on bot side. APA even got a player
Das ist zumindest eine Antwort. Ja, muss, also, vielleicht gibt es noch eine zweite Antwort, aber muss eigentlich das sein.
That pressure up, and FlyQuest, even if they grab this next dragon, it's still a long time until they can threaten Soul and actually force Thanatos to group.
So, Spear of Shojin done now for both Thanatos and Blabber.
Geht Blabber, der geht Serpents? Fragezeichen, ist Serpents gut ja nicht richtig, oder?
Bursting someone down. Once you have all 4 stacks on Spear, your cooldowns are coming up so quickly that I feel like the extended fight naturally has to favor you, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a high consistent damage.
Okay.
Die machen diesen, was sie heute. Busio zu Chovy, Quad. Erik, danke für den 7. Wie die Patches heute machen, gefällt mir sehr. Wirklich sehr, sehr, sehr.
Turning off the lights there, showing the vision from FlyQuest side. And then APA is able to sneak into the brush, makes the bursty play again. Nice proto belt move from APA, and the vision control here for Cloud9 closing in around FlyQuest. You can tell how dangerous it is getting for them, and they're not really able to play this comp how they want to.
Proto Belt is under a lot of criticism these days because everyone has been mind-controlled by Chovy to build it on literally every champion in the game. Proto Belt Garen mid at this point is not out of the realm of conceivable possibilities, but APA making it work here on the Annie.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense here on the Annie. Your job is to really set up fights. It's effective at doing that. And Cryogen, that's his first death. He has been playing with fire for a long time. He has been the one tasked with getting vision back, being able to move up and put himself in these dangerous spots. Masu.
Okay, Thanatos moving forward, finds Masu there with the Dark Procession, but Thanatos just going to walk away from that one. Perfectly walks in between the traps as well.
And he actually desynced himself from his Maiden and has the Maiden still pushing bot. So while he's making a play towards mid, trying to push out Caitlyn, he's pushing bottom and helping out with the Dragon. Flowers, your votes are making a lot of sense. I mean, get to a top laner who can
Da mal im Call mit den Drafts. Ich bin heute sehr zufrieden bisher. Also heute noch nicht wirklich was zu sagen zu C9.
Did you see the smile on his face too?
Eine gute Series habe ich mir verdient. Show wie Brainwash alle.
I voted for the right guy. This dude
And it
is
fucking
really-
works.
He owns the top lane.
Er ist der Gotti anscheinend.
He's got his last whisper in inventory as well, about to evolve that one here with his next item completion, and it's just going to mean that nobody can endure the relentless onslaught of the Yorick.
And while releasing the Maiden is pretty cool and can give you that side lane pressure, it also means he's now without his ult for about a minute and a half, right? So there is that kind of period of weakness. Exactly. He is maidenless, unfortunately.
Oof.
Been there.
Relatable, brother.
I'm currently there, you know, so.
You can relate.
Kobe just like, don't worry, guys. I got this.
Kobe's been through much more than 90 seconds without a maiden.
Dude,
wait, I'm already down, bro.
Threw himself on a grenade, and you're just throwing another one on top of him?
I'm sorry, buddy.
That
It was right there.
That was diabolical.
He's supposed to help, you know. Where's the setup, right?
Yeah, that
Kobe
was.
can get maiden anytime he wants, you know?
Yeah, okay, yeah, all right.
He already got a cat today. Next he'll have a maiden.
It's all right, okay. It's okay, buddy. I'm
Funny.
I got you. You're all right.
At least I'll always have Raz as my Yumi kitten.
Exactly.
Bro.
Well, he may be maidenless, but he has his Discord kitten that will run down mid. Raz.
Oh mein Gott.
I really
Zu
don't
visual.
know what to do from here. We do have C9 with control over the map right now, trying to choke FlyQuest out of vision, invading the enemy jungle, sitting down some wards. You can see things are very dark for FlyQuest right now. Thank you very much, observers. They have a couple of wards in the enemy jungle, but just around that red buff pit. It's not like they're doing a whole lot of work. And look at the dragons. I always like looking at drakes to tell the story of a game and who controls the map, because FlyQuest had the first two, but ever since the map changed, it's C9 in control.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, they have had that side lane pressure.
Irgendwie ist Masso auch nicht mehr weiter. Also 15 Minuten AI gehabt und seitdem ist irgendwie mau.
In that area.
Alles.
And now that Crygen did finally die once playing for Vision, it's a lot scarier for him to be solo checking, because you know, Griffin is trying to keep his farm up. He has been farming as efficiently as he can, and that means that it's Crygen's just on solo missions constantly, who is really in danger.
And it means that FlyQuest, they don't have a lot of options of like where to fight or how to fight, because literally all of their players on their team are like, yo, Crouchin, please Mikhail's me for this fight. There's so much CC on Cloud9. The approach is really easy for them, and the structure and kind of you know, pathway to victory here does look a lot easier to execute. They send their wait.
Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto the enemy
Good catch.
jungler. Griffin gets himself away for now. Tempered Fate stopping C9 from going any further. Thanatos arrives, ready to push. FlyQuest have to back away because Griffin is almost dead. Barely hanging on here. As FlyQuest will...
Der muss so viel Gold haben, oder nicht, Masu?
Yeah, anybody who gets it is like, you got to Mikhail's me.
Der muss actually fast eine ganze Seite haben.
He barely
Oder er muss eine ganze Seite haben, oder?
with them investing a decent amount to get him out of there.
Jesus.
Dragon number
Ja, okay.
2, Cloud9 is easily... Wait a second.
Whoa, Realm Warp coming in. FlyQuest trying to find a pick here. Okay, that was, honestly, I respect the cheeky attempt from APA to just recall in the brush, but the Scryer's plant finds him out.
I think that was actually in the brush, it looked like. So he's down a teleport. You know, he did not have his ultimate.
Ja, RFC statt LDR. I mean.
So they're going to force now because
Oh, wow.
he's dead. When he respawns, he can't TP.
Okay, I like this from FlyQuest. Forcing the Baron, forcing the issue. C9.
Thanatos hat kein Flash.
Thanatos.
Thanatos ist tot.
Exactly what FlyQuest need. Masu goes on a killing.
Ja, ich glaube nicht. Können die forcen? 20 Sekunden auf APA, hat kein TP. Müssen schauen, ne? Okay. Oh Gott. Oh, fuck, Mann. Fucking Turbo 8. Oh, Ulti Reset noch?
Back over to Masu, making an ace for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, they see the angle, they make a pick and immediately force on Barry. They get so much more. Huge gold swing in their favor.
These guys have no fear, man. Look at the instant flash from Gakkos. They see Thanatos, no hesitation, Ghostblade pop, flashes over the wall. They full send it. They are not concerned at all. They think this is the best moment to go for the play, so they are gonna full send it. And then this engage on Sven, flash, force out the flash from Sven, in comes the Cataclysm.
And you see Cryogen, just as the ult from Seraphine was coming forward, he flashes, makes sure that he's going to connect.
Eine Wichse wieder.
For the magical journey, get inside for the last kill as well to chase them all down. And the coaches are on the edge of their seats as well. It even earns them the 3rd dragon here. FlyQuest, honestly too, sometimes if you feel the game kind of collapsing around you, I feel like the last couple of fights, they were like, there's not a lot of ways for us to approach, and we really are just trying to survive and escape the Cloud9 engages. They just full send on the side lane, but now Baron is back again.
Yep.
Warte mal.
Blue trinket dropped from FlyQuest into the pit. They
Double TP down.
doing it, but C9
Oh nein, mit 50-15s. Oh.
It could be a smite fight. Tempered Fate down onto the jungler over the wall. And FlyQuest with a beautiful combo, steal it away. Griffin has to sacrifice his own life to do it, but Fly will take that trade. Hold on, Blabber jumping in. Blabber! That was terrible! Blabber just sends himself straight into the grave, makes it a 4v4 on the map.
Cryogen with a sick play. I thought he was just going to Bard ult the Baron and delay it. Instead, he Bard ults all of C9. They go over the wall. Caitlyn with the rapid fire shot onto the Baron, helps secure it for Griffin, and they just steal it from them with neither solo laner there. That was insane.
What a heist. I mean, back-to-back huge plays from FlyQuest. Here they go, and look at that. Honestly, that little circle looked like it was inside Baron's tummy, but it didn't hit Baron either. So they go in, and here's the burst you're talking about. From 1600, boom, they combo. Holy. And then Griffin EQs the chase. It feels like at this point, Blabber's kind of enraged, and they chase after. So they do get the 1 counter kill, and they chase down Griffin, but then he also dies too.
Look at nice. Run. Big kills.
Yeah. They might look at me more.
It's good fight, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't be scared.
I think that's it. We got it.
And think back to at the start of the day when we played our
Oh, ja, wahrscheinlich war es ein W auf Cooldown. Da müssen wir realistisch sein. Wahrscheinlich war sein W auf Cooldown.
When you're just playing a really good game of League of Legends, and that was a really good play right there as Masu protected now by the Tempered Fate, getting himself away for now, still getting chased down by the dogs, and AP
Sehr schön.
into the back line with a big Tibbers as Quad gets
Ja, Juli, was hast du jetzt noch zu deiner Verteidigung zu sagen? War das Game Over? Oh, GG. Ha. GG.
Insane counter. APA teleports behind, comes from
Einfach Game Over.
Sven
Okay.
on the
2-0.
side in the fog of war to hide his Ash Arrow, hits it, and now Cloud9, they're the ones that are actually looking
That's
to
game. That's game. They're going
Good.
to end here, I think. That was it. There was no cleanse from Masu. There was no Mikhails from Cryogen. They catch Masu, and then the brilliant TP flank from APA.
0:30, baby.
No matter how good
Come on.
game you play, you are not going to defend 1v5.
British.
Nobody on FlyQuest alive. C9. No matter how
GG.
looks, they find their way back in. 32 minutes into the game, C9 goes to match point.
That is insane. They find the win.
Sehr gut.
I don't think Masu saw it coming because he had his flash, but there was no cleanse, no Mikhails.
Sehr gut.
He thought Mikhails was
Hier kurz den 10er-Run voll.
tank it. I don't know, but he gets caught. He gets killed. APA makes sure of it on the flank. That was sick. APA kills him with the rocket belt, gets a 2-man Tibbers right after. Beautiful.
All right, Lounge, how you feeling now at the end of that exciting game?
That was insane.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That was
Just
so
talking.
fun. Let's go, APA. I can't clap, but good job.
You gotta watch
Was mit Emily passiert? Oh nein.
We were just making this whole segment about how fast FlyQuest play, about how they're coming together, and then APA ends the game. So check this out. We were trying to figure out what happened.
Seine beide die ganze Nacht Jod muss und ziehen. Das ist crazy.
Was placed while the Baron.
Aber doch keine 17 Stunden. Ja, heute wieder mal Fraud Run.
So then,
Aber sehr gut.
Full group on mid lane, and this is, I'm kind of rewatching this for the first time, how he snuck up on them so well.
Steht 2-0.
So he's going to be teleporting onto this ward.
2-0
The
hinein.
wave crosses.
Sehr gut.
And I want to see, how much does FlyQuest see? So the Bard ult and the fight has started. Meanwhile, the teleport is coming in behind them. And they actually don't see APA until then. Oh my God, then he just one-shots them.
So good.
So clean. I mean, watching the fight from the side that wasn't on Annie, was a beautiful Bard ult into Cage. Even if Masu has flash, he's still basically one shot before. Oh,
passt.
Oh my God. So,
Ich würde gerne die Review sehen. Nee. Oh mein Gott, ich war One-Shot. G2 KC war ein Stomp auf jeden Fall, aber Rewatch kannst du trotzdem machen.
Yeah, easily.
Just insane.
Easily. And for me, what was very interesting is like, yes, the game was very touch and go for a little bit. And I feel like this fight that was happening in this jungle, you kind of see the conclusion of it. C9 completely pushing them off. Griffin coming out with a hair in his like he was very, very close to dying. But you think the play is over. APA grabs this wave. We got a plan on our mind. Quad has teleport. He has his ulti. So you realm warps him right on top of APA. This is their vision. They get an idea, trying to cut him off on Tribush. And now you're trapped. And so while the game was looking good immediately for C9 in this stage, they get APA. They then, as you can see, look immediately.
Perfekt, haben wir noch eine Trophäe-Nummer. Oh mein Gott, nein, ich werde gekocht. Oh mein Gott, ich werde gekocht. What is happening? Oh, wir haben ein Riesenproblem, Freunde. Ich muss mir jetzt hier sofort noch meine 2 Dinger cheaten. Meine 2 Trophäen.
From one play happening from the bot side of the map, double TP towards Baron, and then instantly kills Thanatos, who is trying to be the first man on the scene. And you think, okay, surely they're just.
Oh mein Gott, gib mir bitte. Hallo? Gib mir bitte meine Waffe.
Going for more of the fight.
Ey, dieses Scheiß-Game. Oh mein Gott, dieses Fuck-Ass-Game. Die Runde verliere ich außerdem wieder, by the way. Oh mein Gott, ich werde so gekocht. Ai. Nein, 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 das ist nicht real.
With their creativity, and then you find this moment where they drag themselves back in with their aggression and creativity. Unfortunately, C9 is quite creative themselves.
Well, I mean, Griffin died. The other fight that you didn't show was that sick Bartle out of Cryogen onto C9. So Blabber could not smite the Baron.
True.
Griffin comes away.
Ja, ich habe nicht mal 2. Das war actually so treu von mir. Oh mein Gott, ich habe so getrollt.
But what a game.
Ich werde so gebailt, aber ich habe getrollt.
Like that play was insane. We didn't even get to show it because so much was happening.
We could spend 20 minutes going over this game. The early game was insane. The fights that FlyQuest did to pull back were insane, and then it was just over. So now we're in the situation where C9 is up 2-0.
Yeah.
I thought FlyQuest played really well in so many places in that game, but now they have to win 3
ich habe so getrollt. Oh mein Gott.
That's bad.
To stay in the upper bracket. So they got their
Oh mein Gott. Ich wurde von 9 HP komplett. Ich wurde komplett gekickt.
Because, I mean, if FlyQuest is going to make it a long one, you definitely need to order now. Because it's over soon. It's over.
Wieder Healing. Mann, ich verstehe. Bei Healing, ich kapiere das Action nicht, wie man. Du kannst hier rausnehmen, ja. Weil ich verstehe nicht, wie man hier gewinnt. Right, ich check nicht, wie man mit hier gewinnt. Ich verliere auch wieder.
What makes a Kia MVP? In my opinion, the Kia MVP should have strong leadership and good playmaking.
Inspired goes unstoppable.
Einmal ein Open Fort.
MVP is consistently dominating.
And contracts on the side, surprises Ignar. Ignar is just getting deleted.
An MVP candidate specifically, I think good leadership.
Den Legendary Run früh, den Legendary Hammer früh gehabt. Checke.
Can't finish him off. Griffin, taunt, flash, gets the kill back.
You have to be a good player.
Thanatos is about to try to give Fudge another death, chasing after him here in the 1v1, and he just claps him.
This person should be able to play different styles.
FBI's immediately quickness up, charm down, Jose de Oro with the double kill for Team Liquid.
Okay, das heißt, wir leveln jetzt noch weiter. Jetzt auf Level. Und jetzt krieg ich 10% Legendary. Das heißt, jetzt kann ich nächste Runde rollen, right?
Everyone think you're MVP, instant think you're tech player.
Passt. Jetzt ist Brown komplett outzustayen, ja. Ich verliere, right?
Castle trying to get the push here, and he's gonna look, he's gonna flash for it, and Impact does not react.
The resurrection for Dokla, he gets alive and he gets away.
Joe, danke für den 14. Okay.
So who is the Kia MVP?
I don't know. That's for you to decide. Cast your votes now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, passt. Gott, das Deckschild ist Opfer. Was hat der am Beginn des Spiels mit einem Schaden und einem kritisch fehlt? Gewinne ich? Ich glaube, ich gewinne, oder? Oh mein Gott, ich gewinne vielleicht nicht. Er hat so viel Schild. Oh mein Gott, er hat so viel Schild. Burn durch das Schild, bitte, bitte, bitte. Oh mein... Oh. Unten, ist das untere besser? Ja. Jetzt. Oh, ich brauche diese Seite, ne? Fuck, ich habe AIDS. Ich habe AIDS, das war so autopiloted.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Warte, ich gewinne Red. Ja, ich OT.
You will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ja, easy. Oh Gott, nein, nein, das ist wieder so ein Geek. Hat er genug Geld? Oh mein Gott, der hat zu viel HP wahrscheinlich machen. Ich will damit schnappen. Ja. Dann kommst du actually von denen.
C9! No matter how dark it looks, they find their way back in.
Nicht freezen, ich habe überlegt. Ich hab's überlegt. Pay für den, viel Spaß, Schumo. Mach's gut. Kann ich hier bitte gewinnen? Alter. Unreal. Bad.
What do you want to do? Turn? I want to push bot deep. I think Dandy's going bottom deep.
Yes, sir, baby dude.
Ian, you from mid, I think. Yeah. Great. Are you buying the kill still?
Cheers.
You are?
Cheers.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, I'm drinking water.
Okay, we're not going to see it, but as
Cheers.
Cheers there.
They got the cheers.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a meme. 100%. I wasn't asking for an actual cheers, by the way. That shit was on you.
Ja, I know. Tote Runde, no joke. Ja, also wir nehmen Healing raus. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wie man damit gewinnt. No joke, ich verstehe es nicht. Also apparently gewinne ich die Runde, aber ich verstehe Healing Builds nicht. Da bin ich so dumm für.
I love love that we got more lore behind the cheers. Of Tom being like, oh, I know it's going to be a meme. That's on you, Nick. With the cheers.
I love it, man. Just having some bulls with the boys.
Yeah,
you know?
having some bulls. I mean, honestly, again, in the moment when it happened, I was like, that's going to be the top post on the Reddit. It could be on this series too. If Cloud9 keep on winning, all the Cloud9 fans are going to be cheersing each other. If it's a 3-0.
And last game was competitive. We saw that crazy Baron.
Wenn du die Heal-Keule spielst und dann einem von das Multistacken kann, wie zum Beispiel Social, das ist... Jeder Multicast-Checker, die Keule, weil der Heal drauf ist, ja, aber es ist legit nicht. Ich check das. Also, mir macht das auch keinen Spaß, der Heal-Ding. To be fair. Finde ich actually nicht cool. Macht mir null Spaß bisher.
Let's go ahead and hop into draft.
Muss ich gestehen.
Third time today, as we do have the Varus and Nocturne picks banned out by FlyQuest alongside that pocket pick dig, keeping that away from the
Hier verbrenne ich zum Beispiel schon wieder einfach.
Karma continues to be banned here by C9. FlyQuest did elect for first pick yet again. Remember, they also did that in game number 2 after losing the first game. Anivia final ban from C9.
Honestly, I'm kind of feeling now some like, if you want
was anderes rein.
towards a more powerful mid jungle, because that definitely has been an issue. Like a Pantheon for point and click, and then some sort of kill looking lane to try and do a Pantheon.
Und Heilig raus. Ja, gar keinen Bock auf Heilig, no joke.
For bottom lane though, obviously the early Lulu priority for hyper carries is going to be the battle. And if bottom lane is going to be hyper carries,
First Pick TAF, das fängt schon mal sehr gut an für die.
Twisted Fate to teleport on down there.
I actually really like this. API, I feel like we were just kind of talking off camera.
Ja, finde TF schon mal eine sehr gute Antwort. Warum hat er ein zweites Buch?
Fantastic in the ante, in big moments. I think his TF really kind of fits that style as well. Kind of combines the two. He loves.
So, schauen wir mal, ob FlyQuest schlau genug ist, um eine Antwort zu finden.
Even ASOL, and now this allows him.
Ob sie HCC draften oder nicht.
It really feels like it fits APA's identity as a player.
Yeah, definitely has been. And we got the comms listening. Last time he played Twisted Fate was so funny because that was a game where Blabber did.
Ja, wenn die keine Geld schaffen, dann ist 3-0.
And APA had some nice comms where he's like keeping it focused on our win con. He was like, we can play it slower, just play around my gold card timers. We don't always have to rush in. So this time around they'll be calibrated and play around those gold cards.
And if we're talking about hyper carries and Twisted Fate being drafted to go down there and deal with them, Nautilus also drafted by C9 to point and click that hyper valuable AD carry pick, whatever it might be, and make sure that it gets.
Silas Mitte. Ja, kann in der Theorie funktionieren. Erneut, die brauchen auf jeden Fall Hard Engage, sonst gewinnst du nicht. Die brauchen Hard Engage, sonst FF.
Fate is normally a difficult champion to follow across the map. However, if he's in range and you see him start to do his card thingy, you just steal it and follow him. It's not that big of a deal. So FlyQuest will be happy to take that one.
Ja, ich soll das in Feuerwehr rein, Mann.
Nautilus is also a great ultimate to steal, and they're taking the Sivir for themselves, which is one of the AD carries that deals best with a stolen Nautilus ult. So, there is going to be a great target for the stolen Nautilus ult, for the TF ult. So I think Silas makes a lot of sense here. And Silas is also always interesting to me because it kind of limits certain picks. Like,
Senna Nautilus, love it.
You're not going to play Alistar, you're not going to play Malphite. There's some of these picks that just are kind of taken off the table.
And I also really like the Sivir just into Twisted Fate, having be ready here.
Noch immer kein Hard Engage bei FlyQuest.
Down on the bottom side with Sven now.
Wukong für C9 wäre jetzt sehr sick. Wukong gegen Melee Midlaner ist so OP.
Able to fire into the entire enemy team because of the ricochets, because of how much damage she can do. But if Senna is allowed to play the game that Senna wants to play, Sivir's never going to toss a boomerang at all because Senna's going to shoot her from halfway across the screen.
And Nasus ban here, pretty interesting. I do think Nasus would be strong against a comp like this that is relatively low consistent damage so far. Wither obviously very powerful against both the TF as well as the Senna, so they are paying respect to Griffin's pocket pick. Obviously was massive on the Nasus.
Massive.
Legendary on it, went godlike. And we're going to get some responses here with the Vayne ban. So I wonder what pick they're trying to open up for Gakos, because this feels like a protection ban for topside.
Yeah, some type of melee that Vayne is just going to bully on topside.
Oh, ich gewinne, oder? Ich mach so viel Burn Damage jetzt.
They are actually going to stick Gakos.
Ja, Wukong wäre Top-Tier. Wukong oder Vi gehen die, ne? Wahrscheinlich. So wie C9 Band.
I've tried without front lines and have lost 2 games, so maybe they're just going to stick him on something a little bit beefier.
I mean, that's what I normally think. If you're going to ban Vayne away, you're probably wanting to play some kind of a frontliner, right?
Or
Like that's
Cassante or something. Maybe.
Yeah, like that's what Vayne abuses. I know this as someone who only played an immobile purple Scorp that would walk at you for over a decade. Vayne is not a playable matchup at any point of the game, so we're going to have the Nasus and the Gnar banned out by C9. Does FlyQuest want to ban another potential lane bully top laner, or do they just feel confident with the Vayne ban? Okay, they're going to ban out the Renekton instead.
Yeah, so Gnar has been banned away. You know, they were worried on the C9 side that Gakos was actually just going to be playing the Gnar. But the top lane pool is getting whittled down quite a bit. It is some of those tanks that are still kind of notably absent from the bans, both from Fearless bans as well as from the pick and ban in this game in particular. And this would be interesting if they want to go with that Mbessa. Of course, it could be top.
Mbessa into Veilas pick.
It is a flexible pick.
Finde ich gut.
It is a powerful one, and it's also a bit of a denial from Griffin, who is someone who really loves to play it himself. And also Gakos is good at it too.
Finde ich gut.
Compensation buffs that they gave Mbessa after increasing the cast time on her ultimate were really good. So she just
Selber you.
being a very good carry threat. And Mbessa, whether it's jungle or top lane, I love playing with a Twisted Fate. So you've got a carry, whether it's jungle or whether it's top. Having a Twisted Fate and a Nautilus for more CC to set you up and make it easier for your ult to land, even though it is a bit longer of a cast time now, does kind of solve that problem. And so regardless, Gakos knows I'm going to have to blind pick here since you have the flex, so I will go with that Cassante.
Dukio mit Rüsse. Real.
Is Gakos' best performing tank for sure.
Den war Dukio.
Not an actual tank. He turns into an entirely different class of character by pressing a button.
He is a little bit of a
tank adjacent.
A cheat code. Oh, Shyvana makes her way.
Shyvana, love it. Aber die haben kein HCC. Kein Hard Engage gegen
Google what her abilities are called now.
DFB-Pokalfinale. Ich glaube, Stuttgart hat sich gut geschlagen, kannst du nichts sagen. Stuttgart hat sich gut geschlagen. Bin ich unzufrieden. Aber Bayern übermacht diese Saison. Vor allem, also Deutschland ist böse. Was eigentlich Jungle Coaching kann dir was beibringen. Klar. So, ihr bekommt 2 Minuten. Ich glaube, C9 macht 3-0 hier. Die haben keinen Hard Engage gegen Hui und TF. Auch wenn am besten Jungle ein bisschen goofy ist, aber.
You guys got it right in game number 1, so I'm curious who you're going to predict in this game as we get another new pick here from Griffin. Very exciting. I'm interested to see if we are going to get more of that Bruiser style or if we're going to get the AP hybrid that a lot of people that I have been seeing are playing. You know, the kind of Duskin, Dawn, and Riftmaker route, that has been popular, but, you know, always pull up the win rate.
New York Knicks natürlich.
A lot better for the most part.
Yeah, the Trinity Force. So Kraken, I think, is a little too squishy, but you get to go the Trinity Force with the Spear of Sojin. Has been really popular and really been taken off.
Yeah, that's the ones that I'm seeing in my high elo spectates. Unfortunately, because of my computer problems that I was talking about the other day, I can only watch about half a game at a time before the computer crashes. So I'm not getting to see all of the Shyvana performances. But I'm getting to see part of them. Sometimes I get the first half of the game, sometimes I get the second half. But the big thing about new Shyvana, the third attack of the Q when you're in dragon form is massive damage. And I feel like the character's performance largely depends on whether or not you can get those high value third Qs.
And she's super snowball. Like, this is a champion where if you've got money and you're in a good, condition in the game, then you can carry. But if you get behind, you become a sitting duck, and you're kind of just a target here for the enemy team. So definitely don't want to have any unnecessary deaths over Raptors like we saw in game number 1. Sometimes on Shyvana you want to be greedy and you want to get good farm, and Raptors are very juicy because she just deletes them. But you do have to be careful. So the mind games and the wards around these jungle camps are going to be big, because if Blabber gets some early kills on Mbessa, then he's going to be carrying hard from the other.
1 im Bett? Ja, also wenn die so spielen, wie ich erwarte, dann ja. Mal sehen. Sollte machbar sein.
Jungle has been played a handful of times in top lane as well. And it's
also wann Coaching Genie?
Just the kind of that AD Bruiser style that we have had people mixing it up a bit, but right now
ist die Frage, ne? Geht der Kraken das mit on? Oder was ist die Intention?
That's right, got Coach ThinkCard with me now. Once again, incredibly.
Wurde uns 17 Stunden vielleicht mal morgen bestimmt.
Shyvana pick. Can you talk me through the option here? I'm sure you guys have practiced it quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good scaling. I'd say it's punishable early. If Blabber wanted to invade a level 1, he could and kind of take our Raptors, but Blabber's
doing just a pretty standard clear. So already we're kind of avoiding that part of the game. And as long as he can get Triforce and get his camps, he's going to be really strong this game.
And then just talking about the previous game, because you guys found yourselves in a deficit early, but you guys were able to scrap it back to an even state. And you're actually just even talking about this level 1. Do you feel like this is pretty impactful, and how impactful is this 2v2 for you right now?
I mean, if we don't get pushed in this lane, something's kind of wrong. So I'm happy that we're getting pushed. We have Silver Lulu against Olive.
Pass auf, der ist richtig nach Game 4. I don't know. Die haben keinen HC-Sieg. Wie gesagt, die haben keinen HC-Sieg gegen Senna, Hui und TF. Also... Oh ja, danke für den Prime. Danke.
And so just tell me, with this composition, what do you guys want to do to be able to fight back and get a reverse sweep going?
Yeah, so we just need the Sivir to scale well this game, and he's kind of going to be able to 1v9 with Lulu. Also, Shyvana Lulu is going to be a really good combo, and we have Silas to be able to ulti to actually make sure we get engaged with an all assault.
TF Toplane ist generell gut gegen sowas wie Cassante, gegen sowas wie Nah, wo du halt durch Lane bullieren kannst. Wer ist besser, G2 oder C9? Müssen gegeneinander spielen.
Man, the good luck squeeze.
Just squeezing your bro's nose.
Yeah.
You know?
Gute Laneface von AP. Sehr gute Laneface von AP.
Yeah. I'm gonna move on because you know what? We did not talk about.
Der Top geht's der Kraken, glaube ich.
Because of the fact that the Shyvana was
Die
the
Kraken.
story. It's Thanatos with the Twisted Fate top.
Oh, scheiße.
Versus having it mid.
Wirklich.
Bottom side, Griffin's coming around for the gank. Sven and
Ah.
got to be a little bit careful here.
Unserious, oder nicht? Sehr gut von... Wow, sehr gut von Vulcan. Wow, Vulcan, du Beast.
What a mess from FlyQuest. Good lord. Vulcan was
GG.
forward. He wants to find
GG.
more. APA arrives here with the teleport. Forces the flash out of
3-0.
Fly. We have got to bring that one back to the drawing board.
I mean, they didn't even get the flash off of Sven. They lose their Sivir flash. They
GG.
lose Shyvana flash. They give a kill.
Geile Sache, Harry.
Past their start here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Kraken thinks he can just walk past Vulcan here, and Vulcan says, "You shall not pass," locks him up, and since he's close to tower, hooks him back in. Free damage, free damage, free damage, just waiting. Sven plays the range, hits the root, free damage.
Aber das ist auch ein komischer Dive-Attempt auch, oder?
That Thomas just
Am I tripping?
on the interview with Raz as well. Think our that Shyvana. Yeah, you know we're close. Yeah.
He calls him Tom.
Yeah, you know,
Big T.
Yeah, they hang out every Friday.
Shyvana, this is a scaling, like, is weak early, and your ganks are not big, so he goes into bottom side. It also kind of like delayed him getting back to the Krugs a little bit there for second clear. It's not gonna be like a huge delay, but you're not gonna have a super big impact there. You basically, all you do early, you can kind of run at people and maybe Q them once like he did, and that's about all you're bringing.
Ja, vorher war was werden soll. Also, Double Thumbs Up. Ben. Weiß nicht.
But it all goes completely wrong so early on in the game that you have to.
Morgen außerdem 8 Uhr geht's weiter, ne? 8 Uhr LPL. Maybe Streamer machen um 8 und dann nochmal kurz 30 Minuten nappen. Maybe. Mal sehen. Mal sehen, wie zertreten ich bin.
Waves worth of minions into the turret, and because of the way the health worked with Sven trying to poke back at them, Sven didn't farm half of it. The turret ate half of the minions. They were in a great spot, but now that Senna that you set behind in terms of farm has a kill to his name? That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Everything kind of going C9's way. But I want to talk about the top lane a little bit because, yeah, we never even got to talk about it. The Hui was the last pick. They flexed this TF up towards top, which we've seen from Keen and from Wonder, and Knock has played it. So it is this ADTF that he's going to be playing up on the top side, which does kind of print money here. And Gatkos is playing a tank. Which
Ja, erwarteter Top-Lane-Lead ist so circa 1000 Gold pro 10 Minuten.
hold our horses.
In diesem Matchup. Das ist to be expected. 1k Gold pro 10 Minuten. Dann eigentlich die Passive.
6 here on APA, but it looks like C9 doesn't want to full commit to this. Griffin, not only with the level 6, has all of his fury, ready to transform into that dragon form. And remember what I said earlier, the dragon form, unlocking the third Q, that's the
Was ich bei aus morgen, ja.
whoever tries to go in, he is most likely guaranteed to die.
Yeah, so right back on track there. At least the dragon stacking for FlyQuest back on track, but Sven is also going to stack pretty well this game after the extra influx of gold from his kill. You can get to a quicker static shiv, means much quicker control of the minion wave. As far as the ADTF2, it is really funny. You know, they banned the Vayne up there, and you still get forced into the arranged matchup on top side. And since you can take the Ghost and Flash with the extra mobility summoner spell here, really annoying to deal with. But trailing lane gank right now, coming from Griffin. We'll see if they can get the setup.
Yeah, and this is Gakkos on tanks versus carries. So Gakkos overall has stats, and then Gakkos only on carries. You can see his stats are actually very similar to Thanatos. He has incredible stats when he's playing carries only, which he did the last 2 games, but they lost with that. He has not really been able to perform on tanks. It's been less
Was maximale Money-Printing im TF, Draven, GP und
in my view.
Pike und spielt Montag eigentlich wäre das toter Tag. Montag ist LCS. Gewinner, also G2 gegen Gewinner von morgen.
But it is now Thanatos getting the carry matchup here. Gakkos going to be on the back end, and we'll see how he can perform because
Wer printet noch Money? Draven. Oh, Draven hast du schon gepackt. TF, Draven, GP, Pike und einer fehlt noch.
Okay, Griffin once again showing his face here in the bottom lane.
Man spielt Fnatic Playoffs, sobald du einen Sub hast. Bei mir, du Schwanz.
Gets the flash out of Vulcan, but that's all FlyQuest are going to take.
Grüße, Johnny. Das wäre echt gut für sie ein. Ich bin bisher echt zufrieden. Alles wegen des Clears. Gibt doch bestimmt irgendeinen Money-Printer.
I also want to see how much was lost mid, if anything was lost mid there for APA with the Hui as well. It looks like it was Cannon Wave, so got right back, and Grubs for Blabber should still go his way.
Ja, Jax, I guess Jax fürs Angeln, ja. GP hat man schon genannt, ja, wahrscheinlich Jax wegen dem Angeln. Bin not freundlich auf bei. Dicker, DFB-Pokal ist vorbei, was willst du? Warum bist du so? Ich schwöre. Ekelhaft, basically jeder Carry nach Quest. True.
Okay, let's
Na gut, nach Genie.
Grubs have been slain. Yes, Blabber has taken the grubs. And those are secured by C9, who already have a 1.2
Keine Ahnung.
lead. You can see
Ekelhaft.
the recall being channeled now by Gakkos as Cryogen and Masu have made their way up into the top side of the map. It's not like they have anything to fight for in the bottom river right now. Still 2 minutes until the next dragon shows up.
The real question is, how much do you count the TF passive gold for? You know, is that like real gold? Or is that like some clearly fake money, you know, some Monopoly money coming up there? You know, are we counting that in the gold lead? Are we
Wie gesagt, 1k Gold pro 10 Minuten auf Top Lane. Wer hat G2 gespielt? 3-1 gewonnen. 3-1 gewonnen, aber der auch ein 4-0 sein können.
It is really funny because people
Ja, wie Juli schreibt.
watching Pro League are kind of judging the value and like the power of a team with the scoreboard, with the gold at top, as we have him walking down bottom side here to overload this side instead. 5 people actually on the way from Cloud9. They're truly overloading. Hui was even walking over, but he's recalling now. Gakkos has 4 members.
Yep, it's the 4-man play. Thanatos gonna eat the early tower aggro. Gakkos staying alive for now. Tries to survive it. Ain't no way.
Stark.
C9
Stark.
their second kill of the game, but now Griffin has showed his face and has to use his ultimate defensively just to escape as Vulcan hits him at the dredge line.
Yeah, that sucks, having to use that ult defensively there. Takes a while to charge back up. Masu and Cryogen are pushing on the top side. Gakkos played that about as well as he could. You know, he timed the pathmaker with the gold card. He's trying to outplay, but there's 4 members there. There's not a lot you can do.
Honest Money Print mit verbesserten Items? Ja, I guess, ja.
And they're just staying around.
War Genie der Alles-Star? Ja, Genie war der Alles-Star. Genau.
Gonna get it on that wave, but FlyQuest is sending their bot lane down to answer.
Yep, gonna have the rotation answer here again, but also look at the super deep lane wards too. So information and the exact timings coming in for Cloud9. There you go. Static shift completed after that recall there for Sven. And now you truly get to accelerate this champion.
All right, boys.
Hans beide mit Line Players geschafft. Wenn ja, spielen die morgen. Yes, morgen 22 Uhr. Line gegen Team Liquid. Wird eine Brecher-Series.
Game number 1 was a stomp. It felt like FlyQuest really had
Wird eine Brecher-Series.
some motion, some momentum in that second game there towards the end, and then the brakes got slammed, and now here in game number 3, 11 minutes in, they're down almost 2,000 gold. How do you stop this?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be about the team fights, right? It's going to be about the scaling options that they have down on the bot side with the Sivir Lulu. Yes, the gold lead is big, but you can kind of just...
Pauli, war es hier ruhiger? Ja, Game 1 harter Stomp, Game 2 eigentlich auch ein Stomp, dann Randomness und dann hat sie dann gewonnen am Ende. Sind 3-0 morgen? Kann sein. Mal sehen, Castle hat schon echt viele Stück verloren. Oh, die engagen. Oh, lol. Drop Vulcan. Ja, vielleicht raus bei Griffin. Erneut. Die Comp von FlyQuest hat halt keine Tools später, oder? Sie haben, glaube ich, keine Tools.
Pretty close on the summoner spells, and it's just the 1 kill worth of gold for the objective.
And it's kind of that rule in League of Legends where sometimes the threat of an ability, hold on now, Masu in some danger. Blabber coming down here into the bottom side, looking to make the move, but he only finds the public execution towards Cryogen. Lulu just killed Ambessa. That's not part of the lore in Arcane as Quad gets the
APA auch noch tot?
as well. APA falls. FlyQuest succeeding in 2 separate places. Thanatos tries to get the dive on the Quad here in mid lane. Cloud9 turns to Cloud9. Raz honked the nose again. FlyQuest popping off.
You asked how to come back. How about a series of plays like that? Masu flashing away from the ult from Ambessa. They get the kill.
Das kann nicht serious sein.
They get a 2v1 kill on APA. Then
Egal, Bot wird weg.
Quad in the tower. But he's got a stun.
Das ist nicht
That
serious.
thing heals you for so much, and Thanatos finds out about it.
Just hands diff. Hands diff. Everyone keeps saying that for this FlyQuest team. Just fight them. Teleport up to the top side, though. Gakkos in trouble.
Yeah, Gakkos decides to go all out. He knows he's not getting away, so he has to try to at least get something back. APA connecting the spiraling despair there. Gakkos, he's gonna try to TP out.
Oh,
he survived. You gotta be kidding me. Gakkos stays alive because of the shield. He does not fall.
Doesn't burn down to any sort of dot, like you say. When you arrive with that TP, you get the big shield on the other side. Gets back to base. That is crazy because it's not like he wasted his TP. It was a trade on the other side as well.
Ich kann nicht mehr, Bro. Ich kann nicht mehr.
Thanatos, and he does not have actual teleport summoners, so that was his role.
Das waren wieder schlimme 3 Minuten gerade.
To that earlier kill here as APA was going aggressive onto Quad, but in comes Griffin. They're trading incredibly low. Quad just flashes forward, finishes him off. And then Thanatos is saying, all right, I can get it back. But look at the rocket belt to build space. Then the flash comes.
Ich kann einfach nicht mehr. Ich kann nicht mehr. Nein, nein, nein. Es ist zu viel.
Shit, sorry. Sounds flashed.
Yeah, Silas flashed, and then they tried to fully commit even more tower dive and also give over another.
Did he call his flash in that 1v1? Because didn't Quad flash after?
I'm not sure exactly about the timing. I do not know. However, they are calling it, and the Silas flash is down. Honestly, game still very even overall in terms of gold, but now here comes the dive. FlyQuest lining it up, beautifully done.
Warum ist meine Ambessa 1,5 Level da?
Vulcan with a Nautilus ult. He has now killed Blabber with an Ambessa ult. He's making sure these guys learn their lesson.
Quad ate his Wheaties for sure.
Haben wir den Kuh gemisst?
Off now, snowballing these kills. 6 stacks Dark Seal.
Was seht ihr?
This Silas, he is going to scale like a monster as well. And has some very good ults to steal. You know, you highlight it. It does feel bad to get killed by your own.
Yeah.
He's done that multiple times. And also, it feels bad if he steals a Nautilus ult, and then he's the big engage against your team. Quad is going to play a pivotal role in this FlyQuest team comp later on as well. So very, very beneficial to be popping off right now.
And I mean, he kind of has to steal one of those engage ultis because otherwise your only engage is the Shyvana ulti, which now has that 0.75 second fear on it. But Cassante is not a true engage. You kind of have to walk into him and allow him to do Cassante things. Sivir and Lulu are not going to hard engage. Silas can't do it unless he has that stolen ulti. C9 now looking to take control over the Herald. However, APA does not have spiraling despair down here in the bottom side. Quad going after Thanatos.
Ist wieder tot, Bruder, bitte.
Go ahead and drop a gold card
Alter.
and just teleport himself away there with his ultimate. Thanatos' Twisted Fate not doing a whole lot so far this game as FlyQuest ready to collapse here from the Rift Herald.
Quad making money moves around the map. He just beats up the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate is going to have to give him some distance and then teleports over to the other fight that's going on. Kill someone there.
He can look but not touch at the grubs this time. He's touching Blabber. He's taking him down.
I am not.
Nein, ich hab gefunden bei dir mit Kronkorken. Hölle nein.
I am
Hölle nein.
here.
Wir machen nichts Nettes.
I'm not touching that. Okay, let's.
You just did.
FlyQuest is up 1,500 gold in a game that they were previously down 1.7k. It's been a 3,000 gold swing over the course of the last 5 minutes or so, largely based off of Cloud9 overcommitting, trying to make plays in the mid lane. Remember, both APA and Thanatos chose to fight quad. Guess the play in the bottom lane? That was FlyQuest making a move. But 2 out of those first 3 were a C9 blunder.
Yeah. And looks like they might be make more moves here. Masu always looking to trade here on his Ven. Dragon stacked up though. With the control, wherever Silas is, you gotta give them some space, some room. Split pushes is getting some distance, but honestly, Gakkos can just catch the wave anyway. So FlyQuest have it really under control here. Nice moves now. This is why you always love watching this team as they overche. Okay.
Not quite. C9 staying alive for now. However, Griffin with the dragon.
Es ist so fucked, by the way.
Into the C9 lines.
Also wenn wir hier wieder, ja.
Dead. C9 just seems completely scrambled.
Yeah, they are just not able to deal with this whatsoever, and they didn't even have to.
Wir sehen, guckt, wir haben auch 40 Seelen bei 17 Minuten, Bro.
They didn't use Diveralt. They didn't use a lot, and they are pushing mid here. Going to be able to knock down this. PA is pushing on the side lane, but the top lane tier 1 probably going to fall to Gakkos. Full control over this game. They have the dragon lead. It's an incredibly strong soul.
Ooh, but now Griffin in some danger.
Oh, actually, that damage is crazy.
Flashes over the wall.
To be honest, that damage is crazy.
Aims crooked there on the
Thanatos ulti in 4 Sekunden.
Now they got to use the hex gates to try to catch up. But FlyQuest is working to protect their top laner. And that just means, or their jungler,
oh my
god. And that just means Blabber is forced to flash back over the wall.
Das ist nicht serious.
Really wants to punish Griffin after Griffin starts.
Wie viel ist normal für Stand-Up 5 pro Minute? Ja, also bei 20 Minuten 55 bis 60 ist so, was vertretbar wäre. 55 eher rum.
Ven knocked up by the stolen Nautilus ulti, and here comes Gakkos. C9 got to try to get out as the Twisted Fate ulti ready to channel. Blabber is already down. FlyQuest has woken up here in game number 3. It is a combination of FlyQuest excellence and C9 foolishness that has brought us to a 3,000 gold lead for Fly.
I mean, FlyQuest will challenge you anytime you want to fight. They are down to fight. Quad had the outplays in the 1v1 in the mid lane, then had the outplay on Thanatos, then had another outplay in bot lane on Thanatos again.
Wenn die sich trauen.
Play after play after play. And I think you got to give a lot of credit
Wenn die sich trauen.
Especially after how last game ended. Such a devastating fashion for them.
And I want to bring
Game 5 zu forcen.
jungle matchup here because it actually has been so good for scaling here for Griffin. I mean, Shyvana, we talked about, all right, you start a little slow and you're going to scale on up here as the bruiser. Griffin has absolutely taken over. Every time they make these plays, he's also taking jungle camps. Because Shyvana can delete them, and so the jungle CS discrepancy as well is kind of ballooning for him.
Wie wär's mit 150 Stacks mal auf meiner Senna? Dann gewinnen wir das Game einfach. Nur 150
So you can
Stacks.
just stay in there, stick on people. You have 3-level advantage over Blabber and the 2-item power spike. It's another big carry, like bruiser jungle champ for Griffin, which he really gets to shine. And has a support on his team. The little Lulu can definitely help out the melee carries.
Absolutely, and those stats that were on your screen were from both of their last week's stats. You know, both had monstrous week 7s, final week of the regular season, really showing up big for their team. And Griffin, again here, showing that he can go toe-to-toe with Blabber. He has gotten so much better from lock-in, where the entire story of the series was just, well, look at the jungle diff, right? You know, it was these top-level players. And here he is, like you're saying, on a champion, scaling well, in a great spot, up almost 50 CS, has 60 stats.
Kann so ein Average-Spieler in Pony von dem Gehalt leben? Was heißt geleben? Überleben? Oder was ist deine Definition? 20 Stunden schon bei Reverse Sweep? Nee. 18,5 dann. 18 eher. 18,5.
This is not a Senna that is primed to hyper carry the game.
And we talked about TF and kind of the fake gold from TF passive. You know, it is kind of like, you know, champions bounce around that, but he has over 850 gold from his passive, and he's only up 860 gold. So basically, he doesn't even.
Wir leben vor uns 2500 netto, auf gar keinen Fall, nein.
The champion is balanced around having.
Kein Spieler in der Premier League, der 2,5 netto bekommt, glaube ich.
It's all about how you're going to use it too. So,
Ja, vielleicht eine Handvoll, wenn überhaupt.
Does that actually make a difference? Is he going to have a good, thank you, observers. Is he going to have a good opportunity to play around gold card timings and they're going to like layer their point and click CC?
2,500 mal Absicht mit Subs. Okay, wie kommst du auf die Rechnung?
For this game.
Well, I mean, also Twisted Fate.
Wie wär's, wenn du subst? Du und Daniel beide subben. Dann kann ich vielleicht, was außer Toast essen.
Lulu can ult Silas if he gets targeted. I just feel like there's not as many opportunities for Thanatos as you would normally want for a Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and that Silas is jacked too. We kind of looked away and we're like, oh, look
Hangs
at
out
this.
with the coolest dudes.
Ich blaue 45 verpasst.
Where's the precious clothes?
Tragedy hit.
Griffin, right? We're all talking about
Boah, das ist auch so OP.
Shyvana carry, but the origins of this were with the Silas, and he's got his like fully stacked Dark Steel, so all the extra value, and he's split pushing right now.
Unicorns hat wohl, also nach dem, was ich gehört habe, hat Unicorns wohl jetzt inzwischen gezahlt.
Eventually, the extra person here for Cloud9, they do.
Hab ich mir sagen lassen.
And they've clearly opted to, okay, fine, you know what? We can't fight you. You're stronger than us. We're not gonna fight this, so we'll try and get the tower gold instead for Cloud9. But this is.
Sven Schatten, oder was?
Yeah. I mean, Hex Soul is terrifying.
Ja, wenn du müde bist. Ja, das passt sogar. Also, er geht actually noch. Ich hatte nur einen Red Bull heute, also das geht echt. Der PoE, ich habe keine Ahnung, wie viel Poppy verdient.
C9 definitely in a tough spot, but even from a more difficult spot last game, after FlyQuest had that great Baron play, take that Baron,
genuinely
ended the game. So FlyQuest, cannot be comfortable here. C9 definitely have the ability to bring it right back with one great team fight, and Griffin trying to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job at it. Smites away the Gromp. Again, just invading the enemy jungle.
TP behind shot nach Botlane. Was? Oh mein Gott, die jagen die runter. Oh, hä?
As a teleporter arrives into the bottom lane here from Gakgos, seeing if he can find some sort of a angle here on a C9. Quad stealing away the spiraling despair. As the ult from the Twisted Fate is about to come in. C9 back right now. Vulcan staying alive only for
das ist eine Menge Aids von APA auf dem Boden. Nope.
C9's team fight.
Okay, Game 4.
Engage all the way.
Aber haben wir jetzt ein Problem? Gar nicht.
Find it 3 separate times.
It's beautiful. It starts with Griffin.
Ja, also was Ahn vorher an Stacks hatte, ist nicht vermarktbar. Ich verstehe nicht, wie er das hatte. Das muss die größte Shitshow of all time gewesen sein.
Alright, boys, let's go engage on C9. Their jungler is in the fountain, and they just get the teleport here from the Cassante. So you can see Blabber now walking from base because he was pushed out, as we were talking about. And their teleport in from Gakgos means they just pincer the people in mid.
Yep, and Gakgos, knows Thanatos is pretty much dead to right, so he just goes right past him, forces the flash onto Sven. They get even more. As soon as Blabber is dead, it is eyes on the Baron there in the Pagoda moment. Going to be able to claim that Baron. No need for a steal when you're running the game. You get that Baron uncontested.
I love how FlyQuest, when they do have the momentum, they're feeling themselves. They keep making play after play after play. They're taking these. They will use that advantage like blunt force trauma, like run straight into you, push you out, and then force the play, immediately get this Baron, and now pushing to try and get even more of a secure hold. If they can get these secondary towers too before the dragon comes up, because we have a slight pause.
Man, Blabber is having a real stinker of a game. 0-5-1 on this Ambessa. And it's not like we're talking about a jungler that brings a lot of utility to the table, something like a Maokai or a Sejuani. When you're behind on Ambessa, you are a granny cannon minion. A Granon minion, and that is not where you want to be. C9, I said it during the team fight, their team fighting ability is
oder? Aber der brennt, die Sau, die brennt.
It's a tough situation.
Alrighty.
Blabber, he didn't get ahead early. A lot of their early fights went bad, but also their 2v2 was kind of losing bot. Both their solo lanes, ended up dying to quad, and everything kind of started to really.
Wir haben 60 Seelen erst, das ist so wenig.
So the plays that he can look for are pretty few and far between. Griffin's farming his jungle, making his options very, very limited. And when you're playing this Ambessa plus Nautilus, looking for that hard engage, but you're way behind in golds, most of your fights are going to look bad.
Yeah, Griffin's been farming Blabber's jungle and his own. He's level 17 right now. That is 4 levels over Blabber. And Blabber if this is to be believed, the UI right here isn't even close
get
to
something.
taking over his next level. So
yeah.
And we just did see Shyvana. I guess the 17 has not updated on the scoreboard, but we saw her.
He is level 17.
Yeah, we saw her in the river, and so that is like a very real whole 4-level lead. Do you know how hard that is to do right now in the current?
Ja, wir haben gleich einen Flame Horizon.
Experience
Ich kann
for
nicht mehr.
jungle. Junglers complain about it all the time, like
Ich kann nicht
I
mehr.
can't blast this guy harder. Well, Griffin is blasting that hard because he's farming so much Blabber's jungle.
Sure, dude.
It's hard to get your catch-up experience if all your camps are gone and you don't get like kills.
That's true. Yeah, there's
What are you catching up?
What are you
Er hat so viel Base-Stats jetzt.
over there? I mean, his
Danke, Liebe.
3K gold lead. He has more farm than anyone on C9. That's a rare thing to see. You know, more farm than the 80 carries. He's
a jungle flame horizon is so rare. He could actually do it.
The only person with more farm than him is his own Sivir, who literally auto-attacks the entire wave at once. Like,
now I'm invested. This is all I care about now for this game. I think that FlyQuest are for sure going to win. I just want to see Griffin Mega CS.
If FlyQuest lose this game, all 5 players, League of Legends isn't their calling. They need to just go put in their application for Major League Baseball, become pitchers, because that's a hell of a throwing arm.
FlyQuest loses this game, it really hurts their chances in this series, I will say.
It does.
Yeah.
It's great tidings.
Sehr schwer zu verlieren. Aber Sheep auf Third auf Masu. Interesting. Statt BT oder sowas.
5 seconds in the future here, Flowers. So let's even see, will Cloud9 try and contest? Because it's so late now. I'm kind of thinking maybe they won't even go. Yeah, recall here for Sven. So
yeah,
it looks like they decided.
Sie contesten, okay.
I mean, it's a Hex Soul, so you feel really bad giving it, but also it's
Look at
really
their
hard
vision.
for them.
They
I
see
mean,
nothing.
Dude,
yeah.
You've got Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, Shield Bow Sivir versus Senna with Static Shiv, Cleaver, and a Serpent's Fang. There is no comparison in the damage output between these characters.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is...
Ja, Senna hat nicht das genommen. Nope. It's horrible.
With even Shield Bow, you have to get so much damage on Masu to be able to kill him. I just don't think C9 have the burst to actually kill off this Sivir in any realistic situation. You know, even if he doesn't spell shield the gold card, he has to use it on something else. There's the Mikhails, there's the Wild Growth, there's the shield, the heal, the barrier. There's just so many tools. It is going to be very, very difficult for them to kill off Masu, and that's ignoring Griffin and Quad, who are monstrously strong.
I was talking so much earlier about how impressed I am with Thanatos. And you guys know I'm a pretty prolific hater of the stuff that I'm a hater of. I am also a high-ranking member.
He hates deep.
Yes, I am a high-ranking member of the Twisted Fate Haters Club, specifically the C9 Twisted Fate Haters Club. And to be able to make
Warum? Mitte-Tier von denen sieht immer gut aus.
this champion is truly doggy doo-doo. I don't ever want to see his goofy hat in this game with this team ever again.
Let me remind you of Flowers All-Pro votes
I
here.
know, all 3 votes now feel silly,
Now he's
foolish,
raging out.
nonsense. Yes, I am
He's
crashing
lashing
out.
out at every...
Twisted Fate is so garbage. He makes
Linus 2.
backyard barn.
Team Liquid 3, ja.
I mean, I will say, it has not been working out for them, but some of it was some self-inflicted wounds with that alt mid lane that did not work out. You know, Quad having the big outplay, putting him behind, and Quad now finding him again.
Yep, Quad's going after him. He steals away the ulti, ready to try to chase if he needs to. Goes
Also, TF mitten ist wirklich nicht so bad. Oh mein Gott, das war gut von Quad. Wow.
Yes, there's a gold card, but Quad is still after him.
Well played.
Flash for Flash. The whips, the chains, the pain. Quad picks up another one.
Yeah, you're not getting away, buddy. I don't think APA is getting away either.
Nope, APA's Hui has also not found any success at all this game. 0, 2, and 0. Cloud9 only has 2 kills to their name, and APA has not been a...
Ja, das ist ein Problem, ne?
I gotta say, the more we're watching this series, the more it feels like Masu is leaving Sven in the dust. He has been playing so well throughout this series here again, in a really good position. It does feel like they have this one wrapped up.
Yep, FlyQuest going for the end of the game right now. Both C9 solo laners dead for more than 20 seconds as Blabber and Sven try to clear away the minions. The next wave already about to arrive. Griffin has his rage bar fully filled. Does have Death's Dance as well, and he drags himself in.
Ja, es ist okay. Oh, wait.
Griffin's gonna take a ton of damage, but the first Nexus Turret is already down, as is Blabber.
Wait.
FlyQuest full sending. FlyQuest ending. C9.
Es ist okay. Es ist okay. Es ist okay. Es ist okay. Wer so spielt, verdient kein 3-0. Es ist in Ordnung. Es ist vollkommen in Ordnung.
Man, it looks so good. I'm glad we're getting some more distance in this series. Let's send it over to the analysts.
Spam chat with that player of the game, guys. It's between the Griffin, who would not stop farming, or Quad, who would not stop murdering people. However,
I'm pro-violence.
However, Raz is in a clown outfit today and has done both coach interviews. And I'll just say, you coined it the lucky squeeze, Raz?
Yes.
Yeah.
Specifically the lucky
explain
squeeze.
what's been happening with the lucky squeeze?
Is undefeated now.
Of course, every coach is going to have a level of anxiety and hopefulness that their team wins. So I give them a little bit of comfort. Lucky squeeze.
Yeah.
If you get the squeeze off, you do win.
You'll win.
You'll
Emily,
win.
if she subs in, she wins nose diff. 2-0 record. But this game, we got to see the LCS's first jungle Shyvana, and the game was actually close. I wanted to show where the difference came in for the jungle Shyvana to be able to get a large lead. It was pretty close in CS up until this point. I mean, Griffin had gotten second Scuttle to get the first Drake, but it really turned when Blabber...
Muss Harry Kane nochmal so gut sein? Das ist nicht fair. Ja, die haben sogar gut gespielt heute. Erste Halbzeit, vor allem erste Halbzeit. Es ist so... Ja, was willst du machen? Animals. Der Typ ist nicht fair.
Quad makes an outplay. So those are two small outplays, but then it's more about what does FlyQuest do once they
Aber es ist okay.
to make it
Es ist okay, gut geschlagen.
really speed it up and just watch Griffin power far.
Aber ja, das ist nicht fair.
He knows his jungle's gone. He takes both camps. He flies.
Der Kollege Gehstock.
It continues. He knows Blabber spent a lot of time trying to kill Gakkos. So at this point, he says, I'm going to continue to make his life a living hell. And not only does he full clear Blabber's jungle, he full clears his own jungle, and he also full clears Blabber. Because a lot...
Aber reicht wieder nicht für Ballon d'Or, nehme ich an.
Thanatos, at the end of the previous play, had used a TF ultimate and flash, so C9's overloading the top side, and Blabber thinks he needs to catch this wave. But instead, he ends up getting dove and dies again, which allows Griffin to just continue to cycle the jungle and keep Blabber in a permanent bad place. So, really impressive game.
Small shout out to Cryogen. It felt like whenever there were windows of opportunity, he was getting in there, getting deep wards, and further allowing the vision.
Messi Ballon d'Or, wenn er eigentlich in den Gruppen war, ja, das stimmt einfach noch.
Yeah, and also I think just using Shyvana ulti and the fear that comes along with it to have any level of follow-up is incredible. Like that bot lane dive, being able to have the like Silas stealing the Mbessa ult, knowing that the Mbessa ult is nerfed to be a longer channel time. But that does not matter if you're like basically using Shyvana ulti to be able to make use of it. Like there are so many things. But we need to revisit the head-to-head that we had at the beginning of the day.
I need to explain this. This was a vote by the LCS Discord before the series. And now we're going to draw
Gott, ich verliere. Oh mein Gott, bitte, gib mir doch einfach die 10 Dinge. Bitte. Gib mir einfach meine 10. Dass ich Peace outen kann.
What do you guys think?
I agree with that. Like I thought,
you're there as well.
I don't even think Gakkos in particular has been playing like super poorly, but Thanatos had been getting the better of him until this game.
The jungle was interesting. Game 1, Griffin
so,
flipped the game. After game 1, it's over here. But this last game, you could honestly see it here as well.
Oh mein Gott, bitte noch eine, bitte.
So I'd say we got this here, and then is it like a 50-50 right now?
I'm going 50-50.
Yeah, why not?
I'm going 50-50.
Griffin's played awesome.
I'm aligning with that.
Gib mir noch. Oh,
I mean,
fuck yeah.
Here's another
Danke, High Roll, alrighty.
one is APA, who I thought
Goated, Bro.
his Annie flank was
Da traue ich wegen DFB-Pokal. Nee, ich find Stuttgart hat gut gespielt. Ich glaube, das ist einfach... chillig. Chillig.
I'm doing 65.
Nee, geil.
65 quad is Raz's call.
Okay.
Chillig.
I'm favoring the Casio and personally the Casio. And
Chillig, bro.
I'm like right here.
I would say like 60 for APA.
Okay, there it is.
40 for quad.
Okay, we got a difference in.
All right, where are we going? Are we going right on the line?
I think this is like further in
Masu he got caught in game 2. If he doesn't die on Caitlyn at the end of that game,
I appreciate your
I'm still putting it around
defense.
here. You're
I
putting it
think
like
this
here?
has been heavily Masu favored.
Is this Emily's
Ich will Hexe hart forcen außerdem.
Emily's crossing out Sven's career?
Ich möchte Hexe hart forcen.
She's 80-20. Okay, Emily's right here.
It's like
Emily's
80-20.
right here.
Yeah, like, no.
Okay.
It's just a little bit more, yeah.
Give me a 35.
All right, last one. Cryogen versus Vulcan. What are we doing?
Ooh, give me.
Vulcan's been good.
Yeah, Vulcan's been good. I think Cryogen hasn't had
Yeah.
any mistakes as well. I'm actually kind of 50-50 on
Wow.
that at the moment.
Yeah, I'm putting it
I'm
around
a little, yeah, I'd say like 60-40. I think Cryogen, that last game, again, as Lulu, he was getting in, he was getting really deep vision. I also thought he got caught out at
That's it
times
for this.
previously, so yeah,
Yeah,
closer
okay.
than you
Closer
might
than
have
we thought.
Und ich habe gerade wieder die...
Raz did predict FlyQuest to win the series.
Oh, God.
And honestly, if that game 2 goes differently, we're having a very different conversation
Yeah,
right now.
it's 2-1. Quad.
Yeah, that's where my heart was going because I feel like FlyQuest is a very active team. Quad ends up winning it, makes a lot of sense. It was just basically you and Captain Flowers were aligned. And I wonder where the chat is taking this, but...
We like power farming junglers.
First time full Arcane, hatte 3 rote Hexengürtel im Inventar. What the fuck? 343 Millionen Schaden, ist crazy
And I
work.
think, to the point that you made at the beginning of the day...
Viele Potions bei uns immer, ist auch cool.
C9 has been what has been the most impressive. Like, the early games have been starting out very well.
Yeah.
What I didn't expect that would have helped me is how, like, FlyQuest is very creative in being able to find windows. When they have a small window, super decisive to find a play and crawl themselves back into a game. The problem is C9 is just as good. Now, thank God we're not having a sweep.
Yeah.
But we need a reverse sweep. We need one.
I really
Nein,
love
nein,
how
nein, 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 nein.
as
Kein
soon
Reverse
as
Sweep.
They see an opportunity. They
Kein Reverse Sweep,
pounce on
bitte.
it. Their teleport usage has been really interesting and creative.
Lord have mercy, kein Reverse Sweep.
Lightning collapses have been really interesting and creative. Just in that past game, their Hexgate usage was really
Ich gewinne, oder?
so I just love how
Oh Gott.
unified they are in recognizing, okay, we have a window, we're immediately doing this. However, before we go, during LCS Spring Split, you, right there, could win a trip to a League of Legends event. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win.
And I feel
we are
like-
going to game 4.
Chance to win. I feel like FlyQuest is going to win. So we'll
Halt dein Maul.
Still believes in FlyQuest.
I'm doubling down.
Give yourself a lucky squeeze.
Lucky squeeze for Fly.
Hopefully we go to Silver Scrapes. Please.
Nein.
We're going straight to an
Die haben noch eine Lower Bracket, ja, aber ich... ja. 1 Uhr ins Bett wäre trotzdem ganz gut, 1:15 Uhr. Was? Geht ein Grandmaster, wenn ich gerade Gold bin? Was? Matchmaking Deluxe. Irgendwas mit Hexe, hallo. No. Ich brauche noch das Zielfernrohr, ne? Geht nur noch täglich nach Level und Elo und Endless. Das ist eigentlich ganz cool, ne? Actually, das ist richtig cool, what? Gewinne ich ihn denn? Ich müsste gewinnen, ne? Ich hab mehr HP. Ich müsste gewinnen. Ja, okay. Wieder nichts mit Hexe. Guck mal. Guck mal. Sind wir da mehr? Bei Auslösung erhalte einen Wachsstapel. Tränke verbrauchen Wachs, um deinen anderen gegen Hexegegenständen 2+2 Schaden zu geben. Die Kerze, das ist schon wieder auch für mich Fantasie. Ist für mich Fantasie, aber ich will sie haben. Wird schon passen. Will ich schon wieder bilden. Ach du Scheiße.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first best of 5 here in the LCS playoffs for
Ja, noch kein Debuff, ne? Das knallt.
2026. C9 started off with a strong 2-0 lead, brought themselves to match point ASAP. But FlyQuest punched back in game number 3, got themselves on the board, and we're going to game 4.
We are. I mean, we have seen a trend in this series. Whoever plays the tank top lane wins the game. Even though it was a very
play TF.
Yeah, it was a tricky like, ooh, we're gonna pick the Hwei and flex the TF into top lane, but it made their team comp pretty weird. Obviously, all of the hands checks did not go their way, and so that
You're focused on the tanks.
Into
I'm focused on the fact that whatever coach squeezes Raz's nose has also won the game.
And neither of them got to squeeze his nose.
It's a honk dip.
So now it's fair game. Anybody could win.
Anyone could
Actually,
go over there
Raz
at any moment and squeeze his nose.
Oh, true. Raz honked his own nose, so maybe he finds a way to get
Raz
up there.
is going to get subbed in.
Ja, das Banner, die wollen weich spielen wahrscheinlich.
Raz is going to win this game. All right,
We're going to get sued for match fixing. We get Raz as Zoe in one of these games.
Die wollen weich spielen. Oh mein Gott, ich habe 0 Damage. Mal wieder.
This game, though. What if, does Griffin have any more bruiser carry jungles that you'd like to see? Because deep into Fearless, he's going to get targeted.
Pantheon's still up and available. You know, bring it full circle, ban out the other ones. Now we can get the Pantheon.
They'll never expect one of the meta champs.
No. All right, well, C9 do have first pick this time. Remember that in games 2 and 3, FlyQuest had the option to choose, and they chose first pick both times. So the draft is going to be a little bit different here this time around since C9 have the first pick and they're playing from red side. It's the Ziggs APA target ban plus the Orianna. And
Auf was benutze ich das? Auf der Kerze?
As C9 ban out the Anivia alongside 2 of Griffin's more unique junglers in the Shen and Nest.
Auf was benutze ich den Traumfänger?
He brought out the Volibear.
I do
Kannst du
like
Kämpfer
Volibear,
Oh ja, natürlich.
I don't like him right now. He's not been after Freak got done with him.
I love how anytime Volibear gets nerfed, I will walk into the caster green room and Kobe will look sad and I'll say, "Hey Kobe, what's wrong?" He'll be like, "Freak nerf Volibear again."
You know what I do think is about time for? Some Nocturne comp angle though. Because the deeper you get into
Ich
Fearless,
verstehe nicht, wo muss der scheiß Traumfänger hin?
Nocturne and like Nico, flanking style comps can get. And so both teams are splitting right now. The Ezreal. Oh, nice. There you go. It is about time.
Die gehen nicht vorbei.
They're splitting up the Ezreal karma because that lane is super OP. And they get
Oh, ach so, LP, ja.
engaged onto it.
Well, the stats just popped up when it was locked in, and for the amount of dragon presence this character has, for the amount of bans that often get
Der Fuck-Ass-Geek wieder mit seinem Scheiß-Shit.
rate is ass. 3 and 8? That is just not, that's a 27-28% win rate. This champion does not win.
Okay, also du stackst die, okay, ich check's, du stackst die Wachs hier während der Runde und dann nach der Runde für jede Ding, die du benutzt, bekommst du halt dann für alle anderen Hexengegenstände 2 Damage. Okay, also für jeden Ding, den du benutzt. Den Cooldown auf 1 haben wir jetzt ja, ich weiß nicht, welches das ist. Oh, Slot Bunny. Kampfbeginn, habe ich irgendwas für Kampfbeginn? Nee, ne? Haben wir noch Gold heute? Nee. Was ist das? Blutung. Fernkampfgegenstände an diesem Platz feiern. Ja, passt.
And I do think it's a good denial from FlyQuest because I always see Aurora as a great pairing with Nocturne. So I do think it's actually really cool because it's a good blind pick. You can flex it. But it is going to be the Nico pairing with the Ezreal. Very common when the Karma gets split from it. It's another champ that can help to play lane, that can help to poke. I am a little bit concerned about where C9 is going to go for AD carries, though, because now FlyQuest could throw some bans towards some of the strong laners like Jhin even, and make it so this 2v2 becomes really rough.
I love seeing Jhin banned because now I don't have to watch Jhin do 0 damage the whole game.
Fair, but you might have to watch an AD carry get absolutely pounded into oblivion because Jin's a pretty good laner, and a lot of the best AD carries, laners, safe laners, are already getting kind of banned away.
And I do really like what you brought up, though, about how Aurora is a true flex pick for Cloud9, because even though it is a flex pick in general, I feel like a lot of teams aren't comfortable putting it top side, but Thanatos certainly is.
The other thing, too, you can look for a good laning AD carry, or you could look for an AD carry with a jump, but those are getting really few and far between.
So, ne?
So I think the plan from FlyQuest is really good.
Welche AD Tristana? Well, die wollen... Boah, sie könnten auch Xayah gehen. No joke, sie könnten Xayah gehen.
And you're gonna send
Das wäre ein okay Xayah Game bisher.
engages at whatever Sven picks.
Yeah.
It's gonna be difficult to to keep him safe, even though you do have the Karma speed up and shields. And so they're opting to also ban the Misfortune, which is another strong laner and has good AoE for the team fight here. So laying
Bei Auslösung erhalte plus eine Zutat pro Hexe-Gegenstand.
Has played that is not banned is Yunara, and Karma Yunara sounds like trash against this lane. So I am curious where he's gonna go.
Uff, ich will das Ding drin haben, oder?
Can go to. You could be like, all right, we're just gonna play on the back end and go Smolder. We're gonna play.
Da war der Wand. Warte, was? Oh mein Gott, ich was weggeklickt.
Go a lot of different angles. You can go still just a hyper carry like Yunara or Felios.
Ich will eigentlich den Kessel haben, oder?
Those are weaker laners, right? So I am kind of struggling to think about where he would want to go, unless he wants to go really kind of into left field and go a mage. Champions like Mel can be really popular.
Okay, we've got the Talia locked in alongside that Nocturne, though. So honestly, some very long-range power here for FlyQuest. You've got the semi-global ultimates with Paranoia and Weaver's Wall put together, alongside Ezreal's two-shot barrage that can contribute from anywhere. FlyQuest have some artillery here in this draft.
Yeah, some ability to make
Silent Disco. Boah.
later on too.
Das hört sich nach nix von mir an.
I really like the rocks. The rock build from Talia here. You know, good against
Unraveled
Aurora.
Earth.
Good, yeah, good Unraveled Earth. Good against.
You heard him. He likes the rocks.
I like the rocks. The rocks that she throws and the rocks she leaves on the ground too.
Yeah,
all
the
good.
rocks. Don't back down. You like the rocks.
Wukong and Aurora is both pretty good against those. And
Oh,
we
gift.
still end
Okay.
up playing the Yunara anyway. You know, Karma isn't the same enchanter as Lulu, but is going to try and serve that purpose.
Okay.
Yuck. I don't like the Yunara here. I agree with you, Isaac. I feel like this lane...
Quinn counter Quinn.
Wir kriegen Quinn. Oh mein Gott, das ist ein gut. Aber ist das ein guter Quinn-Engel? Das ist die Frage, ne? Ist das ein guter Quinn-Engel? Und ich bin mir nicht sicher.
The solo Q counter to Renekton in the Quinn.
You gotta play side lanes, then you gotta really play those.
Ich weiß nicht, ob das ein guter Quinn-Engel ist.
Holy moly, FlyQuest always goes so much damage, so little health.
Yeah, no plays for it. You know, obviously in the LCS so far this split, it's only been played twice globally. Once by Knock-Knocko and once in another league. So has not been getting a lot of play. But this is the old school counter pick. I've never really seen it do that well in pro, even when it becomes a bit meta. Usually they kind of struggle. I'm gonna be curious to see if it is cleanse, which is kind of the more common. Generally, flash cleanse is what we would see. In solo queue, you see a lot of flash, and people just kind of deal with that. But if you're not playing cleanse, it can be problematic.
Wieso spielt C9 nicht mehr Niederli? Das ist eine gute Frage, ne?
C9 or Fly. You guys have.
Das ist auch eine gute Frage, warum ich hier schon wieder...
Right one time, wrong one time. The win rate has plummeted for the fans in chat.
Personally, I think most fans are really going to be scared to bet on Quinn, excuse me. So I think that they probably will bet Cloud9 again. Also, Cloud9 probably has a bigger fan base getting those votes in. But
what about the rocks?
But them rocks, though.
How many Twitch chatters like rocks, like Kobe?
Do you like rocks? That's my new, actually, that's a new
Do you like
poll.
rocks?
Do you like rocks?
The
vote
fan
for
base
Fly
might also betray you, though, because a die-hard fan loves nothing more than to hate when their team has a bad draft. So if you think that it's bad, you're going to be spamming "I hate this" more than anyone else.
True.
True. Okay, so this comp though is so all in.
Yunara ist definitiv ein weaker Laner als manch andere AD-Carries in der Mitte. Ich glaube, das ist fair.
Split push.
Gibt ja einen Grund, warum Yunara Lulu zum Beispiel voll aus der Mitte rausgefallen ist, right?
The Talia to surf over and make picks as well. And then even when you get to the objectives, you're going to have Nocturne Darkness to allow Nico's engage. It's like really hard sometimes to do Nico engage from
Zumindest alles auf Glück. I mean, ich verstehe manche Sachen.
that you have, if they can get their leads and use the high damage that they have, and maybe they can push us to a game 5.
Ist er vielleicht so gut wie Busio? Nee, er ist nicht schlecht, aber nein. Boah, dieses Overlay da drunter, ne, das stört mich schon wieder. Nee, das Overlay, also sie werden es gleich wegmachen, aber...
This could be a bad sign for C9.
All right, well, we're watching this early game. Raz is standing by with Cloud9's coach. I will dominate, I believe.
Dom, okay.
You are right, but there's a lot of trading bot side, so I want to ask your immediate opinion on that.
Well, I think this last trade wasn't good for us. Before that, it was good. I mean, normally, Karma will eventually be good in these types of lanes because you will be able to poke them out. You can trade on your shield. So yeah, we'll just see how it ends up going throughout the game. I think that in this game specifically, I don't think their team fight is that strong. I mean, they're playing more of like a side lane game with Quinn and stuff like that. So hopefully we can get there and we can get some real team fights this game.
Let's talk about that Quinn a little bit, because I know you guys, when you selected, or you guys selected FlyQuest as an opponent, you gave a lot of credit to their drafting abilities. Just thoughts going into the Quinn? Well, Nero did. But what are your thoughts?
I mean, the Quinn is something that's like an old school counter to Renekton. We've seen this before. Yeah. Quinn with Cleanse, and then Quinn got some buffs, like there was mana buffs on ult. But it's a champion that has a lot of risk associated with it. It's not that good in team fights versus things like Aurora and Wukong, right? So you have to really like make the game funny. You got to use your mobility and stuff to be able to get some type of lead in the game. So it's a risky pick, but it's definitely something that can be powerful in a game like this. It's just a different style than what we decided to go for.
All right, appreciate the conversation. Gonna send this one to the caster. Before I do, though, a lucky squeeze. Thank you. Take it away, guys. That was a good squeeze. That was a good squeeze.
Diese scheiß Landsnase.
Doesn't do an interview with the FlyQuest coaching staff, then that's just
This is biased.
Yeah, I mean, did he just rig the whole game
This
right
is
there?
2 squeezes to 1 in favor of Cloud9.
Blabber with a possible angle here, runs into the control ward though, so Ezreal, plenty of mobility, just backs right off there.
Ooh, that is...
FlyQuest, they won with the Quinn
They
draft.
like rocks.
There you go.
I think
that was the decider for sure.
It was.
Fans probably just like fun drafts that aren't the same champions that they see so commonly.
So when this comp wins, it looks so cool because you're just like dominating these lanes and you get Nocturne going to all the... Okay.
FlyQuest making the move up here in the top side, but no, sir, not going to work out. Thanatos does survive. He doesn't have to spend the flash. However, it's important to note he has already teleported back into lane, so now he's stuck at half HP, so Griffin still gets value out of the gank.
Yeah, absolutely does. But that was well played by Thanatos. Saves his flash by, you could see Griffin was trying to juke back to dodge the slice so he doesn't get the reset on the dice, but does tag him with it, so hold on to his flash, because if he backstepped that and you miss, then you definitely have to flash as Thanatos, and maybe you're just dead because the Fear Scepter could come through.
Okay, Sven firing back versus Masu and Cryogen both.
Super.
Vulcan attaches the tether, but Cryogen with the flash away stays alive.
Yeah, this is spicy.
Can I punish him?
Heavy trading down here. Both junglers, you always look for those on the way when these summoner spells are getting blown, and they're pretty far away. Both are also like level 6 farming junglers, so both these bottom lanes.
Wavehalten ist impossible, aber das ist okay.
Moment. Still, you've got the flashes, or you have one of the flashes here for Masu on FlyQuest side, but very, very close. So want to see when you actually do get your gank, or even the mid lane
Minion gestunt.
there could be the thing that tips it.
That was a fast cleanse, man. He
Oder? Nee, er hat ihn Nee, er hat ihn wow.
You're making a funny face.
Wow, ich dachte, er hat den Minion gestunt, weil er so perfekt geglänzt hat. What the fuck?
Because when they hit 6, you slice dice in, you try
Ich war mir sicher, der hat Minion gewählt.
they can just win the all in.
Das ist crazy work.
A lot of American players I've seen feel it's actually a positive trade to trade out that flash early and then have the Sun either call up your jungler or look for the level 6 all in.
Okay, I believe you, but at the same time,
doesn't always work. There's risk.
I still have my doubts because it's such a big cooldown difference between the two summoner spells. So that just means the pressure is on Thanatos to make that pay off.
And Quinn, post level 6, can just mount up and bird fly right back out here, so doesn't lose quite as much as you would think, even though.
Wir müssen den Counter zu Hennington, ja.
One of my favorite type of flying.
Hat einen guten All-In gefunden, ja.
Bird up. Behind enemy lines. That's the this is
Boah, er geht nicht für Tabis, ne? Das ist krank. Das ist krank.
I've ever had to look up in a single
FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest pulling out some curveballs here for me. As C9 have control over the bot side river. Blabber going to go ahead and pick up the crab there. It is a small early gold lead for FlyQuest, the majority of which is in that top lane counter pick. Vulcan does get the root there onto Cryogen, but the nice part about Nico into Karma is even if you're going to get held up by the tether, you just send the clone backwards and it blocks the interflame.
Okay, we got pings over the red buff spawn here. So Griffin has the timer, so he's coming over to look for Blabber's red. Mid lane, look at the positioning too. The Taliyah would come first. but with the ward, it just pushes him right back out here. So Griffin gives up on the play.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising to me if he expected Blabber to be coming there, because he used the Fear Tether on the red, and you need to save that for the fight if you're actually expecting him to come. So maybe he thought he was going to be on the other side of the map, and that they could.
Sehr, sehr gut für Jungle. Das natürlich, was da jetzt gerade passiert ist, natürlich.
Thought that the Karma would eventually win out in these trades and get them that.
Bedeutet auch, dass C9 jetzt theoretisch mit dem Drake enden könnte, oder? 650 Gold müsste Blauer haben für Sheen. Das sollte er eigentlich haben. Also sollte er definitiv haben.
Yep, that was close, but not close enough. Sven goes ahead and completes his recall.
Kam late besser Wukong auch. Was? Ich spiele Nocturne Nico. Das ist natürlich eine Oldschool-Kombo mit Unsichtbarkeit, also mit der Darkness und so. Einen geilen Engel zu finden. Aber ja.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a lane all about just, can you dodge the skill shots? Yes. Okay, great. You're going to do well. Can you not? All right, you're going to get slammed. That's kind of just how every Ezreal lane goes. And, you know, we touched on this earlier. This cleanse timer, very different than the flash. Cleanse is almost back up, so if Thanatos does not find a window to actually look for an all-in before the cleanse is up, then that trade was not worth it.
And he's got his Fury bar here over 50%, so he can use some empowered abilities if he decides to go for the all-in, but as you say, the timer's kind of winding down pretty quickly, and Quinn also with the extra vision hack here, able to make sure she is safe when warding and is going to have some alone time up there.
Top lane's a Minecraft house, boys, no windows. Thanatos cannot figure out how to close that gap onto the Quinn, and Gakkos is having a great time here, plus 427 gold.
And I think there, you see him use all the Fury, so now I think it's much less likely that he tries to go for it. And the last is just going to be out, so I think the window is for sure closed. Dragon as well. Pretty easy collapse here for Cloud9 since you see Nocturne and Griffin up there.
Er ist actually nicht gebased, ne?
That being said, even with the gold lead for Gakkos, you know, Dom touched on it, everyone knows it. Quinn, it's tough to team fight on this champion. Unless you can kind of get, you know, around behind and get in on the AD carry and zero them out. It's very, very difficult because you're looking at Wukong, you're looking at Aurora, you're looking at all of this burst. You fly in there, you get knocked up by the Cyclone. Cleanse or not, you might just be getting one shot by the damage coming out from Aurora thereafter. So Gakkos, it is important that he builds this lead. And one of the strongest things about the Quinn is just the amount of move speed you have as you get multiple rounds into the ulti. You know, when you're at level 16 especially, you move around the map so ridiculously fast that you can push the side lane, force someone to answer you at a tier 2, and 10 seconds later, you're showing up for a dive in mid lane.
Yeah, the specific stats, since I have it pulled up here on my monitor, 70, 100, and 130% move speed values in ulti form as you get ranks into the ability. So very, very mobile across the map here for the champion. But honestly, almost 9.5 minutes into the game and still no first blood. I'm a little surprised.
Honestly, with Wukong and Nocturne, I was thinking
weiß, wo die erste Nocturne-Ulti hingeht. Botlane sehe ich es nicht. Ja, genau. Ich glaube, wir könnten halt einen All-Out-Scrap auf Botlane bekommen. Toplane, I don't know, wenn Thanatos sich runterchunken lässt, vielleicht, aber nicht super realistisch.
And I feel like if you're C9,
ist nicht so super realistisch.
About the fact that this team is going slow, because they're playing a much more standard comp. They're playing a comp that just wants to 5v5, that doesn't want this crazy, chaotic game. FlyQuest is trying to create advantages through side lane, but Gakkos could be in trouble here. We'll see if they're sneaking around on him.
Yeah, Blabber's making his way up top. Thanatos goes for the flash.
Auf den Minion, auf den Minion.
Has already spent the cleanse, now goes for the flash, trying to get away, but Blabber's ready to follow
Super.
up here with the R1,
Sehr gut.
R2, don't matter. First blood over to
Super.
Thanatos.
There we go. The jungler's getting involved now with the flash, with the ultimate from Blabber. They can secure it. And honestly, the CS difference is not very big, so the Quinn didn't get a lot of advantage even with a long time of 1v1 laning. So Blabber bides his time. He makes it count here for Thanatos, and Thanatos is taking that gold lead.
Yeah, and Blabber even sticks around long enough to make sure that they get 2 plates off of the turret. Sometimes you don't want to knock down the turret too soon, but this time around, Thanatos would love to get out of this lane. Meanwhile, bottom side, APA coming around, looking to make play number 2 here for the C9 boys. Cryogen tries to turn it around here with a pop loss.
Oh mein Gott, nein. APA bitte.
For now. Meanwhile, Griffin makes
APA bitte, Mann.
And FlyQuest with a massive counter punch. Do not lose a single man. C9 with a massive blunder.
I love Nocturne Nico, man, and Cryogen is the GOAT there. Do you see him with the jukes on? Gets his ulti off to secure the engage for Griffin on the Nocturne ultimate to come through, and Cryogen lives and he still saves his flash.
Yeah, that is actually crazy. Sven popped ulti early. They're coming down here looking for this play, but then APA goes in, decides, you know what, we're gonna go for Cryogen here. Cryogen gets forward, gets the 2-man ulti, then the sidestep on the weirding, another sidestep here on the twofold hex. Griffin arrives, APA can find nothing, and Kobe likes rocks. Quad arrives and helps to knock him down.
Man, the APA play there was just
disgusting.
I'm struggling to see what he was seeing because he goes across the veil only to jump right into the pop, then fires his weirding to the side. It could not have gone worse. I mean, I guess he hit the twofold hex on Damasu, which didn't matter, but both of those spells, the W and the E from the Aurora, critical misses.
And I could kind of feel that was happening because you saw on the minimap the Nocturne was heading down lane. So FlyQuest also were looking for play anyway. And since Cloud9 had just invested Blabber and the jungle presence in your resources to topside play, it does seem a little bit greedy to try and a long play on bottom side. Maybe you can say, all right, we just want to make a really quick one. Maybe we do a surprise, but then we back off. But to extend like that and fully commit when you know they have Nocturne and Talia, who you were highlighting, Flowers, of having that mobility across the map. And FlyQuest were clearly already looking bottom lane. That Nocturne ultimate immediately popped, and
Fuck, wie kann dieser Play nach hinten losgehen? Ich lasse mal tot. I mean, I don't know. Wenn halt instant stirbt, right, dann können die theoretisch zu dritt laufen, dann ist der Nocturne vielleicht am Griefen, wenn reinspringt. I don't know.
It's a good punch back here for FlyQuest, and it is still about a 20 CS lead there for Gecko, so he is slightly ahead in gold, despite Thanatos getting that kill off of the double flashes being forced. So we'll see if FlyQuest can get up there and help Geckos, because it is definitely not a matchup that you want to just kind of be even in farm and bleeding out. You want the Quinn to be able to always have the push and be able to be the one with first move. That really is the advantage of this champ.
Dragon spawning now, 3 seconds away. Meanwhile, bottom side, Sven versus Masu. Sven gets the slow there with the Arc of Ruin, forces the flash out of Masu. So with the Ezreal down to 25% HP, no flash available, no barrier either. Even if he has Trinity Force and an almost fully stacked tier, he's in no condition to fight.
Yeah, Masu just kind of overestimating his position there.
Drake's looking gut immer noch.
Shift cooldown just yet. Wanted to stop the base from Sven, but got too close, and Sven punishes him very easily. That could cost them the attempt at the Dragon, because Masu's still running from base, and this is going to be gone likely before they get there.
Yeah, Cryogen's pretending to be Masu, but C9 of course knows that he shouldn't be around here.
Super.
The going to be claimed there.
Is der Fight winning?
As Griffin goes in, tries to find the kill.
Vielleicht auf Blabber.
Barrage comes through. Blabber very low, trying to get him away. Tether drops down.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh 8. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. 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 Wait, maybe.
Sven with a double kill, trying to outplay him and slay him as Masu goes forward.
Bitte?
More auto attacks. Finds them, and FlyQuest get a full ace 14 minutes in.
Oh my goodness, that engage was huge. They knew Blabber had no flash, so they start. Griffin, he's like, fine, it's okay if Masu is going to be a little bit late. I'll start it early. I'll try and go for the smite timing. Even though they don't get the 50-50 flip on the smite timing, he still knows he can put the pressure onto the Wukong, force Blabber's flash over the side, and then the wrap around from Geckos from one side and Cryogen straight up the middle with the Nico really brings the team fight together for them.
I mean, this was just beautiful from FlyQuest.
Wir hatten noch sowas Gutes am... Wir hatten noch... Nee. Lief doch so gut. Ich habe auch nicht gedacht, dass sie fighten. Wir hatten noch sowas Gutes am Laufen.
Geckos does TP in, accidentally uses a cleanse there. You can tell he's used to that being on the different keybind, but arrives behind, finishes off Blabber, and then this sick engage from Cryogen. Everyone piles in here. Masu and Quad are just going crazy on the other side of the fight. Griffin is just buying time for those carries. Geckos does fall, but even with low health bars here, Quad and Masu go forward, pop in the barrier, finish off the kills. Masu barely survives, and they win big on this fight.
Good spell shield from Griffin, too, that saved his life.
Nice, guys.
Die Überstunde dann nicht mehr bei Zeit. Ja, drop mal 5 Subs jetzt.
That's the right response to have after a pop blossom like that. And now PA trying to get away here, but Griffin again making the moves down to the bottom side.
Das ist nicht real.
Shove seals the deal, and Quad is on a killing spree.
That's rocks. Honestly, though, all Nocturne right there. When you're going to ult onto the Aurora, you know immediately just start running towards the center because there's not enough distance for her to break the tether on going through the side. And so Griffin still gets the tether, and they get the chase down on the kill.
And that's the difficulty, you know, when you are playing.
Surely würden sie aber nicht gern 5 verlieren, oder?
All of the move speed from the ultimate, you're getting the move speed from your Q that you're on.
Sicherlich würden sie
It is
nicht
hard
gern
to
5
get away
verlieren.
from this, even with across the veil, even with the rocket belt. APA cannot stay safe. He does get the flash off of Quad, as it is a bit of a chase down, but Quad is now on a killing spree. Quad and Masu getting very strong.
Ach, der wird doch hart morgen. Boah, vielleicht ein kleiner Stream, wie gesagt, kleiner Stream anmachen, eine halbe Stunde Schlopi noch. Maybe, mal schauen.
FlyQuest taking control over not just the game, but it seems like they're taking control over the series itself. Game number 3, they finally get themselves on the board, and now here in game number 4, they have a commanding lead. I believe this is by far the largest gold lead early on so far in the series, just about 17 minutes in, and it's over 4,000 in FlyQuest's favor.
And now you get the fun time of the game, because it really shines when the outer towers start to go down, and you have more room to play with these Nocturne, Talia, and Quinn plays. We saw one of them on the side lane, you know, punishing APA. But those will continue because the cooldowns on those abilities not that long anymore. Everybody has at least their rank 2. So ready to make the repeat plays.
And it is crazy to think back to the second game, which FlyQuest, it felt like after that Baron steal, we're on the march, and Masu was Giga fed, and it felt like, hey, maybe they're actually going to win the game from this position. But Sven finds a critical arrow with Masu having no cleanse, with Cryogen having no Mikhails. They pick him off, they kill him, they just end the game just like that. If FlyQuest had won that game, you would be thinking FlyQuest are about to take this series to
Oh, ich lasse ihn laufen, ja, ist gut.
The difference in a series like this is these little moments, these little plays that can just completely change everything.
And we'll see, because the next fight is actually going to be really important here for Cloud9, because even though they're down almost 4,000 gold, they still have really good synergies for 5-on-5. You know, their team fight can be quite good. They really do need to mark the Nico, though. Cryogen has been quite good, and he can really be the difference maker.
Whoa, he stole it! Masu's true shot barrage, stealing away the red buff. Nicely done there from the fly.
Ah, das ist technisch. I mean, is this playable, der Fight? I mean, maybe. 2 Items auf AD Carry gematcht. AD nur Mitte. Full-Firma.
All right, mid lane priority, though, for Cloud9. They're trying to do the early work when you're trying to approach this dragon. Mid lane priority, control wards here all around it. So they're heavily invested in this team fight. This is a big one.
C9 looking to invade the enemy jungle, maybe set a trap here around the enemy red buff, but the problem is, FlyQuest already has a red buff. They're feeling all right.
Forcing all in vom Drake start.
On to Gakgos there. The Quinn forced to pop both summoner spells, and only with about 1/3 HP remaining, Gakgos is in no condition to fight.
Yeah, Gakgos had actually used his vault just before that for the trade.
APA got to be careful here as FlyQuest approach the Drake. C9 have control right now. Griffin only 40% HP, turns off the lights, ready to maybe ult in, but the Cloud Drake is already
Griffin.
by Blabber.
Griffin.
C9, Griffin's got to be careful, flashes back over the wall. Vulcan
Thanatos ist stark.
looking to turn it around. Masu's going to get caught.
Fuck.
Masu's
Yes.
down. Gakgos finally arrives as C9 are
Bitte Thanos.
Thanatos goes forward.
Bitte Thanos.
Summoner spells, keep it in mind.
Fuck yeah.
Away for now. So C9 going to
So.
take +1 kill.
That was actually
Rede, du Löwe.
from Thanatos. You know, Gakgos had used his vault in a trading pattern right before that, so then
Fuck
Thanatos
yeah.
flashes on him.
3 Drakes wie
But
Goats.
now you don't have vaults to interrupt slice and dice, so the vault, you know, you're not going to create any space with a flash. He just slice and dice right after.
Haben wir 2 Drakes sehr early bekommen.
Space with no sums, then TP's into the fight earlier than Gakgos, kills off Masu. That was huge from Thanatos. We'll see if he does get caught in this side lane, but I mean, APA is behind him. I don't think anything's going to happen here.
Critical too. Blabber keeps getting these smites. Even when Griffin, this one was
Ja,
a little late.
Rede.
So Nocturne went in
Gute
and
Smites.
was able to get the damage on Dragon
Wichtige Smites.
pretty early and secure it. But Blabber getting these last 2 dragons where Griffin is trying to ult in as it gets close is very big. Dragon Soul with a Cloud Soul means all the difference. Here's another look at it. So he gets it, then they get the engage, and despite another Nico ultimate getting 3 people, there's a Crocodile with a giant shield in the middle of your team and just deleting your Ezreal, and then Blabber gets saved right there, so there's no counter kill.
Oh, but we're right back to live, and we're right back to FlyQuest looking for a fight in the enemy jungle. Cryogen Amasu leading the way. Gakgos following right behind as Griffin ults in. Goes after Blabber, but that's not the right target.
Sven hit it.
Not nice enough. Gakgos
Ja.
out Thanatos, but FlyQuest have already lost Cryo and Gakgos both. C9 continuing to chase, looking for more. Blabber commits his flash, trying to get in range, but he cannot quite do it.
The Crocodile in the bush is the deadliest. Thanatos, even though he goes down, they're trying to walk past his bush. He gets the stun off and kind of puts a stop to the engage there for FlyQuest. It's 2 for Cloud9 in their counter.
Yeah, FlyQuest are just trying to keep up the pressure here, but Thanatos really giving them some problems in these last couple of fights. I mean, Cryogen does find a really nice Pop Blossom at that Dragon fight, but then the problem is Renekton was already TPing behind
Tony, danke für den Raid, Dankeschön.
I feel like they needed to maybe just
Grüße.
on the Renekton, play it
Hat's
more
einen tollen
slowly.
Stream.
But because Griffin went in already on the ult, Cryogen feels like he needs to follow up, then Masu's trying to pile in and follow up, and now you have no shift in
Eine besoffene Grüße, ey,
and
Grüße.
the fight's gonna be a loss. So FlyQuest
Keine Kommentar zu Blaufischen. Nee, ich muss gerade was machen.
50-50s. That's still going Blabber's way.
Vergessen, hat er gekocht?
Earlier,
Tschüss.
Dragon puts them on soul point, and that is huge.
14 Portionen Essen, das ist actually gut. So.
Speaking of big deals, the road
Das ist sehr erwachsen, tatsächlich.
That's where we're on
Sehr
right
erwachsen.
now. Play
So,
it's the first weekend.
kriegen wir AI fertig bei Svenny? Das ist die Frage. Ums Bett? Ja, sagt es mal hinein. Sagt es mal bitte hinein. Na, wenn es noch ein 3-2 los wird, schlafen gehen. Wir gehen schlafen.
Yeah, they're going to trade a bit of pressure here because FlyQuest still have bottom side pushing too and more members after forcing the Karma back to base. Vulcan is going to survive, but
Ganz
he's going to
potenziell
be able to trade the secondary tower.
Yeah, that turret is not long for this world, so FlyQuest going to build that lead back up right about to 4,000, where it was earlier, a little bit less than that, but they'll still feel happy about it. FlyQuest still with a strong lead for themselves, but again, if you're not building the lead as the clock marches on, it becomes relatively less and less.
Yeah, and Cloud Soul is a real problem. You're going to give Cloud Soul to Yunara, Renekton, and Wukong?
Bekommen wir hier noch das AI fertig.
That is terrifying. These are 3 champions that use it ridiculously well. Flat move speed is good on every champion, but these are all champions that want to go fast when they press R, and they are going to be going extremely fast if they get this next dragon.
And that means that time is ticking. FlyQuest know that it's 60 seconds until the next Drake. They have tried to contest for the previous ones, but it has not worked out.
Und bekomme ich noch meinen Sterex fertig bei Thanatos.
Now, otherwise, C9 will be feeling like they're in a really good spot despite the gold deficit. Taking a look at where the vision is.
Bei dem Item Spike set, ha?
There's not a whole lot around that bottom side river. Neither team
Kein Flash auf Blau, aber hier.
early positioning.
Bei dem fucking Item Spike set.
C9 will clear out the mid lane wave. That tier 1 turret still standing strong for
Okay,
FlyQuest, but it's
Sterex fertig. Kein AI für den Fight.
And Thanatos just got
Fuck,
another really
bro.
good break point. Hysteric's Gauge. The team fighting just goes through the roof for Renekton. You have Teleport Shield, which is massive. Then you have Hysteric's Gauge Shield. He is the biggest front line in the entire game on either side by a large margin. And he's going to get level 16. Wait a second.
Yow's been under pressure.
Du Hurensohn. Entschuldigung.
Pick coming out from FlyQuest, and again, a 3-man Pop Blossom. C9 just met a watery grave here in the river. Double kill of Amasu. The clone won't matter. Blabber doesn't matter. APA doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is FlyQuest just found exactly what they needed. Blabber and APA trying to get away, but a nice vault seals their fate. FlyQuest just got an ace for nothing.
It's a 5-for-0 ace. What an engage from Cryogen, who is having an incredible series here. FlyQuest are going to head to the Baron. They get the Dragon. They deny the Soul. They go 5-for-0. What a series of plays.
All you need is a little bit of well-played
Okay.
big
Passt.
damage from FlyQuest.
Kriegen wir auch noch hin.
Baron will be theirs. Yeah, you don't win on this push, but holy
Kriegen wir auch noch hin.
they just blew this game
Es ist
They
fein.
didn't blow it open, they just won. I know that as commentators we're not supposed to say that, but they just won. This game was close until it wasn't, and it wasn't as soon as Cryogen found that engage. Awesome
Es
stuff.
ist fein.
Yeah, I'm ulting. Okay. Fighting hard open.
Slowly.
Ulti. It looks good. It looks good.
Watch. Look, Wukong. No flash.
Look for him, please. Look for him.
Front.
Has flash. Drake and Baron.
Yeah. Wukong very low.
Ja, TTIG überfahren. IG war so enttäuschend. So krank enttäuschend.
Well, so critical there.
LDA fertig bei Gakos, der macht auch Terror jetzt.
We're going again.
Yep, FlyQuest aren't done. Griffin flies in, chasing after Blabber.
Terrorismus bei der Quinn, by the way. No joke. Terrorismus.
Now Thanatos also having a retreat. And yeah, Cryogen
Okay, Jochen, online.
3-man engage as the secondary part of the play, but it's quad on his 4-0 and 10 to Leah with the Weaver's Wall perfectly placed, knocks Sven to the side, and that Ezreal is dead and buried before the rest of the team even knows it.
I say it again, I love rocks! Good job, Quad! That was insane!
I mean, Quad was
Nach Mitchell.
so well because even if Sven flashes that wall, you were flashing into Cryogen on that flank. So that was such a
Jetzt sei ich fertig. Oh, aber jetzt sind wir einfach behind 8000 Gold, Bro. Wie?
But hey, if he flashes
8000 Gold behind. Ey, ich kann nicht mehr.
Great series though. This game now up 2.5k. You look at the whole top side of the map.
Ich kann nicht mehr.
Monstrous lead.
Bitte. Könnt ihr das noch irgendwie gewinnen? Sie kann wahrscheinlich nicht mehr gewinnen.
At least Sven didn't.
Sie kann nicht mehr gewinnen, aber ja. Könnt ihr doch irgendwo gewinnen.
You can have that incredible team fight now that he has that IE.
Quad the God on his Talia and Church is in session. It don't matter if Cloud9 don't believe because they are about to learn. This is a devastating game state. 8,500 gold lead. Baron still on FlyQuest for the next 60 seconds. The next dragon not spawning for another 2.5 minutes, and you know FlyQuest are going to own the map up until then. This top lane tier 2 turret still standing, the mid lane tier 2 turret as well, so FlyQuest still have some standing gold they can siege.
With all this gold, you starting to buy Guardian Angel on Nocturne. I mean, yeah, they don't have like traditional.
Also Playoff Stage ist das Upper Bracket Runde 1.
More time than a take would actually.
Haben also heute literally erste Runde. Soul maybe als Comeback. I mean, das muss eigentlich brauchst du nur einen richtig guten Fight mit der Yonara, die hittet, aber es ist halt XP-technisch auch schon wieder so guckt. 2 Level auf Toplane fast.
Okay. They lose their tier 2 turret here in the mid lane.
2 Level auf Jungle, 1 Level Mitte, 1 Level AD Carry.
They're looking for Blabber looking
Full Kontrolle.
He only finds Griffin with Gat goes right behind him. Thanatos can't make his way into the fight. Cryogen trying to get away, drops a defensive pop blossom, but not a lot of effect on that one.
Der stirbt doch jetzt, oder? Oh mein Gott, das kann nicht wahr sein. Das kann nicht wahr sein.
Finish the kill onto Blabber. FlyQuest gonna try to run down the rest of C9 here. Griffin with the Guardian Angel flashing forward for the kill there. Killing spree as he takes out APA. Gatko's putting pressure on Sven, gets the barrier out of the Yunara. Sven still with a flash, however, as FlyQuest are once more going to win a team fight without casualties.
Nice escape there from Cryogen. The double root was big, and also Gatgos was pushing down that bot lane. Look at the bot wave. No one is answering that from C9. He pushes that out, and then he just arrives so fast with the movement speed that Quinn has. I mean, look at this. It looks like you're glitching out. You're going so fast. He came over, kills off Wukong, forces the barrier and the ult from Sven, getting a lot of pressure down playing the map.
How can you not love this FlyQuest squad running Jungle Shyvana, you know, throwing down the Quinn, the Jungle Nasus, all these picks, the confidence that they have.
Ja, das Problem ist wirklich, dass FlyQuest auch in Game 5 Drafts 100% diese Cheese-Scheiße spielt.
And now finding
das heißt, sie sind schon favored.
Over 10,000 gold, the lead you're talking about. And with the gold comes the presence on the whole map and all the vision through C9's jungle.
And Masa was talking about when I interviewed him, the pros and the cons of age, right? You're not necessarily afraid of these things going wrong for you that have gone wrong in the past. But the other side of that is you lack experience. But they have been the ones bringing out these different picks. They are the ones looking like they have the deeper bag as far as counter picks and unique strategies go here against Cloud9, which is so impressive for the youngest tier 1 team in all of League right now.
FlyQuest with 5 seconds until the Drake spawns. They again do not want to give this soul over to C9, and they're in such a powerful position to keep their opponents away from it. FlyQuest.
Ja, ich meine, du brauchst die Seele, aber wie willst du? Schau mal XP an, es ist so fucking fried. Blabber hat kein W auch noch. Okay. Was? Jesus Christ. Sven hittet. Oh Gott. GG.
It's already 3 kills back over to FlyQuest. Thanatos about to fall here too, wants to get one back, but he will not. Vulcan's the only one standing, and FlyQuest.
Auf eine Sache kann man sich immer besetzen, dass dieses Team einen enttäuscht.
Two silver scrapes.
You can hear the music coming, man. FlyQuest have sealed.
Dieses Team schafft es immer zu enttäuschen.
FlyQuest looking strong for how bad Game 1 was, for how close Game 2 was, only to lose at the very end. They bounced back in Game 3. They have owned Game 4. It is a 13,000 gold lead. Remember, C9 chose this. C9 wanted this, and C9 are 1 game away.
Bitte werdet nicht gereversweept, war es gemeint sein, Game 4.
Trust in your team, trust in your picks. FlyQuest will push us to Game 5. Analysts, how hyped are you?
Fuck's sake, bro.
I can hold this side. Hit. I can ulti. I can ulti. Aurora ulting. That's good. Looks fine. Aurora no flash ulti.
What for the now?
Thanks on you. Take the.
Jetzt müssen wir ein bisschen mal in die Eiche.
Nice.
Ich verliere. Fuck, Bro.
Just kill him. Okay.
Hätte ich das ja früher gehittet, wäre das so gut gewesen. Steht 2-2. Aber die würden ja jetzt nicht choken. Sie würden ja jetzt nicht choken, die Opfers. Oh mein Gott, ich könnte wieder Ding hardforcen, ne? Actually, ich könnte wieder Ding hardforcen. Das Freezen. Vorfeld gewonnen, nein, 0-3. Das hier überhaupt übrigens doch ein... Nee, ich hoffe nicht.
Welcome back to the deciding Game 5 of FlyQuest versus C9. Player of the game in that Game 4 was Cryogen.
Yep.
Woo! Insane engages. Quad also had some awesome moments during that game, but we've selected a few of the best Nico plays yet.
We really have, and I'm gonna get straight into it because I love how the votes were directly towards Cryogen, getting 73% of the fan vote too, and a little bit of love to Quad. This play in particular goes to both of them, but yes, it is Cryogen for me that gets the nod. Let's go straight in. So immediately as the play starts, I'm gonna go for it. They go for the steal. They're not able to get it, but the position they're in, I think is perfect. The ultimate from Quad just cut the fight in two, immediately makes it so the carries cannot actually participate. Yes, they have flash, but what are they flashing into? With the Nocturne ultimate coming
Ein Joke, ich brauche kein Reverse VPR, aber es ist schon wieder gut, glaube ich.
To be able to choose whether or not they can support, and they're working off of either peeking in their teammates' PC, seeing how the condition of the fights are going, or just playing off of what their teammates are telling them. So as the fight gets close, yes, Blabber gets really low, but also we want to direct you up to the TP that Renekton came in from. So yes, the TP looks very good from Renekton, but he needs to wait and bide his time for the teammates to come through. Now, the fight continues. Griffin is getting really low. With the Aurora ulti coming through, he decides to flash out, but two things happen immediately. Gakkos comes flying in, but he needs some support if he's gonna be going in for a 1v4. So Cryogen, who's dealing with Thanatos, says, screw all that, I'm with you too. So let's play it through, and immediately, what a beautiful ultimate from Cryogen. Also takes attention away so Gakkos can then nail down APA. Also sees a really low HP Vulcan. Overall, a very clean team fight that sees the combination of a great Taliyah ulti with a great Nocturne ulti, creating confusion. And then immediately afterwards, I think Cryogen's ulti was perfect, just a cherry on top of the cake.
Amazing fight. We have another fight too, don't we?
We do have another fight. I'm gonna swap over.
I'm gonna take my nose.
I do want to mention, did your squeeze luck run out, Raz? Was 3 squeezes in a day too much?
The squeeze did.
Alles meine.
I don't know. He was. I
Game over.
maybe it was
Did the squeeze.
He did the
Nicht
squeeze,
Prost.
but he also may have he talked about the quality of the squeeze.
Oh, true.
Whoa.
He was gloating on the squeeze. Maybe that was
see.
too much.
I see.
That was too much? Okay. All right. So this is the second fight. And one thing we had talked about was like, okay, how awful is it to sometimes fight with a Quinn, right? And the answer is you're going to want to separate fights, just like in the first fight that Raz showcased. Here, what's going to happen is there's going to be a sick Talia wall. My drawing is going to be terrible because I'm not doing my dominant hand. I broke my hand. It's very sad. We'll just ignore that part. But right here, okay, Quad is prepping this Talia wall to go through. And most importantly, the person that gets caught on the other side of it is Sven. So he is in immediately a bad position. The rest of C9 are all over here. I've quickly learned it's easier to use highlight tool than drawing. Right here, Sven ends up dying. And the most important thing, again, is how separate this fight is, right? Like, first of all, they isolate Sven, they kill him off, and then, oh, guess what?
I see a Nico.
All of these guys are all grouped perfect for the Nico to come in, land a Pop Blossom, gets 3 because of the flash out, but then, yeah, they're just able to clean up the rest of the fight. And I have to say, really huge props to FlyQuest for the way that they use this Nico-Talia combo to separate fights. Because like you pointed out, like I pointed out at the beginning of my fight,
High five?
A 5v5, I
Correct
know. I almost did this actually. I'm gonna further break my hand. It's gonna be your fault.
That's your fault. You made the wrong choice if you did it.
But the way that they separated fights into smaller skirmishes to allow the Queen to get in and assassinate people was really, really important.
And important things about this series, I feel like
Warte mal,
continues
ich bin
to
fast
play
tot.
so fast, and I feel like they have the momentum here because they won most of game 2. I felt like with the comeback before losing that fight to APA's anti-flank, and then they've had pretty solid wins in these last 2 games.
Yes.
So we have 1 game left to decide if Cloud9 did actually pick the wrong team, Raz. So we're going to look at a few matchups. Quad versus APA so far this series. Quad has been, I think, very good. APA's had insane highlights, though.
Yes.
The Casio Lee game was amazing, and his anti-flank was amazing. But then Quad's Silas game and his Talia game have been exceptional.
Yeah. Quad stats are obviously looking much better. I think the big thing for me with Quad, especially in the last game, which is why I voted him player of the game for that game, was just his ability to recognize where to place the Talia wall to separate these fights was actually really huge in terms of them winning them instead of going into a straight 5v5. I think his understanding of team fighting on certain champions is just so good. And we've seen that in the Silas, and what ult he's feeling and how he goes as well.
Oder? Ja, das war keine gute Runde bisher, ey. Gute Nacht, Gotcha.
Yeah, and I want to look at the jungle pool specifically because
Nee, ich höre nichts von
when you
den
get into
Nachbarn.
game 5, then you start scrounging for different picks. And one of the most scary things in playoffs is unironically Griffin's champion pool because he already pulled out the Shyvana. That's one thing that I didn't even know he was practicing. They're banning, C9 is banning the Nasus from him consistently, but at some point you're going to have to really second guess what your banning kind of focus is. The Mundo's been there, the Shen has been there, especially since it's been locking out the Vi. This man in front of your screen is the scariest person to be playing against in game 5 situations.
And he's gaining some aura. He got ran by Blabber completely in the lock-in.
I'm changing my predictions.
I hope so, because you're wrong already.
3-2 FlyQuest. I have to believe in them. I'm not flipping. I'm not flopping. I am staying firm with my FlyQuest belief.
I want to do it with you.
Yeah?
But I'm going to stay. I didn't think we'd be here because of a near reverse sweep. I was thinking maybe C9 loses the first game, has a sloppy game in the middle there, and then ends with game 5 with my 3-2 prediction. The momentum is feeling really strong for FlyQuest right now.
Emily.
Absolutely. No, I'm not flip-flopping.
Yeah, Emily, she never flip-flops.
I'll just stay wrong.
Then you just agreed you're wrong then. I'm going to take it to the casters. Casters, what do you guys believe in?
We believe that we are having a banger series. Welcome back here. It is game
Nacht,
5. FlyQuest versus Cloud9. And it's really feeling the momentum more and more in FlyQuest's favor.
I mean, it's so high. It's all damage, you got Quinn top, and you're able to snowball off these, Knocker Nico ultimates that we're highlighting from draft. Really, like, aggressive play. They're staying true to themselves. It's just a fun story. They're playing different league from a lot of other teams. Most teams play very similar League of Legends, but FlyQuest are really indexing into their young roster, into their talent, into their hands. Will it be enough? That's the final question, though, because C9, those first couple of games look quite good for them. Can they bring it back? The veterans in the 5th game.
I mean, it's so exciting, right? I think most of the time people do think about age as a disadvantage here as far as like not having any experience, all these new players, but a lot of the other side of it is the fact that they have their own views on the game. They are not afraid of going their own way, playing their own style, and kind of just marching to the beat of their own drum, which I really, really respect. Guys like Griffin and Geckos and Cryogen especially, who have the least experience on the team, some of the youngest players, period, in Tier 1, they are just playing what they think is correct to play, and they're not really caring about what anyone else has to say about it.
And they're also respecting Cloud9's own pocket picks. The Ziggs, they ban it again. They know this weapon in the hands of APA is very, very dangerous, so the respect is there.
Shen is up, so Shen was not banned this time. Bai is available, Shen is available. It's gonna be interesting.
Oh, die ganzen Cheese, also okay. Shen ist noch offen. Ja, Shen ist offen. Wahrscheinlich wird es ein Shen-Game.
Here. I wonder if Geckos would slam, like a spicy pick looking.
Wenn sie so gestresst aus, wäre ich auch mit meinem Scheiß-Team.
ADTF into Gnar, and also people like Vayne into Gnar. So, those are both gone, but there is possibilities here.
Well, the Kalista Renata here in game number 5 for Maso and Cryogen, who have been so confident in
Kalista Renata. Haben wir noch irgendwas mit High Range anzubieten? Nee, ne? Wahrscheinlich auch nicht.
Every single lane that we've had this series.
As always.
And you can see, up until now, Kalista had 0.0%, a big old double donut in terms of pick ban presence so far. This is a champion where I feel like when it's relevant in the meta, it's kind of pick ban tier, and when it's not relevant, it's completely gone. So seeing Masu and Cryogen pull this out, it's pretty surprising.
It is, especially because I was going to say, last game, we saw a lot of the safe picks that were available get limited in the second phase. Jhin was up. I know you're a Jhin hater. A lot of people are Jhin haters, but Jhin is a strong, safe laner, right? And so, had they been able to bring this out later, maybe could have been more powerful.
Kann ich noch einen Zauberstaffel bitte hitten? Nee, natürlich nicht. Kriegt mich dieses Game wieder, ne?
More and take away something like that Jhin and force them onto a hyper carry, then it's really, really scary. But instead, it is just going to be Jhin Alistar here as the answer from Sven and Vulcan.
Wow, Jhin Alistar gefällt mir schon mal nicht. Naja.
Better throughout this series. They have been looking a lot stronger. And so you do not want to give an edge to Kalista Renata, who can run away with the game.
So the big thing that I look at whenever you're up against Renata, especially when she's drafted early, is you got to make sure you're not just sending a dive comp at the enemy team, because hostile takeover is so effective against it. So you've already got Alistar, who's going to jump in melee. Gnar, of course, likes to fight in Mega Gnar form, so that's going to be another one to send in. I want to see what kind of range C9 brings, as FlyQuest are going to bring out the Akali.
Technically, too, you can flex this Akali into a Gnar, so don't pigeonhole it into mid lane. We'll wait and see, as far as the bans go, what they want to cover.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they're just showing that they want to go full send it, on a dive comp here with the Akali blind. I think we're going to see some mid lane bans.
Kann ich noch einen Zauberstab hitten? Oh mein Gott, ich habe so viel Pech.
Smart when you're going to be playing both Kalista and Akali. Poppy is a nightmare to deal with. So I think that is a really, really good ban. And then I just wonder, if they're going to try to target another safe pick here from APA. Maybe something like the Galio could be problematic if you're going to go blind. I feel like Galio could be a decent matchup, and also, does work pretty well against kind of just the theme that I feel like FlyQuest is drafting for.
Yeah, definitely could be the
Kick ich dieses Spiel.
Indra, so they are expecting it, like I was talking about, to go into the Gnar. Since a lot of the other, Gnar answers or counter picks.
Fick ich das Spiel, jetzt sterbe ich wahrscheinlich, oder?
You could, like you're saying, go super spicy, but the best thing
natürlich. Oh mein Gott.
is that you have way more safety and mobility. I thought it would still be kind of cool to see like a Yasuo or some of those super
Yasuo,
super
Aurelia.
killer out there.
Dude, game 5, if you're slapping that down.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's crazy, but it's FlyQuest. If there is a team in our league to do it, it's this team for sure.
Okay.
Trundle going to be the last ban here from FlyQuest, which tells me
Akali ist schon scary. Die Optionen gegen Akali gefallen mir schon mal nicht. TF ist raus.
Trundle is the absolute counter.
Galio wäre noch, ja, Galio.
Or top laner, right?
A melee solo laner.
Exactly, melee solo laner. So you could potentially have double melee solo laners paired with the Sejuani. So they are, you know, broadcasting that they might.
Oh, sie gehen für Toplane.
But no.
Oh, sie gehen von Toplane Akali into Naos. Okay.
This is going to be, you know, potentially.
Oder sie wissen es nicht ganz sicher, aber.
So C9 is banning one for it's going mid lane and one for it's going top lane. So the flex pick is showing a lot of value, and that is one of the strengths of FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Mundo.
Oh, the Mundo here comes.
Chonban.
So they do get that big tank presence. And although not a lot of CC, guess what? Jhin, as great as a strong laner as he is, doesn't do great against Mundo later for trying to get through him.
Yeah,
DPS noch. Braun irgendwo DPS noch, bitte. DPS.
Azir doesn't really want to play into Akali, right? So I feel like it's actually pretty intelligent how they're drafting out thus far. And we're going to see
jetzt noch nicht gepistet werden.
Completed, and then we're going to have the ability for FlyQuest to choose where they want the
wer ist fake von euch?
You have both
Wer ist länger
Alistar and Sejuani on the same team here. It doesn't look like a lot of damage.
35 Monate bin ich da. Real.
Isn't going to be
728, fake.
Gnar though, Thanatos Gnar on top of
So, was haben wir anzubieten? Mitte.
He could get really big in the side lane regardless. This guy is very
Blind pick
good
Mitte.
at Gnar. And that champion, you know, if you get enough money.
Das ist ein, boah, magisch.
And I love Swain into dive comp. Swain is one of my old school favorites.
Okay.
I'm playing mid and someone is going full dive. Swain is so
Kann ich
good.
mitarbeiten.
You're saying, great, you want to dive onto my Jhin, you want to kill him off? You're going to be walking through an ulted Swain.
Oh, der lila Mann.
Make your life a nightmare.
Boah, dieses FlyQuest kommt, sieht aus wie ein Stück Scheiße.
An interesting angle here, you know, into the
Wow.
lane. I don't know if they're just kind of trying to bait here. Or if they're actually going to consider it. I don't really expect it. I just feel like you give up too much wave clear early, you're going to be constantly pushed in. So it's going to be more standard, will be the Azir. So we are thinking this now means Gakos will be the one playing the Akali. Quad going to be playing the more standard Azir. And this top lane matchup, that could decide everything.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of makes sense because you're seeing so many health stackers. Everybody but Jhin is health stackers on the side of Cloud9. So FlyQuest, they really need something to cut through all of that.
Swain ist schon ziemlich OP, ja. Mal sehen.
Azir is not going to do, at least early, not very many Azir sex people back into your team.
Haben die genug Damage für Mundo? Boah, haben die anderen genug Damage für Swain? Aber ja, haben sie. Also beide Seiten, ja.
Better for yourselves. Super hype here for game number 5.
Yep, chat, let us know, who do you think won the draft? Who's going to win the game based on the draft? Spam C9 or FlyQuest?
Bitte C9 wins.
And we'll see. They're 2-1 now because they predicted FlyQuest for the last game, so they're doing pretty well.
So I believe this is, for the LCS at least, first Kalista, first Renata, and first Swain of the split so far.
Wie Jungle Matchup, hard favored für Mundo. Ich bin jetzt 2-0 gegangen, was passiert. Du musst jetzt sofort subscriben, damit C9 gewinnt. Ihr müsst jetzt sofort schauen, wenn Prime offen ist, sofort Geld abdrücken.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Sofort Geld abdrücken.
You know, we have seen some Akali top,
Das
very
reicht.
little. It was played twice as an answer into the Gnar in the LEC. Lost both those games.
That doesn't count.
It was Shifters playing it as well, so it extra doesn't count. But you know, it is something that is out there, just not a common pick.
And again, the reason I'm looking at it early there, when they get it early, is because you have so much safety, and there's not a lot of the direct counter picks. So Akali can be just fine, and you can just scale, and you can get your level 6.
Soll das nicht 3-0 werden? Boah, bitte. Ich kann es nicht. Bitte. Lass doch einfach schauen, ob die gewinnen jetzt.
When Gnar is in a timer for mini. So you have a lot of options with this champ. You don't have to like pick it and smash your lane. If you're just farming and scaling too, you're going to be a big threat. Going to have some good burst.
Don't have to, but it's fun if you do.
Very fun.
And we got Raz standing by with an interview for Coach Apollo.
That's right, I got Apollo with me. You're already just saying, oh my gosh, just looking at the early trades.
Apollo als Coach is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously picked a pretty strong bot lane in the game 5, and it's like there are not many champions left to deal with Kalista Renata. At least that's what we thought. And right now, Jhin Alistar, it's like, yeah, they pretty much just have to do their best to survive. So yeah, it's gonna be, this is kind of make or break for bot lane.
What's the message that you sent the boys as you guys are trying to get something going?
I mean, honestly, like even the games that we lost, like we've been playing pretty well, you know.
Wie wichtig ist das Game? Ich meine, warte, lass mich ganz kurz.
Yeah, the game 2 throw.
Interview.
Game 3 throw. The game 2 throw. And yeah, even so, ever since then, I feel like we've been kind of like getting better and better, warming up a bit. But yeah, I mean, nothing really. I don't think we like tried to stress them out. It was just up to us prepping a good draft and making sure their players are comfortable.
I like that message because this is their first Game 5, I'm assuming, as like a young core. But you've personally been in this situation, I'm sure, a lot of times.
Yeah, technically, I was in this situation versus C9, but I was getting reverse swept. So, I mean, it would feel really good to have the reverse sweep this time around.
All right, I don't want to take too much of your time, but like just the last coach did a good luck honk, but they lost. So what do you want to do?
I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's necessary. Thank you for giving me the option, though.
All right, I gave you the option. I'm going to send this one back to the casters.
Respectful.
Well, es ist Upper Bracket Runde 1. Das heißt, Verlierer ist noch nicht raus. Verlierer gehen ins Loser Bracket, aber Gewinnen wäre trotzdem sehr, sehr wichtig. Natürlich, ne, du willst nicht unbedingt, ja.
I love the memory as well. Yeah, I got reverse swept by these guys, so I would love to reverse sweep.
That chicken is cooked.
Wait, what?
I've never seen that.
Yeah, I was about to say, boys, am I missing something? I feel like
Look at this, hides behind the flag.
Has that always been there?
How long has that been in the game?
I have never seen that before.
I am not good at paying attention to small details like this, but hey, the chat results are in. Much closer this time around. Remember, in game number 4, it was 76% for FlyQuest. Now, 57. So they still come out on top, but much closer race.
It's also worth noting that Geckos is playing Flash Ignite. I expected Ignite, but a lot of times Kali top players will go Ignite TP. Yeah. So this is much more
Wie viel von 1 bis 10? 8.
aggressive. And Sejuani is heading top.
So is Mundo.
Ist auch noch
So
vermarktbar.
they're both doing a same timer here. Mundo now pings back to the Gromp, as does Sejuani. So when you're going back for your top-down clears, get a couple seconds to play with, see if there's going to be anything, and both of them opt into Pure Farm.
So producers have informed me that normally there is a bird there, but part of the chicken Swain skin is he replaces the bird with a fried chicken because he is the emperor of fried chicken. So it's all because of the Swain pick. Swain's just such a rare pick, you never actually notice it.
That's really funny because,
hold on, bottom side, Vulcan going in. Pressure down on
Warum darfst du nicht direkt so cute auf Swain? Poke.
Really nice combo.
Mal 10.
For just the price of 1 here. And that is cool. I should have realized that because I remember one of the old Dragon Swain skins spawns all these little dragons everywhere around the map, like perching and stuff.
Yeah.
So that is pretty cool.
Ich glaube, Swain kann einfach gut reapplyen, vor allem mit der Ulti später dann. Sonst die IG vs. TT nachzuschauen, ne.
You want Volibear to change the map? Blabber's trying to change the map by killing Quad here, but the flash
Digga, dieser
backwards
Typ.
from FlyQuest mid laner means it ain't gonna happen. It's first blood over to Quad, and Fly aren't done just yet. APA down to 150 HP.
Digga, dieser Typ.
Never move to drag Quad into the turret. APA stays alive, but FlyQuest come out on top.
Griffin and Quad, they get revenge for all the way back in game number 1, the mid-jungle duo. Determined the stomp. Cloud9 stomped that game.
Doch nicht in Game 5.
And here, Griffin and Quad on 2 picks that scale very well.
Doch nicht in Game 5.
They win.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say. It's one thing if your mid-jungle gets killed by, you know, Lee Sin and LeBlanc with Ignite. When I see my mid-jungle die to a Azir Mundo, I am scared.
Wie fucking ill bist du, dass du da rein queuest? Wie insanely ill im Kopf musst du sein?
From Blabber, and then they still can chase down easily, so they get the first blood and it goes into the Azir.
Ich glaube, das höchste überschreitet, aber ich könnte es dir nicht sagen. Ich weiß es actually nicht.
Give him some money. Rarely does it happen this early, but
once more, it's Masu under pressure. Vulcan and Sven doing a great job engaging on the Callista once more. We heard from
Sehr gut.
Callista,
Sven, es gibt ein Game, um zu ficken, und das ist das Game hier. Okay.
I mean, Jin, like I said, is one of the strongest laners. It's a
Mein Jungler hat 8, wie immer. Bitte, ein Game.
But they are finding these combos. Vulcan is engaging. The Deadly Flourish is there to follow up. Cryogen has not been able to block any of these Deadly Flourishes, and he has not also been able to handshake any of the headbutt pulverizes. That is kind of the matchup. You have to be able to deny that engage and then punish the Alistar. Because if Alistar goes forward, gets handshook on that engage, all of a sudden you don't have any CC and you're getting the spear stacked on you like crazy.
Definitely has been a big factor in all of the games this series too. The bottom lane has been such a point of reliable strength for FlyQuest, but getting cracked here as Cloud9. And basically, I don't really count that as a gank. That was 2v2.
Yeah.
They did almost all the work themselves.
Ja, vielleicht ist nicht okay.
Showed up to help finish
Du weißt, dass die das sind.
To be clear, the bot laner is counted as a gank.
Wieder minus Chickens.
Yeah, the one
Oh, weia.
for sure, dude.
They will be typing jungle div.
Yeah, it's just well, enemy jungler's here. What was I supposed to do?
Da haben wir ein Riesenproblem.
That's the nature of the game. Okay, so we do not have the dragon taken early on by either side. Grub's still a minute away from spawning. Top side of the river, though, controlled by FlyQuest right now as Gatghost walks over to eat a couple of those yummy apples. Thanatos, 70 farm versus Gatghost's 66. But remember that most of this time has been spent pre-level 6, and it's really post-ulti that Akali gets that true pressure onto the Gnar.
Yeah, and Akali also is holding that wave, or was holding that wave a little bit, so is going to go just slightly ahead. And yeah, it's about that kill threat later on. The question really is going to be, you know, can you kill off this Jhin effectively without just getting roasted by all of the CC, all these meatballs that Cloud9 have drafted for? Because it is going to be very difficult to fight through them.
All right, they're walking down the river here. Griffin and Quad from the top side.
Oh, God.
From the bottom side, it's a pincer.
Okay, FlyQuest ready to try to fight.
Oh, ja. Ignite, oh, ja.
After Griffin, they want to burst down the Mundo, staying alive right now with a max
Oh, ja.
dosage, but it's not enough. Sven takes the kill. The Mundo falls. Griffin's out of
Okay.
the picture as C9 maintain control over the bottom side river.
Ignite auch noch weg vom Spellbook, sehr gut.
Immediately attack one side that is approaching. All of Cloud9 in unison turn right onto Griffin, and even though he's Mundo, they don't care. They know he didn't have a flash from the mid lane play, and so they can kill this Mundo. Just turn on one of the sides and immediately commit to gain your advantage, and then you can just take the objective afterwards.
And Alistar is good versus Mundo for the same reason that Alistar is good versus Sivir, right? Because
Burn can be stacked on a target when applied by multiple users. Don't not refreshing the debuff for all concepts close to all the time. Okay. Good to know. Wer ist Gwen ist es? Das ist der KFC oder King, warte, wie heißt der denn? Wie heißt der? Der KFC Swain. Fried Chicken King? Kann das sein? Ist es der Fried Chicken King? Heißt er so?
So it's going to be a lot harder to lock down.
Yeah, this Jhin with a nearly 1,000 individual gold lead. C9 up a single kill. Overall tied here between the two teams, as there's also a sizable lead for Quad in the mid lane on this Azir. You guys touched on it earlier when we saw the first 2v2 over in mid. Getting this hyper-scaling mid laner, this powerful carry off to this start. Great sign for FlyQuest, and you can see right there, Quad has already purchased his Nashor's Tooth 9 minutes and 23 seconds into the game.
Yep, Quad doing great. Top side on fire. He just hops away.
Literally. He's ignited, but not quite going to find a kill here. Gatghost, though, no more smoke available as Thanatos is going to try to attack these minions a couple times. Charge up the Narvar, throws out the Boomerang. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, 2v2 continues up in the top
Guter Flash von Gatghost.
Flashing away from the glacial prison, staying alive for now as the curtain call opens up in the bottom.
Sven, das könnte ein Legacy-Game werden, nicht meins ernst. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott, ja. Oh mein Gott, ja, bitte. Einmal Karin. Bitte, einmal dein Shit-Dog Jungler Karin. Einmal, bitte. Das habe ich verdient. Ich habe das verdient, du nicht. Ich habe das verdient, einmal in Game 5 gewinnen. Nachdem ihr mich letztes Jahr 3-mal geknallt habt in Game 5, bitte.
Ooh, nice shuffle there from Quad, trying to throw APA away. Has to flash, though, as the Swain tries to make sure he can stay in range, but it's not quite going to work. Summoner spell, though, spent by both mid laners.
Yeah, Quad was happy to take the 1v1, but this ward over the wall there spotted the Sejuani coming in, and that's why he has to then go for the disengage. Knows he has got to run for
the Blackfire Touch auch stackable. Interesting.
Has his protoplasm harness ready to go, and C9 want to just keep forcing fights. They are very strong right now.
They want to fight around this fed Jhin. I called it Deathfire Torch on accident. Deathfire Touch, though, is an incredibly powerful keystone for a champion who naturally just scales his AD so high by virtue of how his kit works. It can do such deceptively high damage.
And let's see, Griffin is eyeballing a topside play again. Maybe get some vision on the next spawn of Raptors. He did have the timer because when Blabber showed bottom for the previous bottom gank, Griffin did actually steal his Raptors and took the timer there and took the payment. So we'll see. With the mid lane push again, I expect him to grab those. But
Grief wieder Drake stacking.
Around the other side just for the
Das Wichtige ist eigentlich, dass Blabber halt XP-technisch even oder okay im Game ist. So 2 Camps behind, das ist vollkommen vermarktbar. Oh, wait. Oh mein Gott, ja. Keine Fallhöhe. Keine Fallhöhe, aber danke.
Gets the 1v1. Has the flash advantage thanks to that earlier gank from Blabber and utilizes it there very effectively. Flashes in, finishes off that kill. And when Akali falls behind in the matchup like this, it does become very difficult.
Okay, bottom side, engage once again, coming out from Vulcan. Blabber is here, Masu and Cryogen trying to defend themselves. Hostile takeover buys enough time to keep FlyQuest safe.
Yeah, Cloud9 want to go for the dive because they have so tanky of a front line here with the Alistar ult. With the shots coming from Sven, though, Cryogen has to dodge at the end, and they still get the priority. They still get a tower plate, although no kill because of the evasive maneuvers here. Kalista ult right into the bounce. Handshake is enough for them to survive for now, at least.
Yeah, this is really big for C9, though. Continuing to put that pressure on. And you can see Thanatos was even pulling the wave, stacking it up so it would push towards him. He knows that Geckos is not in a position to actually win an all-in. If you can't win the all-in, you are just going to be slowly whittled down in these kind of matchups here. So Thanatos really showing his class. Absolutely a big comfort pick for him on the Gnar and is looking fantastic.
Yeah, especially like when you have the comfort pick.
Also gerade waren 2 laute Knalls draußen, gefolgt von jetzt Sirenen.
Oh ja. You're going to put some time practicing your Akali top. It's not going to be in some of the top most played ones. And Dragon is up.
Nicht mein Problem.
Secured here for Cloud9. I don't think there should be a contest for
Tatsächlich nicht mein Problem. Sollen sie sich abschießen. Springt euch weg. Ist mir scheißegal. Es ist 2 Uhr morgens. Ist nicht mein Problem.
Not being challenged here by the side of FlyQuest. I mean, it's really hard to challenge when the enemy 80 carry is up 2,000 gold, and it's kind of the opposite effect of what we were talking about earlier. We're saying
Manche Leute haben das Pokalfinale besser verkraftet als andere.
Early because they scale so well. Kalista doesn't scale compared to other AD carries, and so for her to be 2,000 gold behind is rough.
Yeah, it is extremely rough. But that being said, there's not great tank killing from C9. Yes, Gnar has, Hyper has % HP damage, but even a Jhin from ahead is not great at killing a Moon.
Treffen uns gleich in der Schwemme. Ich wohne in der Nähe von Stuttgart. Aber ja, natürlich.
Hey, there are going to be opportunities, and you do have some tools to potentially kill off.
Wenn ich dieses Potenzial fresse. Die werden nicht reverse-sweept.
Try to put some pressure on him, but Quad, calm and cool, collected. Cryogen also waiting over the wall here. Thanatos stepping forward. Vulcan makes his return.
Ich freue mich, ja klar, gleich noch eine Nachtschicht einlegen. Wir werden jetzt nicht reverse-sweept. Ich weiß es. Die werden mich nicht enttäuschen. Nicht schon wieder.
Does indeed stay safe for now, and this is a slight trade on cooldowns as APA trying to chase him down.
Yeah, he goes after Geckos, finds some good damage here.
Oh Gott, oh Gott.
Tries to turn around, flashes away from the glacial prison as Blabber arrives.
Oh großer Gott.
Ready to reinforce his mid laner here, try to make sure they can turn this around.
Oh großer Gott, bitte.
As Griffin shows up as well, it means everybody's going to walk away.
And Blabber has Summoner Spell book here, switched over to heal too, so was waiting, trying to do a little bit of a heal bait there too if they wanted to go for the perfect execution onto the Swain back in, but
oh großer Gott.
Gonna use it to safety, gonna use it to evade, does cost flash on top of the ult.
And remember, tickets are available for the spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena, June 13th, 14th. 2- and 1-day passes are both on sale. Scan your QR code. One of these teams is going to be there. It should be really, really fun. I feel like all our top 4 are looking super competitive, so I feel like almost any permutation of the teams we could get there at finals weekend is going to be a banger.
And I mean, we're in Game 5 here today in our first series of playoffs, and tomorrow we get to see those other 2 teams in the top 4 that you're talking about, Isaac, with Team Liquid going up against Lion. I'm hoping we get another 5 on that one because that's what makes playoffs super exciting, when you have the top contenders that you're expecting to go the distance already going the distance against one another in the upper bracket. It's super fun.
It really is. And so just a little update. We are investigating a player audio issue. So just figuring out, someone thought there might be some sort of issue with their headphones. You can see APA is having his looked at. So very likely is APA who reported that. But for the game state, it is this 1,000 gold lead here for Cloud9. Looking to be in a very good position overall.
Ich habe da nicht den Nerv für.
Well, really more than that entire lead is just down in the bot lane. But, you know, I do think there's opportunities to come back for FlyQuest for sure.
Yeah, there definitely are. They've shown throughout this series how willing they are to full send on these comeback plays. Plus, as you're stating, you know, the Mundo and here both
Oh mein
quite
Gott.
nicely, so we'll see what they can do. Despite the bottom lane really running into very big troubles here with the Kalista Renata not finding, you know, really anything early on, and Sven being so big.
It is interesting seeing that Masu did go for the Shiv. Shiv is relatively popular on Kalista. Borg is still more popular in solo queue, but I thought he would have gone Blade of the Rune King because of all the HP stackers in this game.
Gewinnen, oder
You know, there was going to be some value
so viel mehr HP, ich muss gewinnen, oder?
You know, it is interesting seeing him go for this Shiv build, which is higher win rate than Blade of the Rune King.
Aber mein Scheißding, oh mein Gott.
Maybe he just goes it second and wanted the Shiv for more minion control. While
Fuck yeah. Ape.
Down there.
I mean, hey, the Shiv will
Sitz.
block the Blade of the Ruined King now, right? You just Blade of the Ruined King everybody there with your Shiv, as the Rift Herald has already been secured by Griffin and FlyQuest. C9 show up, but it's a little bit too little, a little bit too late. Thanatos at least getting some alone time here with the bottom lane tier 1 turret. Should be able to secure that one for C9.
Yeah, it's kind of the payment down there.
Schauen Sie das Ding aus, ja.
Guess what? Again, we keep high lane Thanatos, and very comfortable champion for him. If he gets to go crazy
Is
on
it durch?
our split push, it could become a real problem for how they're trying to play.
Blackfire Touch first. Blackfire Torch first, meine ich.
For the final push and to open up the extra lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Thanatos, as he gets ahead, you're going to have so much HP. Akali is not going to be able to 100-0 you, right? And if you can't do that, you just can't win the 1v1. Akali also not great at looking for all-ins against the Swain, unless the Swain is comically behind. You know, you're not going to really be able to burst through that either. API has gone for the Blackfire Torch, you know, playing Deathfire Touch. He's going to have a lot of sustained damage here in these fights if you're trying to engage past him. Of course, this is a bit of a squishier build. Sometimes players, you know, in really heavy dive comps will go Roa and play it a bit safer, but this is higher DPS, and I do generally prefer this style of build.
Especially because they do need to squeeze out, I feel like, a little bit more damage, even though Sven is doing really nicely, so does get them there. A lot of item breakpoints here coming in for Cloud9 because Sven is so accelerated, hitting the you know, 2-item collector here very quickly, and then because jungle, they're just really cheap items. you also get your 2 items for Blaver here, but Sejuani definitely serves the full purpose at the moment as Griffin gets interrupted.
Oh, yeah, Griffin gonna eat that combo there as Vulcan chases after him.
Schön.
Thanatos right behind.
He was shopping.
Yeah.
Six auf Sager ist relativ Standard.
From Griffin,
Ist fairerweise relativ
C9
Standard.
are ready to punish, and Thanatos here, the tank breaker with the Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, he was completely caught shopping there. Was slow to react after he got interrupted. I think he could have just walked that one out. Then decides not to flash, pops the ult, dies anyway. That really sucks for FlyQuest, who now we're going to be without that Mundo ult for the next dragon. So now you can't even contest the dragon.
Der aktuelle 23, gestern haben wir das Video vorher angeschaut, sein Erklärbär-Video haben wir vorher angeschaut.
Sven is ahead, but it can be hard to punch through the Mundo. Everybody else on the team is very squishy. Jin's lethality build is going to sting when it finds any other health bar. So FlyQuest, yeah, it's like you say, Azael, this is not really a playable dragon anymore unless you can get some sort of crazy unexpected pick.
I mean, Mundo without ult is just useless. This champion is so powerful with ult. If you can get the full channel, all that healing and health from it, without it, you just walk into a fight and you generally just die for free.
Hey, it's not for free. You can throw a cleaver, make a splat noise when it hits the guy.
That's
funny.
True. You know.
Yeah.
Are you willing to accept that hefty cost, the non-free,
yes, I am.
fight? Oh my goodness!
You'll take that deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I definitely agree. You only have a few more seconds left on the dragon, so it's dragon number 3, and it's Mountain. It's going to give you a lot more durability on. Guess what? A team that is very durable here. So Mountains are going to be quite nice for this C9 team. They'll be very beefy.
Ich habe den respektlosesten High Roll of All Time, glaube ich, gerade in diesem Game.
Last time around, they're looking around, like, fine, we can't fight the dragon. We'll try and make something on the other side of the map. Here, they're doing the same thing. Fine, we can't deal with the dragon. Can we?
Ich habe, glaube ich, legit den freesten Bild gerade auf All Time. Den Run machen wir gleich noch fertig.
Yeah, I thought they might have looked
Nach dem Game. Ich habe, glaube ich, so einen insanen OP-Bild. Das hinein wäre schon längst umreicht, doch bitte.
For sure. I mean, Masu is an entire item behind on an early game champ. It's probably just not going to happen unless he randomly gets, you know, a bunch of kills in a team fight or something. So I think
Wir sehen nicht, ja. Ich zeige ihn euch gleich nach dem Game.
possibly can makes a lot of sense.
Here comes.
So, Masu wird nicht stark genug sein für den Soul-Fight.
Finds a couple of plates immediately. FlyQuest picking up
Es sieht gut aus.
off of this one.
Aber so gut, ja. Ich habe die auf 2 Slots jetzt schon und gleich auf dem dritten noch. Das ist crazy work.
The third plate.
Gold gespawnt for free.
To Rylai's next, I wouldn't be surprised. Rylai's obviously very, very effective, especially against these champions all trying to run through you. Quad already has his second item with the Rylai's. He is playing, you know, on that Nashers, has lethal tempo, so definitely.
Das gäbe zweite Party. Nee. Haben respektlos geprot. Dass dieser dritte Shot da getroffen hat, ist auch BS ohne Ende. Kann er Serie wollen wir machen, ja oder nein? Ich hoffe nicht.
Yeah, they had that controller in the brush. This guy's
Hoffe doch nicht.
waiting and you walk in, face check, just get hit with the
Kriegen sie hin.
deletion. C9, guess what? That means you're winning all lanes. You know, top side, Thanatos gets more free time. Mid lane, APA and Sven are completely fine to push up there too. So all of the map is just collapsing in on FlyQuest.
Yeah, this is looking really, really tough here. You know, like you said, they're pushing on the other side. You get a kill on Gatkos with no recourse whatsoever there from FlyQuest. Masu loses his flash. Thanatos takes a tower for free on the top side, and even is under so little pressure that he's going to deny the wave before taking this. So Cloud9 really feeling like they are completely running away with it in game number 5.
Das wird auch so OP sein, Mann. Level 15, er wird Level 16 haben, wahrscheinlich für den vierten Drake. Er wird so OP sein.
Put them up, you know, one more additional game and potentially been that closeout. But now C9, they get to game 5 here. They have lost 2 in a row, but they feel like they have righted the ship and are fully in control.
I feel like this has to be just a Smurf Azir performance from Quad if FlyQuest want to come back into this game, because otherwise I don't really see the angle.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult with what we're seeing on the board right now, and the timer is very accelerated with Mountain Soul coming so quickly here for Cloud9. We'll see if FlyQuest can find their moment, though. I think it's fairly simple for C9, though. They're so strong as a group. You can get your invades really early into the jungle. You see already Vulcan is doing the early work. If you get this line of wards 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes ahead of the dragon, then it means, okay, there's no more Mikhails. It does mean it's very difficult for FlyQuest to ever set up their own vision, because it's hard to clear out all of yours, and then they're even going to see where you place your wards if you do. And so the next line of wards becomes even easier for them. Now Gatkos.
Oh. Schöner Catch, Mann. Und er hat keine Mercs, ne? Er hat keine Mercs, er ist so fucked damit. Das ist sehr gut.
Yeah, they get him again here, 0-3-0, and Sven just feels like he is just picking up every last hit. He is so accelerated, 2.6k ahead now. He's going to be working into IE, which is going to make him ridiculously strong. Thanatos already has hysterics, so this guy is not getting burst down whatsoever. C9 are winning every fight easily.
And Kobe, you mentioned earlier how Blabber's inventory is looking so good because he's buying a bunch of cheap crap. Well, guess what? One of the best cheap things you can buy in the game is when you've got a fed carry like a 5-0 Jhin. The Knight's Vow completed on the Sejuani only makes it that much more difficult for FlyQuest.
Beantrage Gehaltserhöhung. Fang an. Sub jetzt. Sub jetzt. Dann fangen wir an mit dem höheren Gehalt.
I mean, he's got collector, so executing people on top of it, and that I wonder. Okay, let's check out.
Diese Kalista kann nicht useful sein. Gib mir jetzt sofort meine AI.
Freaking IE before the
Rede.
fight.
AI fertig, Sterex fertig, jetzt noch Level 16 auf Thanatos. Es ist an. Okay, nein.
This is not safe for work.
I mean, this is your last chance, right? You can't from this.
Armer Student, Twitch Prime an mich abdrücken. Ich sehe genau, dass du eins hast. Bei mir kannst du nicht verstecken.
Here we go. It's either that or you're saying, I pray that they flip Elder and we steal it later in the game, but Cloud9 don't have to give you that sort of an opportunity.
I mean, FlyQuest is kind of.
Also, Swain passt auch, ist auch incredible. Das ist krass. Ja, was? Abdrücken.
You're down 3 Drakes and 3,500 gold.
Oder auf Danke für den 15.
Cloud9 have more hands.
Cloud9 also, Sven's like, fine. I'll see your hands shake, and I will wallet check you.
The hand versus the wallet.
I definitely win those.
Karte 16. Jetzt Minina. Sehr gut, Mika ist down. Sehr gut. Langsam nicht griefen. Thanatos ist Half HP, aber der kriegt mega nah noch. Und er hat Sterex. Das ist fein. EPA. Wo ist die Renata-Ulti? Oh mein Gott. Ist es free? Thanatos. Ist es free? Es ist free. Right.
FlyQuest firing back a little bit here, but Blabber's already doing the dragon. APA still in the middle of everybody. The Swain train has arrived. Triple kill over to APA.
Ja.
And C9 take
Ja.
the ace and the Dragon Soul.
No miracle for Quad today. Cloud9 finished the job. Mountain Soul and the free down mid lane for Sven, who survives it. The four-shot flash to escape with his life. The engage, look at this engage onto Masu. I mean, APA just walks right at him, pops the Swain over. He gets locked up by Vulcan immediately. Such a huge lead in the fight. How do you even come back from that?
Look at Vulcan so low, flashes out, so they couldn't get the bailout. You could see Gekko's going in, trying to get that reset for Masu. That's kind of what they were betting their fight on. By the time Quad arrives.
Alter, der hat gerade... Junge, der Azir macht so viel Damage, by the way. Oh mein Gott, der Azir macht so viel Damage. Der hat das Sven gerade fast gewone-shottet.
Nice, nice. Oh, nice. Go mid tower, go mid tower. That was kind of close. I guess not really. Nice. No.
He was tunnel visioned on his own health bar, I think.
Wow.
Saying it's close and then realizing it's not.
It wasn't that close, but I do think if he dies and Masu gets the bailout reset, it becomes a really close fight. And he lived with, I don't know, 5-10% health maybe to not let that reset happen.
Well, let's see where we go from here. Griffin trying to flash away, but it gets locked up in a deadly flourish. 1 CC after another. C9 try to commit onto the Mundo, but Griffin with the flash manages to get away.
Thanos,
however, has found another target. He'll get a second flash, this time out of Cryogen. Deadly Flourish not hitting the mark to follow that one up, but C9 taking Summoner Spells for free.
Yeah, they get Summoner Spells, and they probably should get the Baron after that. FlyQuest are trying to split push here with Quad, who technically does have Teleport. Does he want to actually use it, though, to go contest? It's just so hard because you just lost all your Summoner Spells, and you have no control. You can't approach. It's into the darkness, so... let's get as little money as you can.
Spooky.
Yeah.
It's a very spooky map state, game state, series state for FlyQuest. All these states are not good.
Yeah, I agree. It is really tough. I mean, one light at the end of the tunnel, perhaps, is these objective bounties as Quad...
so clean natürlich, CO.
I think the light at the end of the tunnel might be a train, Isaac. FlyQuest's not having a good time.
Wait, don't go to the light. No!
Yeah, get away from the light. Get out of the tunnel.
Ich spiele mal Mitte Bot. Top Lane Wave ist gone, ja. Mitte Bot.
5,000 gold and a Baron and a Dragon Soul now. And I think it's just going to come down to what you were talking about earlier, Azael. You flip it at Elder. You hope that you get the perfect fight. You hope that you start hearing that noise as you get them down very, very low, like you were saying. Hey, maybe you can get a bailout. Maybe you can get a reset. But we're all just kind of thinking in what ifs right now from the FlyQuest side because C9 has had such a dominant game so far.
Exactly. I mean, they are living in what ifs because Cloud9 in reality are 10,000 gold ahead in stats as far as the gold lead plus the soul, and it's a very effective soul. It's a super tanky soul against a team that has to do a lot of upfront damage here with the Akali, with the Kalista.
Kein Flash auf Masu.
Consistent damage from Quad, and
Echt 5 Flashes down bei FlyQuest. Es ist nicht wirklich fightbar, oder?
Cloud9 does not have to flip an Elder to win this game. They can just play it safe and slow and try to grind out this win and secure themselves the first win in playoffs.
And it also vindicates their choice of opponent. Remember, that was what I was thinking at the end of game number 4 after FlyQuest. We're looking like
Sag es nicht, ich trau mich nicht.
Happen is if you pick an opponent,
Ich schwöre, ich trau mich nicht.
You're kind of kicking yourself a little bit for that one. But C9 looking very strong here so far in game number 5, taking out that tier 2 turret in the mid lane. The only structure left standing for FlyQuest outside of the base itself is the tier 2 in top side. C9 still have this Baron for another minute and 15 seconds. The Elder Drake will spawn about 60 seconds after that. And because C9 own the entire map, thanks to the Baron buff, it's going to create another one of these difficult circumstances for Fly, where C9 is obviously going to have first pick at where they want to set up their vision, how they want to set up for the Elder, and FlyQuest is going to have to figure out the approach.
Yeah, and there's all these luxury items coming through now. Locket just got completed for Vulcan. He went for Zeke's first, but now you have the Locket. Now you have the Seekers. The Zonia's almost done there for APA, so it's going to be tough.
All right, Griffin. Once again, the target
Durch die Scene. Ja, Rede.
Flourish follows it up. Curtain call opens. Griffin getting away. Fourth shot hurts.
Alright.
Because the third one missed, it can't quite get him low enough. I'm not sure whether or not that would have been a kill if all 4 connected. But it does not matter. FlyQuest stay alive for now.
Yeah, and they're just buying more time for Thanatos to push on in with the Baron buff. All these buffed up minions are going to do a lot of work too. So C9.
Ich weiß, warum ist Sato immer noch nicht online? Es ist 2 Uhr morgens. Wo ist der Bruder?
Might commit for
Wo ist der Bruder?
Get a lot of value out of it, so that just means another tool for FlyQuest unavailable.
And it is scary because he knows if he dies, the game ends instantly, right? He is basically their only hope there, and he saw the angle that Blabber might be going in, so tried to kind of predictively ult him back, but Thanatos is just grinding out this win here, pushing through the side lanes. No one can answer him.
Thanatos Gnar is just all sorts of a monster, man, as he is going to have alone time here with the mid lane and him. FlyQuest now having to back away from APA. The Swain creating so much space for the rest of C9 to move into the enemy jungle. Never Move finds Quad as a target. Hostile takeover, only going to get Vulcan, really, as APA's stasis keeps him.
Eine Minute auf Elder, ihr Apes.
Force their way into the enemy base. They take out the mid lane inhibitor. They get out with everybody intact, and it's 45 seconds until the Elder spawns.
Yeah, they use a decent amount of resources, but this late in the game, a lot of the ults come back very, very quickly. So, FlyQuest, they're counting down the time here. Your hope is at the end of the game, the dream of some sort of Elder steal or just better positioning can try and find a win in the fight. Quad does add a little bit more power, one more needlessly.
Ich habe mal geschrieben.
Try and get a tiny bit of extra juice for this fight.
Yeah, they're seeing if they can just overload the side. If Thanatos jumps in, there are 3 members here, but he is now aware of it, and Thanatos not going to fall for that sort of a play at this point of the game. 15 seconds until that Elder spawns. FlyQuest have no vision in the river at all. It is just going to be so hard for them to get over there and even have a chance at a steal.
Well, they know that it's just about the only chance they have, but their wards are being cleared away. Everything is so bleak and so dark here on Summoner's Rift for FlyQuest. Thanatos just trying to get a little bit of poke here. Vulcan jumps in for the headbutt pull. Staying alive for now. Vulcan in the middle of everybody. Mundo going to be the target, but he is tanking it out. EP ready to reinforce FlyQuest as C9 go to send it, but they do not find success. Griffin still marching forward. Maximum dosage about to wear out. APA with a flash, ready to follow. Thanatos, meanwhile, base as the fight continues. Just has to stop the backs. Teleport trying
oh mein Gott, der Base.
Wanting to try to keep their nexus alive. Quad arrives. Thanatos about to go mega. Meanwhile, on the fight,
Bitte. Choke diesen Fight nicht. Nein. 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 Ja. Bitte. Bitte. Sven.
It's a wipe down here in the bottom side as the deadly flourish finds Griffin, but he still gets away for now. 3 dead on the FlyQuest side in the 4v4. 2
schneller, oder?
Griffin still
Sven ist schneller.
For now.
This is ridiculously close there. Griffin is going to get finished off. Sven was a split second from dying to Gakkos. If Sven dies there, Fly might have gotten the Elder. That was ridiculously close. And Thanatos just TPs away from the fight, goes for the end. That forces Quad to respond here. At the end of the day, Sven does survive, so the ifs, ands, or buts do not matter. They will get the Elder here. And that is one step closer to C9 closing out this game.
Yeah, and it's like a skip step because you get the Elder and you skip on over to Baron, and then you get Baron as well, and then you look for the end. Let's take a look. This fight got so crazy. So they go in, Vulcan with the engage. As you pointed out, there are already 2 people at Nexus trying to end and defend. And here's where
Der Fight ist so close, by the way, ohne Azir.
Into the back line, a sliver.
Aber jetzt haben 5 Leute Elder.
But does go down.
That's the
5 Leute Elder, muss reichen.
That is the Mountain Soul in action. You don't have those things. Sven just dies there, and the fight is completely different. The game is completely different. If that is Elder for Fly, if that is Baron for Fly, they are in with an actual shot here, and instead, it is Cloud9 with the Elder, going to be able to grab a Baron uncontested. No way FlyQuest wants to leave the base here. It is 155 on that.
Den Auftablin schicken.
Kind of the time frame
Alle top.
where you cannot be fought whatsoever.
And once they have the Baron, they're not really going to give FlyQuest a choice. They already have the mid lane inhibitor destroyed. It will not respawn for another 75 seconds or so, and now C9 can just group up and push down top.
Quad needs 400 gold for the death cap. That would be so big, but they're just, like you said, not going to give them the time.
All right, C9 grouped up as 4, pushing down top lane. Thanatos splitting in mid to make sure pressure remains in 2 different places, so it's harder for FlyQuest to defend. Elder still up and running for another minute and a half or so, as C9 have taken out the tier 3 turret here in the top lane. Thanatos continuing to push down mid. Sven has plenty of damage to get rid of this top lane inhibitor. It's out of there as FlyQuest scramble to try to protect their only remaining Nexus turret. This is likely to be the end of the game right here as Quad gets caught out by the engage coming in from Vulcan. APA in the middle of everybody here with the Swain ulti raging yet again. The Elder will claim.
Oh mein Gott, sie haben Game 5 gewonnen.
FlyQuest already out of the picture. Blabber finally dies.
Sie haben ein Game 5 gewonnen. Oh mein Gott.
Still standing here alongside Gakkos.
Oh mein Gott, ich bin so glücklich.
To get something. but despite it going the distance,
Oh mein Gott, ich bin so glücklich.
nearly being reverse swept, Cloud